Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Adria, it's already provided us with plenty of entertainment and drama yesterday. As you will have seen from our highlights reel, both on social media and here on the live stream, there have been some good battles and some great races. And we can talk you through the closing stages of the qualifying heats this morning as we prepare for action, intrigue, and a little bit of battles out on the circuit as well. Yesterday's qualifying heat for KZ2, which is what we start the morning with, were fascinating. Simone Cunati picking up a win in the first race of yesterday from Paavo Tonteri and Davide De Marco, with Natalia Balbo, Jean Nomblo and Daniel Stell managing to get themselves into the top six as well. Victor Gustafson took the first of two victories yesterday for the Swede, along with Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lulet. Then Arthur Carbonell, Leonardo Marcellia and the rapid Senna van Waalstein managing to grab a top six finish as well. Danilo Albanese, despite an investigation, managed to hold on to his victory in qualifying heat A versus E from Simone Cunati, Giacomo Pallini, Filippo Berto, Daniel Stell and Daniel Vazil, the very impressive Romanian. And then in qualifying heat C versus D, Paavo Tonteri showed off his prowess from qualifying to grab a race victory in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Arthur Carbonell, whilst top six finishes came in from Nomblo, Van Waalstein and Balbo. Great consistency from the drivers in KZ2. Gustafson picked up his second win in the very impressive Croatian, was in the top five yesterday as well. So too was Jean Louillet, the Swiss driver, in the top six. And in qualifying heat D versus E, Simone Cunati picked up another win in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lulet. Vazil in a brilliant fourth place in front of Senna van Waalstein and Arthur Carbonell. And then in the very last heat of yesterday, Danilo Albanese finally bounced back after a DNF in his second heat, but he got another victory on the board with Paavo Tonteri in second from Jean Nomblo, and then Davide De Marco, Giacomo Pallini and the Austrian Marcus Funda remaining in the top six. By courtesy of the fact he only did two races in yesterday's heats and will do two more this morning, but won both of his encounters yesterday, the current interim leader is the Swedish driver Victor Gustafson, who we will hear from in between races. But for the moment, we will watch him head out onto the circuit from pole position again for this heat. Alongside him will be Simone Cunati, then Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Stell on the second row, from Jean Louillet and Filippo Berto, then Vyacheslav Putyaltin and Andrea Dale, from Christian Habulin and Daniel Vazil, Valentino Fritsch and Luigi De Lorenzo, from Brandon Nilsson and Luca Bosco, then Leonardo Bisotto and Joey van Splinteren, Alessio Pacini and Justin van der Schaft. Robert Kinderwater is alongside Ben Tornqvist, and then Isaac Sjokvist, Hannah Lang and Greg Caton will complete the grid. So obviously they use this formation lap to try and blend in the tyres and brakes, and they will try and make sure everything is at the optimum temperature. Obviously it's a very high temperature at the moment here at Adria, and it's going up all the time. 25 degrees Celsius air temperature at the moment on a very dry surface. There has been no rain at all over the last 48 hours. Certainly there was a vague threat of it over the course of Friday afternoon, just before qualifying, when we had a very frantic and very sudden dust storm come over the circuit. It didn't really turn into a proper rain shower, but it's certainly thought about it for the moment. So Victor Gustafson will line up in pole position as he comes through at the end of a sensational run yesterday. He's got to try and do it again twice more in his Leclerc by Lennox machine. Alongside him on the grid, though, Simone Cunati, with Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Stell, then Jean Louillet, Filippo Berto and Vyacheslav Putyaltin, Dale, Habulin, Vazil, Fritsch, De Lorenzo, Nilsson, Bosco, Bisotto, Van Splinteren, Bacini, Van der Schaaf, Kinderwaten, then Tornqvist, Sjokvist, Lang and Caton. And as the final few drivers get into their grid positions, we are ready for the off here in the penultimate KZ2 heat for Group B, the last for Group E. So let's see who gets underway first. now at Adria, and it's a bold start from the front of the field. No problems at all for Gustafson getting away as the field gets up towards turn 1. No major disasters at the moment, but up the inside, that's Cunati. He does get the move onto the second corner ahead of Gustafson. A bold lunge then from Simone Cunati, and the Modena driver comes through into the lead. Brilliant start then from the Italian as he blitzes past the Swede, and there's an off already as that's the DR pulling off. Is that Daniel Vazil in trouble already on the first lap? Not good news for the Romanian. He had a brilliant day yesterday, and it's all come to nothing in this one. That is such a shame, and that really does hamper the Romanian's chances of getting through to the finals when he had such a good day at the office. So a very tricky scenario for him as he continues to battle with the elements as across the line comes the leaders. Gustafson running in the lead, no problem at all, until Simone Cunati showed up to the party in turn 2. And this could be the difference. This could be where Gustafson loses his thread at the front end of the field. Cunati has truly beaten him off the line, and now he is going to be the man to beat in this heat. So Cunati in front of Gustafson, Marcellia, Luyet, Putiatin, Berto, Dale, Habulin, De Lorenzo, Fritsch and Brandon Nilsson with just the one retirement, and that is the Romanian Daniel Vazil. A real shame for the Romanian racer. So out in front, still Cunati with Gustafson in behind, but Gustafson is not done yet. This is only lap 2 of 12, and he's got plenty of time to get back on terms with the Italian. He was never bettered over the course of yesterday's heats. He's got 2 more to do today, and he really wants to hang on to his pole position advantage. He comes through the first corner. He's right on the tail of Cunati. Will he battle for the opportunity to come through? Not with Cunati holding station. Cunati drifts wide. Gustafson desperately trying to come through. And it's not going to be so easy for the Swede to break into the lead of this one. Cunati's absolutely bolted to the inside line. And watch out behind, because Leonardo Marcelli is trying to come through. They're side by side as Gustafson tries around the outside. Now tries to get the switch back up the inside. And Gustafson gets the lead. Brilliant move then from the Swede into third lap of the race. And Victor Gustafson has retaken the lead of this heat from Simone Cunati. Marcellia trying to come through past the Modena satellite squad driver. But Simone Cunati remains in second place as the works driver, Leonardo Marcellia, for Birolart runs in third position in front of Jean Luyet in the DEL-backed CRG machine. So Victor Gustafson once again takes up residence at the front of the field from Marcellia, Luyet, Putiatin, Berto, Habulin and Dale. And that is another big lunge from Marcellia to try and come past Simone Cunati. But Simone Cunati is not going to let him come by if he has anything to say about it. So this is going to be a really tough battle all the way through. So Christian Habulin running in 7th position at the moment, making his way up through the field. 2 places made up. De Lorenzo is up 3, as is Alessio Pacini up into 14th place. Isaac Sjogqvist has made up 4 places from his current grid position. So already a fairly solid start to proceedings from his point of view. But Simone Cunati is struggling not to lose ground to Leonardo Marcellia in 3rd position, who wants a piece of it and is trying to come through on the inside. Cunati absolutely resolute on the inside line, not going to allow that gap to open up. So some terrific dueling from the karts as they come up towards turn 5 again, and Cunati once more absolutely solid in the middle of the circuit. And that means that Marcellia can't go right, can't go left, can't make an overtaking move around the outside or on the inside, as Cunati is essentially blocking his path on either front. Out through turn 8. And this is a really tough part of the circuit now, because you're obviously trying to control the speed, but you just want to get on the throttle early. But too early, and you end up breaking rhythm, and you can actually start to blister the tyres as you come off the final turn. Back on the main straight, this is where you can really maximize the power. Flat out through the first corner as well. And then up towards turn 2, that's when you're really having to be very patient on the throttle, as you can carry a lot of speed through there, but you obviously have to drop a couple of gears. Marcellia tries again on Cunati, but Cunati is not letting that gap open. Still, he keeps that kart firmly planted on the middle of the circuit, but this is great news for Victor Gustafson. The Leclerc by Lennox package clearly very strong here at Adria, and he runs very well on lap 6. So as they come off the turn once again, Daniel Vazil just watching in the background, unfortunately, after pulling off the circuit. Now a spectator watching from Marshall Post 4. But a fascinating battle for second position between Cunati and Marcellia. Both drivers working very hard to keep out of trouble. And we seem to have lost 2 more drivers now. as a result of further problems around the circuit. Luca Bosco has pulled into the pits. He's out of the race, as is the Dutchman Justin van der Schaft. So he's out of the race as well in the CKR. Not great news for him. So a great battle developing through the field. This is the midfield tussle, and you've got the 231 in the mix there. Oh, sorry, the 331 in there of Leonardo Bisotto, who runs in front of Piccini, De Lorenzo, Stell, who's really struggling. Down in 13th place, the Novolux driver. Not quite sure what's happened to him in this one. He had a DNF yesterday, which really compromised him, but his pace all the way through the weekend has been pretty exemplary other than that. But today, he's definitely having a tough time of it, and it's not quite going the way he would have wanted. So a very tricky scenario from his point of view. But Gustafson leads the way with 5 laps to go. Cunati still hanging on from Leonardo Marsiglia. And Jean Luyet in front of Vyacheslav Putyartin, running a solid race with Berto, Habulin, Dale, Nielsen, Bisotto and Piccini, with Luigi De Lorenzo and Daniel Stell running a solid afternoon at the moment as well. Hoping for a solid afternoon later. And it looks as though we seem to have lost Valentino Fritsch from the fray. Something's gone wrong for the Birolak KSW driver. He was on the fastest lap of the race up until that point as well, so he's ended up falling down the order. And that's not good news for Valentino Fritsch. He seems to have had an incident somewhere on track. And we also seem to have lost Greg Caton now from the race, so Greg Caton appears to be out of it. And that's a shame for the British driver. He now is out of the running. So the battle continues. Victor Gustafson and Simone Cunati are the leading 2 drivers as Cunati sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to get away from Leonardo Marsiglia. This is the battle further back. This is Vyacheslav Putyartin losing out to Filippo Berto. Berto gets through on the inside line and makes up the place. Good move there from the Italian as he now gets up into P5, and Christian Habulin, the Croatian, is closing up on the Ukrainian Putyartin, who is there in the Sodi kart in 6th position. So good battles everywhere you look, but Putyartin is trying to hang it out in front of Christian Habulin now. And Habulin doing a fantastic job in the TB kart. He's been really strong all weekend, it has to be said, and it's good to see drivers like Christian Habulin getting their chance to shine. 4 laps remaining. Becomes 3 laps remaining for Victor Gustafson out in front. Simone Cunati in second from Marsiglia, Luyet, Berto, Putyartin, Habulin and Andrea Dale. And now Christian Habulin is all over the back of Vyacheslav Putyartin. He wants to get past the Ukrainian, but he's not going to make his move at the hairpin at turn 5 because it's far too high risk on that point of the course, up through turn 6 and then into the hairpin at turn 7. You can get a decent overtaking move there on the inside, and if you're Senna van Waalstein, you can just about pull one off on the outside as well. Through turn 8, and then up into 9, the hairpin. Drop down the left flick at 10, and then into the final corner at 11. You've got to be patient on the throttle there. And then the lap is complete. 10 laps done and 2 to go for Victor Gustafson. His unbeaten run will continue if he can continue this run in the last lap and a half. All he has to do essentially is bring it home in front of Simone Cunati and Leonardo Marsiglia. That battle between them for second place fizzling out into nothing in the end, and that is kind of one of the big factors of the Adria circuit. We were talking to a few of the drivers in KZ and KZ2 over the weekend. You can't really afford to sit behind the driver that you're chasing for too long. You need to get on with the overtaking move as soon as possible. You need to make that lunge, otherwise you are just sat behind them in the train for the rest of the race, because the rhythm and flow of the races in the gearbox category make it very difficult at a circuit like Adria to overtake. And obviously in a few weeks' time, the field will have another big challenge as they head to the next round. But here at Adria, they've certainly gone very much tooth and nail on a circuit that doesn't always suit gearbox drivers. So Victor Gustafson leads the way. Simone Cunati still in front of Leonardo Marsiglia. Can Marsiglia pull off a bold final corner, final lap lunge? He's certainly getting closer to Simone Cunati. He was faster than him on the last lap. Marsiglia clearly feeling that if he's going to get through, he needs to make a do-or-die, dicey maneuver to get back into position. But Marsiglia obviously has a very tough ask in front of him, but he's got 2 races to go, including this one. So a 3rd place wouldn't be bad if he can keep it there. Victor Gustafson, though, out of the final turn. He's going to take the victory. Victor Gustafson wins it. Fine style from the Swede in front of Simone Cunati and Leonardo Marsiglia. It remains as it was in the top 3. But crucially for Gustafson, he may have lost out to Cunati in the first couple of corners, but he didn't lose the race. and he has been so far unbeaten this weekend. 3 races and 3 wins, and that's definitely going to give him plenty of positivity to play with heading into his final heat later this morning, which will be the last heat before the finals, and that will take place at 10:45 local time. So Victor Gustafson takes the victory in front of Simone Cunati and Leonardo Marsiglia in the top 3. Jean Luyet in front of Filippo Berto from Vjakoslav Petyatin and Christian Habulin. Andrea Dale and Brandon Nilsson, then Leonardo Bisotto in the top 10. 6 places made up for Alessio Piccini ahead of Luigi De Lorenzo, Daniel Sterl and Joey van Spunteren from Ben Tornfist and Robert Kinderwater. And then it is Isaac Sjokvist and Hannah Lang, with retirements from Valentino Fritsch, Greg Caton, Justin van der Schaft, Luca Bosco, and on the very first lap of the race, the unfortunate Romanian Daniel Vazil. So some big moments for the drivers in the field, and obviously some very tricky scenarios for the drivers out there. It was never going to be particularly easy in the first qualifying heat in KZ2. And obviously the drivers are working very hard in the early phase of today's action, because they need to make sure that they are in a solid position for this afternoon's battle. But there will be some very tough races for them this afternoon. Certainly in the KZ2 final, they have got 24 laps of this circuit to come. That really is quite exceptional. So there are the drivers coming in. And we're going to hear very shortly from the man who was the interim leader after yesterday's heats and is still the interim leader after the first heat of the morning. Victor Gustafson, the Swede. He took 2 wins yesterday. He now has a 3rd in his pocket after this morning's heat. And it's easy to understand now why at the end of yesterday's heat action, he was very boyish and buoyant about his chances on Sunday.
Of course, been very, very good. We've shown that we are one of the absolute fastest on this track. Now we know the material is good, so it's just up to me to finish the job. I think just find the right setup. We did 2 races here before, found a good setup, and we just stick with that and let me do my job. For sure it will be even more intense, everybody trying to get the maximum out of the material. But I think we have a small advantage over the other guys, so see what happens. Same thing really. We've done some testing over a long period of time, tried to do 25 laps at a consistent pace, and I think we found a good setup to be able to do that, so should be good.
It's very impressive how the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team have come straight out of the blocks in early 2020. New team essentially out of the Lennox Racing team, but now the new union with the Charles Leclerc chassis, part of the Birolard group of course, but how they've been so successful so quickly, it really is quite exceptional. And Victor Gustafson certainly putting on a fabulous show in that heat. Really good to see him put in a great performance. He essentially ended up in the first part of the race and having to be very, very circumspect about things. Simone Cunati getting the jump on him into turn 2 of that previous heat. But he was very lucky, in fact, to be able to get into a position over the course of lap 3 to be able to return to that position. Unfortunate, though, for the other drivers in the field. We lost several races in that particular contest. Daniel Vazil, of course, the Romanian, out on the first lap. Victor Gustafson's teammate retiring as well. Luca Bosco, the Italian, out of action. Justin van der Schaft, the Dutchman, for CKR, retiring, as did the British racer Greg Caton and Germany's Valentino Fritsch. That one is particularly unfortunate, as it looked as though he was on a particularly fast lap towards the end of his stint. Beautiful circuit this, here at Adria Karting Raceway. It is in its 20th year of operation. Adria, as a motorsport venue, was built in 2001. And originally, of course, it was meant to be another complementary addition to the motorsport spectrum in Italy. A fabulous venue and an absolutely wonderful place it has become for karting as well as for car racing, of course, with the circuit behind us currently in the middle of its renovation. ahead of the upcoming FIA WTCR season finale in November. But here in the FIA Karting European Championship, it is great to see all of the people here working tirelessly and in very difficult circumstances as well. Let's not forget that this event was expecting to see a massive attendance from local fans. They really do love their karting, of course, in Italy. This kind of is the capital country in the world for karting. Italy really has taken it to its heart, and unfortunate that we were not able to see the mass of spectators that we were hoping to have. Obviously, the race having to run behind closed doors and obviously under COVID-19 protocols. But the team here at Adria really have been exceptional to us, and we're very, very grateful for everything that they have given us in terms of support, in terms of an amazing operational, organizational crew. They've been amazing in terms of leaving no attention to detail left unturned either, and they've been wonderful to us, very welcoming, and we're looking forward to the next time the FIA Karting Paddock can return to Adria. It really has been a sensational display from everybody within the team. It's certainly my first visit to the venue, and it has been extraordinarily pleasant. So great to see. And I've been here pretty much a week now, and it's become a fabulous second home over the last 7 days. And what a wonderful venue it has provided us with in terms of the Gearbox Fraternity of Karting. Plenty of great racing still to come, of course, as we get ourselves ready for the next race, which is due from the KZ2 fraternity once again. And it will see the man who was originally the fastest driver from timed qualifying, Danilo Albanese, who will start from pole position, and he will be alongside Giuseppe Palomba. The Italian will line up alongside him on the starting grid on the front row. And it's going to be an interesting one on the second row, because you have the Formula K superstar Giacomo Pallini lining up on the inside of the second row. Alongside him will be the Frenchman, the sole works driver for Praga in KZ2, and that is Tom Lulet. Then on the third row for the Modena race team, it is the Austrian Markus Funda. Both he and teammate Simone Cunati being very fast over the course of the weekend. Funda lines up on the third row in 5th position on the inside line. On the outside of the row, it is Arthur Carbonell, who's been incredibly impressive, it has to be said, over the course of the weekend. The young Frenchman really has put on an exceptional display here this weekend. Has never really been outside the top 6 in terms of raw pace, and the CPB Sport driver really has been quite exceptional. He raced as a privateer last year, and he has stepped up to CPB Sport with incredible speed and dexterity. Marco Valenti lines up 7th on the grid. We're very pleased and relieved to hear that he is completely unhurt after his little scare yesterday. There was an incident in one of the heats when he ended up tangling with another driver, and we saw on the live stream that he had some discomfort in one of his arms, but fortunately he is okay, and that is very exciting to see him right up at the front end of the field again as he battles for supremacy once more. Alongside him on the grid, it is the incredible Dutchman, Senna van Waalstein. He's pulled off some monumental overtakes in the past, and certainly here this weekend in Adria, it is no exception, as he has been incredible in various parts of the course. How he managed to nail that overtaking move on one of his rivals around the outside at turn 7 yesterday at the hairpin, where there's practically no grip at all on the outside, and he's managed to pull it off. He is quite the exceptional young racer, and I have a feeling you're going to see an awful lot more choice maneuvers from him as the years roll on. On the 5th row of the grid, the French racer Hubert Petit will line up in 9th place on the inside line, and alongside him will be the rather luckless Michele Fontana, the CKR driver from Italy. Lines up 10th after a solid effort in qualifying, but he's had no luck since that point, so hopefully his fortunes are going to change on Sunday, and they certainly need to, because he only has one race left to try and get himself into the final reckoning. Then in the 6th row of the starting grid, it is the Italian privateer Francesco Comanducci. He lines up 11th on the starting grid alongside Sam Louillet in the DEL Motorsport CRG. He is 12th on the starting grid. Then on the 7th row, 2 drivers who would probably like to have been a lot higher. Alexander Dahlberg, the Swedish driver who has now moved across to the Energy Course squad for 2020. Alongside him, another new face in KZ2, and that is Gilles Stadsbader. He was an OK driver last year, felt it was time to make a switch, went over to KZ2, and has been snapped up by Tony Cox. 2020. He's had no luck at all, though, over the course of yesterday. 2 DNFs, and it certainly means it's going to be very difficult indeed for him to get through to the final. But I'm sure when the field congregates for the second round, he will be back to his best. On the 8th row of the grid, it is Lev Lomko, the Sony Kart driver, and he lines up there for CBB Sport alongside Fabrizio Rosati on the Maranello on the 8th row of the grid. 15th and 16th, those two. Then Jan Pokos, who has been tearing his way through the field like a jackrabbit all the way through the weekend, from 17th on the starting grid on every single heat. But he has charged his way back several times. Alongside him is the Italian Filippo Caligaris for the OK1 racing team. In 19th on the grid, it is the young man from Mozambique, who is still plying his trade in KZ2. Rodrigo Almeida, who only a few years ago was in the FIA Karting Academy trophy representing his country. Now he is in KZ2, putting on a fantastic show for DR. Alongside him is the Dutch privateer, that is Koen Doorn, who is on his Kart Republic chassis. On the 11th row of the grid, it is the Italian Nicola Rossini, and he will be there on the inside line, 21st on the grid. Alongside him will be the Slovakian Tomas Misiek in the Rigetti Rodolfi chassis. And then on the final row of the grid, it will be the British driver Oliver Gemmell, who lines up alone in the Formula K chassis by virtue of the fact that Alexander Schmitz was due to race here this weekend, but unfortunate circumstances have prevented him from doing so. So a fascinating grid of drivers in a little under a minute and a half. They will be released onto the circuit. For these drivers out on circuit, it is their final heat of the weekend before the final. Some will progress through to that race. Others will have to face the prospect of disappearing and returning to the paddock in 3 weeks' time when the season continues. But it is a very difficult situation for the drivers. They didn't really want to be in the scenario of having to make or break in the midfield, and some of them are definitely in that position. Danilo Albanese is not exactly guaranteed a place in the final now, because although he got 2 wins yesterday, he also had a DNF. And whilst he is at the moment looking likely to go through, he is not in the position he wants to be in. So he could do with another victory to limit some of the damage, as it were, in the hope that some of his rivals end up taking a higher point score. And of course, if he does win, then they will, because you get points based on where you finish in races. 0 points for the victory, so you don't add to your score if you win. Then it's 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's essentially, it works the heats the same way as a golf scorecard does. Whoever has the least points is the one at the head of the pack, and the one with the most points is the one at the back of the pack. So it makes it easy for the officials to calculate, but it also makes it very clear that you have to score as few points as possible, thereby finishing as high up the ranking as possible. So the drivers are heading out onto the circuit, and we will talk you through the grid. Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba will line up on the front row of the grid from Giacomo Polini and Tom Lulet. Then Marcus Funda and Arthur Carbonell from Marco Valente and Senna Van Waalstein. Hubert Petit and Michele Fontana from Francesco Comanducci and Sam Luyet. Then Alexander Dahlberg and Gilles Schnatzbader from Lev Lomko and Fabrizio Rosati. Jan Pokos and Filippo Caligaris from Rodrigo Almeida and Koen Doorn. Then Nicola Rossini, Thomas Misiek and Oliver Gemmell. 23 drivers in position and 12 laps around the circuit, 15.624 kilometers, with the air temperature climbing all the time, already in the high 20s as drivers are preparing for battle. They know it's going to be a difficult race. They obviously know that this is their last chance to break in as well. 27 degrees air temperature already, which means that we've gained 2 degrees over the course of the last half an hour already. So it's definitely going to be a very tough race, that is for sure. And certainly the finals later are going to be extremely warm. I think we did have a maximum air temperature over the course of the week in the build-up to this weekend of 41. And that's a problem for Gilles Schnatzbader. Gilles Schnatzbader is desperately trying to start his kart. Well, that has genuinely been the story of his week. So Gilles Schnatzbader, yet again out of luck, and the Belgian is out of the race, and therefore, I'm very sorry to say, out of the weekend, because with 2 DNFs yesterday and now a third today, there is no mathematical chance of the Belgian qualifying for the final. And that is devastating bad news, because the Belgian really had a good opportunity this weekend. He's a very highly rated youngster, and this was his first impression in the FIA Karting paddock as a gearbox driver. So he's going to have to rebuild, regroup, and go away from the paddock this weekend and rejoin 3 weeks' time when the second round takes place, in the hope that he will be back to his best, and so too will the material. So Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba on the front row of the grid from Giacomo Polini and Tom Lulette, Marcus Funda and Arthur Carbonell from Marco Valenti and Senna Van Waalstein, Petit, Fontana, Comanducci, Luyet, Dalberg, Stadsparda no longer on the grid. So it's going to be a fascinating one from the front. The green flag flies at the back of the grid. Let's see how the race gets underway. As the lights come on, when they go out, we'll race again. And Adria, let's race! And it's a good start from Albanese. Not the best of starts from Marcus Funda. It squabbles things up a little bit in the first couple of corners, and certainly in the first few meters. There's been a bit of a tiny shuffle behind the top three, but it's Albanese, Palomba and Polini as normal. But there's been a tiny shuffle of the deck just in behind them. So the karts make their way down the back straight and up into the first big stop on the lap. That's turn 5 as they come through the left hairpin. They're still trying to jockey for position. Danilo Albanese, though, in very clear contrast to his rivals, has got the perfect getaway. Up the inside, that's Van Waalstein trying to make up a place on the 304 of Polini. So Van Waalstein making a good start and has already risen to P4. What can the Dutchman do from there, especially with his CPB teammate right in behind him, Arthur Carbonell, trying to make up a place or two as well. So Albanese, Palomba, Polini, Van Waalstein, Carbonell, Lulette, Funda, Fontana, Sam Luyet and Hubert Petit. And as the field works its way through, this is going to be a tough old race at the front end of the field, but already a big lunge as Polini goes for Palomba. Palomba holds it round the outside. He's not going to let second place go, as Danilo Albanese is trying to build up a decent gap. And it looks as though we've had a problem for Marco Valenti. Valenti seems to have gone off on the exit of turn 4. So Valenti has had a problem. And we're going to try and see what has happened to Marco Valenti. But the marshals are certainly running over to his kart, and he's well and truly out of the race. Not able to complete the first sector. So Marco Valenti, there he is. I don't know whether that's mechanical failure or whether someone else has got involved in it, but it's certainly ruined Marco Valenti's day, and he can't hold on to his emotions. So Danilo Albanese leads the way from Giuseppe Palomba and Giacomo Polini. Then it's Senna Van Waalstein. Arthur Carbonell has lost out to Tom Luyet by the look of it. So Luyet has got through into P5. And that's the Praga through. Now Carbonell in some serious difficulty because Marcus Funda is closing up. And there's a slow collection of karts on the main straight, in between the back straight and the main straight, as karts are building up. While I think Valenti feels he was hard done by because he's gesturing to the drivers on the circuit as Carbonell gets back through on the inside of Lulette, and Funda gets by as well. And now Michele Fontana in the CKR is queuing up to have a go at the Praga. So the battle continues here. But the racing is going to be a tough one for the drivers to cope with as they continue on their charge down the main straight. And Albanese leads Palomba. Polini in third. Fourth is Senna Van Waalstein. The rest of the field are battling away, but Carbonell has got through past Funda, Lulette, Fontana, Sam Luyet and Hubert Petit. So a very gripping start to proceedings already as the drivers are battling away for supremacy. Jan Pokos sets the new fastest lap. The Croatian, who once again is charging his way through the field. He's up at the 14th position now. So the drivers all trying to find the best they possibly can from this race, picking off competitors one by one to try and get themselves back into contention. Giacomo Polini still feels he's got a chance to get onto the terms of Giuseppe Palomba. Down the main straight, Danilo Albanese leads the way at the moment in the Kart Republic. Giuseppe Palomba in second place. Third is Giacomo Polini. And then Senna Van Waalstein, the man named after the late great Ayrton Senna da Silva, in fourth position. Arthur Carbonell in fifth place. And then it is a chasing Marcus Funda in P6. Then the Praga of Tom Lulette still in seventh place in front of the Italian for CKR, Michele Fontana. And then we have in ninth place Hubert Petit, the CPB driver, not quite gelling with Adria the way he would have liked. And Sam Luyet is running in 10th position, the Swiss ace for the DEL CRG. Here's the battle for 7th place. That's Lulette, Fontana and Petit in the queue. And now we're back to the boys in 2nd and 3rd and 4th. So here's P7 being fought over. Lulette, Fontana and Petit as they come off the turn. Danilo Albanese still leads the way on lap 6 out of 12. So 5 done and 7 to go. But is this going to be a plain sailing victory for Danilo Albanese? Certainly he needs it to be. because with a DNF yesterday and 2 wins, he's still going to have a points tally of 24 points at the end of the intermediate heats, and that is not a good score for a driver who is at the front end of the field all weekend. The DNF really does hurt you, and with 24 points on aggregate compared to some of the drivers who still have none. Victor Gustafson, we are looking in your direction. Oh, Dahlberg has picked up a warning flag. That's not good news for the Swede. He's already down in 17th as it is, but it's not helping him any further, as Dahlberg on the energy course really having a difficult weekend at the office here at Adria. But Danilo Albanese goes through the first corner as normal. No major concerns or problems for him as he continues on his way. And there is the 350 of Arthur Carbonell, still running in front of Marcus Funda. And as they continue on their charges, Senna van Walsteen going to make a late bid past Polini. Yes, he does. Textbook overtake from the Dutchman into 3rd position. He really does have faith in his own ability on the brake. And Van Walsteen is one of these drivers who can really squeeze the pedal at the right moment to get good acceleration off the turn. He can commit to the overtaking move. He has faith in his convictions, and he can pull off some very choice overtaking moves, can Senna van Walsteen. So that's a lovely move. He pulled off some absolute crackers yesterday, and he's on it again today, and with good reason. This is his last heat before the final, and he wants a decent starting point. So Albanese in front of Palomba, Van Walsteen and Polini now. Carbonell in front of Funda, Lulet, Fantana, Petit and Luyet. And then Rosati, Comanducci, Pocos, Caligaris, Lonco and Almeida. And up the inside, that is the move from Michele Fontana. He gets past Tom Lulet and Petit, trying to squeeze him to the inside line to stop the move from failing. But now he's got to try and get the switchback move as Lulet holds the inside line. And here comes Sam Luyet. He wants to get his move on there. So Tom Lulet in the Praga remains in 8th position. And we have Hubert Petit and Sam Luyet, and they are closing up, but unable to get the overtaking move. This is what we were saying, Michele Fontana being very decisive with his overtaking moves, but you need to be at Adria. Once you start sitting on the back bumper of the drivers in the mix, you really start to struggle to maintain pace. And certainly, if you're chasing a driver, a lot of them have said to me, you basically need to get the overtaking move done in the first 2 laps. You're sat behind the driver in front. Otherwise, it becomes almost impossible to make any form of overtaking move on them at all. So here is Marcus Funda chasing after Arthur Carbonell, and that's the gap for 5th position. Here's the battle for 8th now. Tom Lillet this time trying to fend off from Hubert Petit, with Sam Luyet closing up, as is Francesco Comanducci, who's up into 11th place. And there's the 304. Polini still charging after Senna van Walsteen, but he's not really able to do anything with it, the Dutchman. He's there in 3rd place, but he can't quite get close enough to Giuseppe Palomba. Not for the want of trying, though, because he is trying to chip away at it. And he's actually as fast, if not slightly fractionally faster at times, than Danilo Albanese out in front. So he is catching Palomba. But whether or not he'll get close enough in the next 3 laps, the last 3 laps of the race, of course, is yet to be seen. So hugging the apex of the braking zone, of course, the drivers working as hard as they can. But the European Championship, a tough battle in KZ and KZ2. Only 2 weekends for the European Championship, so a DNF and a bad result really does compromise you. We learnt that last year. The Swedish driver Emil Skanas was the European champion for Energy Course. This year, it's going to look a very tough ask for them to repeat the title with one of their current drivers. But certainly it looks as though we're going to get an all-new European champion based on how close quarters the racing is at this point in proceedings. So the competitors continue to work their magic. Now, what can Tom Lillet do? Oh, that's a big moment from Sam Luyet, and round the outside, he's going to lose out to Comanducci if he's not careful, as dipping up the inside, Jan Pocos, the works driver for CRG, is going to knit his way past both of them if he's not careful. So Luyet just about hangs on to it, but Jan Pocos is behind Francesco Comanducci on the TV kart, and he is now right there hoping for his hunt to get through. As into the last lap goes Danilo Albanese. Almost a flawless drive yesterday. Certainly had his engine not seized in the second heat, he would almost certainly have had the clean sweep yesterday of 4 race victories. His engine seized when he was in the lead. So now Danilo Albanese's got a very tough final ahead, but you can be sure that he's going to be fighting for the win because he has been the class of the field through practice, through qualifying and through the heats. His DNF through mechanical failure really has hampered his chances, but he is still out to show everybody, I am still the man to beat. I am still the main factor in this KZ2 field. Watch out for me, I am coming back. And Danilo Albanese makes it 3 wins out of 4 this weekend. A great effort from the Italian. A strong performance all weekend long. Palomba in second and Van Waalstein in a very impressive third, right when he needed to get one as well. Giacomo Pellini ending up in 4th place in front of our Carbonell, but Danilo Albanese has been absolutely stupendous. 47.627, the fastest lap of the race for Danilo Albanese, and he set it on the very final lap of the race. Just to showcase how strong he is and how fast he is set to be in the later final. So Danilo Albanese wins it from Giuseppe Palomba and Senna Van Waalstein. Then Giacomo Pellini and Arthur Carbonell from Marcus Funder and Michele Fontana. Hubert Petit is 8th in front of Tom Lulet. And then Francesco Comanducci and Gian Pocos. Sam Luyet and Fabrizio Rosati. Felipe Caligaris is next up in 14th from Lev Lomko. Then Alexander Dahlberg and Rodrigo Almeida from Nicola Rossini, Cohen Dorn, Thomas Mischik and Oliver Gemmel. Just the 2 retirements from the race. Marco Valenti on only the 2nd lap. And Gilles Statzbader, unfortunate that he retired before the race even started. So KZ2 have just 1 race to go this morning, and that is going to be for the drivers in groups B versus C. The drivers in Group B have already raced this morning in the earlier heat, and then we'll have a KZ race, which is coming up in a moment, and then the KZ2s will have their final race, which will determine their starting grid. So a very exciting competition so far from the drivers, and certainly in KZ2, all of the drivers in that race have competed in their last qualifying heat of the weekend. Some of them will be going home at this point. Some of them will be preparing to race. As long as they collect their licenses from race office, then they can be ready for their next motorsport encounter. If your race is over, drivers, do make sure you collect your license from the race office. They're not being posted to you thanks to the COVID-19 outbreak, so do please make sure you collect your race licenses from the office. So let's have a look back over some of the moments of KZ2 this morning, certainly in qualifying heat A versus D. We can have a look back and see how things have progressed in the race for the drivers. Danilo Albanese getting a crucial victory. So let's have a look. As the lights come on, when they go out, we'll race again at Adria. Let's race! And it's a good start from Albanese. Not the best of starts from Marcus Funder. And putting on a bit of a spectacular show for the competitors in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Senna Van Waalstein. We will look back over their race at another point. But we have the KZ race coming up next, and that's their 3rd and final heat of the weekend. After 2 races yesterday, we obviously have a fabulous situation with the Finnish driver Simo Pohaka having won 2 races yesterday. He's been the class of the field over Saturday. In a moment we'll hear from him, but obviously that was after yesterday's 2 races. There are a lot of drivers in the KZ fraternity. Here is the highlights from KZ2. So Danilo Albanese able to get the perfect start. This race was really determined essentially from Senna Van Waalstein. Let's look again at the start. That's how to do it perfectly as Albanese charges his way forward off the line. And Senna Van Waalstein is already there into 4th position. What a cracking start from him, considering he got off the line from row 4 on the outside, 8th position on the grid, and had already charged his way through to 4th position by that point. Really exceptional performances from the Dutchman this weekend. A big bold lunge in the midfield there. Who was that gaining some places? That looked like the privateer Cohen Dorn picking up a couple of places on the opening lap. Amazing what you spot looking at it from a second time around. And there's Van Waalstein getting straight on with it, trying to come up the inside of Pellini. And this is the thing. The attitude of the drivers in this category is, well, you've got to make the move early on your opponent. You can't afford to sit around behind them. Otherwise, you really are going to be compromised through the course of racing. So Albanese had already got a decent advantage over Palomba of a couple of tenths of a second by this point, controlling the early pace. but it's all about Senna van Waalstein in this race. He got the overtaking move when he needed to get it, and it was very nicely achieved. So the KZ battle, as the lights come on, when they go out, we'll race again at Adria. Let's race, and it's a good start from Albanese. Not the best of starts from Marcus Funda. The very best that the gearbox racing fraternity has to offer at this phase. This is the move from Polini trying to get past Palomba. And it didn't quite work out for him in the end, did it? He tried his best to make it happen, and as a result, Van Waalstein realised, well, if he's vulnerable, I'm going to make the bid. But it almost didn't happen for him at all, because Arthur Carbonell thought he could get the move on his teammate. Not that Van Waalstein was going to be very cooperative, and that really hampered Carbonell, because the loss of momentum meant that Tom Lulette in the Praga could sweep by around the outside. It's quite an impressive achievement if you look through the ranks of karts in the early phase. What a shame for Marco Valenti retiring, and he was bitterly disappointed. That looks to me, though, that kind of enragement and anger, and certainly looking at his body language after that point, off camera and also on camera, it did look to me as though he felt he was hard done by another driver, so he may well want to have a conversation that continues after the race is done. But Marco Valenti was bitterly disappointed, as of course would Gilles Stadsbader be from that race, not even making the start. But you can see just about there in the background, Marco Valenti still gesturing to the drivers out on the circuit, so he definitely feels hard done by. Carbonell's move on the Praga, allowing Funda a chance to get by as well. But when Lulette was in the top 5, up until that point, there had been 5 different chassis in the top 5 places, with Danilo Albanese's Kart Republic in the lead, the Birolata Palomba, the Formula K of Giacomo Polini, the Sodi Kart of Senna van Waalstein, and then Tom Lulette in the Praga. So it does show you how evenly competitive the different resources and materials are. There's not one team really dominating in KZ2. There are just drivers with incredible and exceptional skills to put on a bit of a show. This year has been a bit like that, though, in 2020, both in the direct drive community and in the gearbox category, as drivers finding that they can get an advantage. We saw at Zuera in the direct drive category as well that there wasn't one team dominating proceedings. It was just about good drivers able to put on an exceptional performance that were able to utilize the advantage that they were given. There's not one package that seems to be stronger or better than the rest. It's a very open competition in 2020 already, which is very good news for us as enthusiasts and spectators. We get to see the best drivers in the business really putting on a bit of a show. Now, here's the move from Senna van Waalstein. Or maybe it's the next lap on, actually, because it came from quite a way back. But he does pull off some pretty exceptional overtaking moves, doesn't he? And we've come to expect that of him. In about 5 minutes' time, the KZ race will get underway. So in a short moment, we'll hear from the interim leader of the KZ category. But it's been some truly exceptional racing from the competitors in KZ2 this morning. There's only one heat to come, as I mentioned, in the KZ2 category. That will come immediately after the third heat for KZ of the weekend, in which we'll see Alessandro Orlando and Simo Pohaka line up on the front row of the starting grid. The two drivers who duelled for the title for a little over a lap in last year's European Championship showdown at Sardo before they famously collided at Vesuvio 2 in the final last year. That really was an exceptional race meeting, that. For those who haven't seen it on the FIA Karting YouTube channel, where have you been, first of all? And secondly, go back and watch it, because that is genuinely the craziest final to a European karting event I have ever seen in any form of racing. And I've been watching the FIA Karting since the early 90s, and it is really quite astonishing just how much drama and intrigue there has been. So this is going to be an interesting battle for the KZ drivers coming up, and obviously we have an incredible situation from the Finnish driver for Tony Kart Racing. Simo Pohaka is currently leading the interim standings after 2 wins yesterday. We caught up with him after an exceptional performance in both of those heats to lead the standings, and we wanted to see just how confident he felt heading into today's third qualifying heat.
So far it's been okay. We have still one heat more to go tomorrow, so we try to keep the pace what we have now and start on the front row for tomorrow for the final. Difficult of course, but I think we have a good package now, and for me it became more easy like this. For the final we start with 4 new tires, and it's like two heats. One each behind other, and I didn't see any problem with the second heat, so I think it's okay. Still a long way to go. This is the first round and we didn't make it in one final, so we will see after Sunday how is the situation.
So the Flying Finn lines up on the front row of the grid again in qualifying heat 3 alongside the pole sitter from Friday's time qualifying session, Alessandro Irlando, as the two rivals meet on circuit once again from the front row of the grid. Marin Kramers, the reigning world champion, lines up third on the starting grid in his Ricardo kart chassis in the Birolart awning. Lorenzo Camplese for the SC Performance team, who did such a spectacular job last year at Sarno to come through for a thrilling victory. He is fourth on the grid here. Riccardo Longhi lines up on the third row. Alongside him will be Noah Millel, so the Birolart driver and the Tony Kart factory ace. Stan Pex lines up 7th on the grid for Kart Republic, and alongside him on the grid it is for CRG Paolo Ippolito, the Italian who knows this place very well indeed. Matteo Vigano is struggling a little bit, and he was telling me, all you need to know about my weekend so far is that I'm suffering a little bit from the way that Adria is flowing. But considering all of that, he's on the 5th row of the starting grid on the inside line at row 9, position 9, I should say, sorry, for the Leclerc by Lennox team. And alongside him on the grid is the Praga of Francesco Salenta, who is there on the 5th row. Row 6, it is the Frenchman Adrien Renaudin, the sole Sodi Kart factory driver this weekend, and the sole Novalux Lenzo Kart driver this weekend for KZ is Douglas Lundberg, the Swedish driver. Fabian Federer, the Italian, is on the 7th row of the grid alongside Jeremy Iglesias. And then the number 45, Mirko Tozzolini for Kart Republic, lines up alongside the very exciting talent in the world of KZ. Just 15 years of age, this young German, Louis Speck. And he is there for TB Kart on the 16th position on the grid. Not bad considering he's up against drivers who are double his age in some cases. Matteo Massatani lines up 17th on the grid alongside Davide Fore, the legend himself, 18th on the starting grid. Moro Simoni and Gust Specken will share the 10th row of the starting grid. Jan Bednar will line up beside Mario Lubick, and then it is Jan Kuovi, the privateer, alongside the man who failed to get a lap time in time qualifying, the reigning European champion, and mechanical problems are keeping him at bay, Jorrit Pex, who lines up 24th and last on the grid. But he has been able to fight back through the course of the weekend, and he'll make the final whatever happens. But he knows that on a circuit like this, overtaking is going to be very difficult indeed. However, we said it was looking very unlikely he would be European champion this time last year, and he managed to get the job done. So never count him out. Simo Puhaka and Alessandro Irlando will be on the front row of the grid. Irlando on pole from Puhaka, then Kramers and Camplese, Longhi and Millel from Stan Pex and Paolo Ippolito, Matteo Vigano and Francesco Salenta, Adrien Renaudin, Douglas Lundberg from Federer and Iglesias, Tozzolini and Speck, then Matteo Massatani and Davide Fore from Moro Simoni, Gust Specken, Jan Bednar, Mario Lubick, Jan Kuovi and Jorrit Pex, the reigning European champion, 24th and last on the grid. But knowing him as I do, he will not be staying there very long at all. At this moment in time, after the 2 qualifying heats yesterday, Simo Puhaka with 2 wins holds the advantage. A 2nd and a 3rd yesterday for Marin Kramers means he would line up 2nd on the grid the way things stand, with Alessandro Irlando looking to be 3rd on the grid from Longhi, Vigano, Lorenzo Camplese, Adrien Renaudin and Stan Pex on the first 4 rows. But we still need to figure out how things play out in this qualifying heat to figure out how the standings will rack up. And obviously, it's still even provisional when we talk about it as the race goes on. But with this being the first of our final qualifying heats, we'll now get a bit of an idea as to who will take pole position for the final. You can follow along as well on the live timing via FIAKarting.com and then just hit the live button. And you can follow along with all of the live timing as it happens, as well as like and subscribe and hitting the notification bell for the FIA Karting YouTube channel. Or if you're watching along via our Facebook page as well, hello to all of you. So Alessandro Lando taking on his position at the front of the grid from Simo Pohaka, Martin Kramers and Lorenzo Camplesi on the second row. Riccardo Longhi and Noah Milel from Stan Pex and Paolo Ippolito. Then Matteo Vigano, Francesco Salenta, Adrian Renaudin and Douglas Lundberg from Fabian Federer and Jeremy Iglesias. Mirko Tozzolini and Louis Speck from Matteo Massatani and Davide Fore. Morris Simoni and Gus Specken. Bednar, Lubick, Kuovi and Pex. This is the last qualifying heat before the drivers go to battle in the 24-lap final this afternoon. 12 laps for the moment in this third qualifying heat of the weekend. The absolute gladiators of the sport are here. The green flag flies at the back of the grid. The lights will come on the starting gantry. Let's race. And Adria! What a start again from Pohaka, but now this is the opportunity Orlando's looking for. He does cut across on the fin and holds the lead early doors. That was such a critical move for Orlando. He needed to get past Pohaka early as Kramers nearly clatters into the back of Noah Milel, the fast-starting Tony Kart. Or is that Lorenzo Camplesi, in fact, in the SC Performance? Yes, it is the latter. So Camplesi is there in third, but Milel is making a cracking start as he gets past Riccardo Longhi, and that's a collision further back. Two karts have tangled together there at turn 5. That is the 98 of Bednar, and he's tangled with Jan Kuovi. So the two CRGs are well and truly battered and bruised. Kuovi's kart looks like it's been run over by a steamroller. And as they come through turn 9, an absolutely fantastic run for the drivers up on the front end of the field, but Orlando has got a crucial lead as the CRG drivers sweep their karts away. Orlando, Pohaka, Camplesi, Kramers, Milel, Longhi, Pex and Vigano. No way, surely not, but 98 Bednar is going to try and get back going again, which he does. That is absolutely extraordinary. So Orlando continues on his way in the lead. Pohaka and Camplesi, the two Tony karts giving chase. One is the factory driver, Simo Pohaka. The other is the SC Performance satellite driver. That is Camplesi. And Vigano has got the move on Stan Pex in the Leclerc by Lennox. So Vigano up in another position. And Stan Pex in the Kart Republic has the 4 to 8 position for the moment in front of Renaudin in the Sodi car. The end of lap 2. Kramers is still there in P4. Not a bad position to be in, but if Orlando stays where he is, he goes up onto the front row alongside Pohaka instead of Marin Kramers. So that's what a victory for Orlando will do right now. And here comes the move up the inside from Kramers. He has a look at Camplesi, but he can't get by. Now, 4th position isn't going to do Kramers any favours. He could really do with getting past these two Tony Kart drivers up in front of him to stand a chance of getting back onto the front row, but Camplesi is absolutely flirting with the white line on the run down to turn 5. He's holding that inside line very closely, not giving Kramers or Noah Milel a chance of coming past him. As up the inside goes Vigano. Vigano gets the move there on Riccardo Longhi for P6. So a good overtaking move there from the Italian. And Matteo Vigano continues the strong 2020 season start for Leclerc by Lennox as they continue in brilliant fashion. Team boss Jordan Lennox Lamb must be watching on the sidelines. His young charge Matteo Vigano doing such an incredible job in this weekend. He's made up 3 places already and we're only on lap 4. He's just picking them off one by one, and Vigano's certainly with a good package underneath him as Milel makes the move on the inside of Kramers and he can't make it stick. This could be a chance for Vigano. Kramers backs him up into him. Vigano's going to hold the kart round the outside. Beautiful move from Vigano as he squeezes past Milel. Oh, that was beautiful. Really good racecraft, and now Stan Pex is going to get the momentum swing in his favour to try and come past Riccardo Longhi round the outside. It doesn't work, and now Matteo Vigano and Marin Kramers can work together to close up on Lorenzo Camplesi. Good team strategy there. They're not technically in the same team, the Birolart and the Leclerc by Lennox squads, but they are under the same banner of the Birolart group. So it makes sense that they should assist each other. That's another incident. That's Adria Renaudin. He has come together with Paolo Ippolito. So Ippolito and Renaudin have tangled up at turn 9, and that really has cost them a massive amount of time, so a big problem there for the two of them. What this does do, with Vigano now up a place, is puts him into what is net 5th position on the grid, but if they can get past Camplesi, it's going to make a big difference as Vigano goes for Kramers and gets through. So he clearly feels he's losing time behind the reigning world champion. Enough of this, I'm going to go after Camplesi myself, and I'm sure I can open up a gap for you when the chance is right, but I'm going to run ahead of you for now, thank you. Noah Milel running in P6 as well. The Swede is looking at position on the starting grid. That move from Vigano, though, has put him onto the second row of the grid if it stays where it is. So this is a great chance for Vigano. He really is fighting his way back into contention, and he sets the fastest lap of the race in the process of getting past Kramers. So Matteo Vigano suddenly pulling off a bit of a shine in this final heat, and he certainly needed to. He's been consistent and solid yesterday, but now the Italian stallion has a great chance to move his way further forward, and he's there in P4, looking for what could potentially turn into at least a podium in the first round of the European Championship. He came so close to winning it last year, of course, when he was battling with Anthony Abbas for the crown, and they tangled at the first corner at Sarno on the first lap at the start, and it really couldn't have been any more dramatic if it tried to be. But that man, Alessandro Orlando, had an opportunity snatched away from him that day when he was battling with the man he's already got ahead of in this race, Simo Pohaka. That's ancient history, though, as far as these guys are concerned. Now it's all about 2020, and Adria and Alessandro Orlando is finally proving that Simo Pohaka is beatable. He is not dominant. The battle still raging here between the sixth place battle. This is Noah Milel, Riccardo Longhi and Stan Pex. And the three drivers having a nice little jockey for position. Riccardo Longhi tucking in behind Milel. Pex can't quite get on the throttle fast enough to get a switchback move on Riccardo Longhi. And as they come through onto the main straight once again, it's pretty much stalemate at the moment, as it can often be in these difficult scenarios. It's always a tough situation. The drivers having to cope with the scenarios they're presented as evenly as possible. But Longhi is dropping Stan Pex slightly. Where's the move from Vigano? Because he does seem to have caught up pretty rapidly. But now this is all about how the race continues on from here. It's going to be a very tough battle for the drivers at the front end of this field, but they will try and get a decent run. So Orlando leads Pohaka, who is slowly falling into the clutches of Lorenzo Camplese, who has Matteo Vigano coming along for the ride. A very tricky race battle at this moment. Vigano, though, does seem to have raw pace on Lorenzo Camplese. He's gone faster than him again on that last lap. Only by 7 thousandths of a second, mind, but it's enough to give Camplese something to worry about. Vigano pushing hard. All he needs is one do-or-die manoeuvre in the closing laps, and he could be third position in this race, which will guarantee him a second-row starting position on the grid. Kramers can't afford to lose another place here in fifth place. He's still looking at third on the starting grid, but for the final, but it would be a very tricky situation. Paolo Ippolito just sets the new fastest lap. Obviously, driving angry really does help, and he'll be frustrated after his tangle with his opponent on that occasion, Adrian Renaudin. Douglas Lundberg has joined the retirements list, unfortunately. Jan Kuovi out, Douglas Lundberg out, and Adrian Renaudin out after his clatter with Paolo Ippolito. Ippolito's got going again, but look at Vigano. He's going to make his lunge on the inside of Camplese, and that was superb. Absolutely fantastic move. He really timed that one to perfection. He needed to get on with it quickly. The first opportunity, no waiting around. Dilly-dallying is not on the table. And he made a supreme effort there to get past. So Matteo Vigano, mincemeat of the opposition, seems to be the format of his day. And so Vigano is pretty much guaranteed now a place on the second row of the grid with that overtaking move on Camplese. And third position will be a great way to finish his qualifying heats, and it will put him net fourth on the starting grid for the final. Exactly where he wants to be, with a competitive Karting package underneath him. If he gets a good start and breaks through to the lead, none of the other drivers out there will see which way he went. So Vigano still chasing after Pohaka. I think they're running out of time for that one. Noah Milel still desperately trying to get past Riccardo Longhi. Ray of hope to the opposition by vanquishing Simo Pohaka at the right moment, crucially before the final. Matteo Vigano is third in front of Lorenzo Camplese. Marin Kramers in fifth place in front of Riccardo Longhi and Noah Milel. Stan Pex is in eighth, and rounding up the top 10, it's Jeremy Iglesias and Francesco Salenta. Fabian Federer is 11th in front of Davide Fore. Great comeback from him. Simoni made up 6th places. Jorit Pex makes up 10 from Mirko Tozzolini and Matteo Massatani. Gust Specken and Louis Speck. Then Mario Lubic and Paolo Ippolito. And then the retirements. Jan Bednar, Adrian Renaudin, Douglas Lundberg and Jan Kuovi. thrilling racing it has been yet again here in the KZ category. Their first heat of the day and their last heat of the weekend. Really exciting stuff, and properly good moves there from the KZ drivers. They really did put on a bit of a show for us. And that's a nice little preview to what the final holds. They'll be out on the circuit for the final at 15:50 local time. Their presentation will get underway at 15:30. Obviously, a longer schedule, of course, today. There are long gaps in between. For those who are wondering why, I think it's fairly obvious, isn't it? COVID-19 protocols and regulations, meaning that social distancing and obviously the new procedures and routines that are being carried out in the paddock mean that the drivers and teams obviously have to adhere to slightly different regulations. But it means that there is a sizable gap between different heats and races to ensure that the drivers and the officials, predominantly, of course, can be protected as easily as possible from the virus. So a great effort from Alessandro Orlando. That really changes the face of the weekend in the KZ category. We thought it was all going to be about Simo Pohaka, but certainly this morning, Alessandro Orlando has had his breakfast because he's right up there, and having beaten Pohaka by 1.2 seconds, it really is now game on for the weekend ahead. And Matteo Vigano puts his hat into the ring with a fabulous drive from 9th on the grid to 3rd. And that puts him 4th on the starting grid for the final alongside the reigning world champion, Martin Kramers. So fabulous battles. Unfortunate that we're going to see a big drop down the order in terms of finishing positions now, or starting positions, I should say, for the final for the likes of Adrian Renardin and Douglas Lundberg. A DNF really isn't what you need in this category. Okay, you still make the final, but it's so difficult to make up progress. So let's have a look back at some of the moments in that 3rd qualifying heat for the KZ drivers. The start's so critical. Pohaka's actually got a better start initially here, but watch Orlando. He knows that Pohaka is slightly ahead. He needs to keep his foot in. He does so. He's not going to back down. He gets one wheel on the curb. That's enough to drift the kart back out into the path of Pohaka. He has to react to it and backs off the throttle. And so Orlando has done exactly what he needed to do. Taking the lead there is crucial, and he made it stick. Kramers trying desperately to get past Camplesi up the inside and almost losing ground completely to Noah Millel. This is all about momentum, this Adria circuit. And as you can see in the middle of the pack, it's not easy to get a good position. Now, this is interesting because you're about to see Bednar and Kuovi have their little duel. If we keep looking at them at the back of the field, we may even see the incident happen. So Bednar's come up the inside of Kuovi. Kuovi's pulled across to try and make an overtaking move on somebody else. And look, here they come on the scene. Boom. They just get spat out. And Bednar shakes his fist at Jan Kuovi. But Kuovi, it's one of those racing incidents, really, isn't it? Because Kuovi's trying to make his own overtaking move. Bednar feels hard done by because he feels essentially that Kuovi's driven him off the race circuit. But that's not really the full story, because Kuovi was having an overtaking move of his own at the same moment. He's pulled across to make it, unaware that Bednar is coming from a way back to try and make his own overtaking move. So that got a little messy between the two of them, to be fair. But it's a stereotypical first lap maneuver. Poor Jan Kuovi, though. That card looks as like it has been well and truly ram-raided. But fair play to Jan Bednar. He's the kind of driver who doesn't give up easily. And he did finish the race, albeit a lap down in the end. But he did come home, and that's the thing. To finish first you must finish. So Jan Bednar obviously believes that old adage, and he actually did get started again, bless him. But the crucial nature of that race, obviously being that Alessandro Orlando able to beat Simo Pohaka, the real charger through the field, though, Matteo Vigano, having started 9th, it's very hard to expect a driver to pull off too many overtaking moves. And at this point in the race, he's 7th. So he hasn't made the most spectacular start in history, Vigano. What he has done, however, is he's read the situations around him very well, because he worked with Martin Kramers in the middle section of the race to get past one of the rivals in the field. And from there, he was just able to make an absolutely sensational run of it. So a really solid effort for the competitors there in the mix. But Alessandro Orlando doing such a fine effort in this race, and it was all based on the start. almost the adage of a wet race, really, trying to make it all work for you in the first corner. Lorenzo Camplese, again, doing such an amazing effort, to be fair. But we're going to see how things continue for the drivers as they battle their way into the final. Marin Kramers, in particular here, is one to watch because he's got good pace and good speed, but he just doesn't seem to have the opportunity. That's the difficulty. He gets a move or two together. This is a critical point in the race, this, for Kramers, because he slices up the inside of Camplese. He feels he's got a good chance. He makes the move, but Camplese is absolutely resolute. No chance you're getting through there, so Kramers has to back out of it. That loses momentum for him, and that's where he's got a big pressure cooker building from Noah Milel and Riccardo Longhi. But at this stage, Vigano is down in 7th place. It doesn't look like he's even got a chance of getting 3rd position in this race. A little further round, and you can see that Vigano is stepping up the attack quite resolutely. Here he is with Marin Kramers. They've dealt with Noah Milel, but he's not waiting around. He got a chance here, so I'm just going to make the dive. And he comes from such a long way back as well. That really caught Kramers out, to be fair. It's a very bold maneuver. Let's watch it again. Look, this does not look like an overtaking move is about to happen at all until the last possible minute where Vigano goes, right, do you know what? I'm going to dab the brake and I'm going to skate it through. That was really well read by Matteo Vigano. And Marin Kramers then essentially having to spend the rest of the race keeping Noah Milel and Riccardo Longhi at bay. Milel has one really good crack at Kramers, but he's not the world champion for nothing. He's not going to let a move like that pass. The really good move was Vigano on Camplese, which I hope we'll get another chance to see. And that was the move for 3rd position. Very impressive considering he started 9th, and overtaking around Adria is a very tricky proposition. Now this is the move, I think. Vigano again coming from, look, a long way back on Camplese. Camplese moves to cover, but we're not done yet because Longhi is now trying to size his way up the inside of Milel. Now watch Vigano up in front. He's really hammering the apexes to close up on Camplese, but he has to wait for his moment. He eventually gets it into turn 2, but every lap he knows that Camplese is holding and covering that inside line. He's trying desperately to find that little gap, that window of opportunity. But the move, the overtaking move, is actually starting about here, half a lap away from the actual maneuver, because he's really drilling these apexes, lining the kart up nicely. The back end doesn't even look the tiniest bit loose. The whole thing is on rails at this point. He's got good grip off the turn. Camplese's on the back foot. And here he comes through turn 2. This is where he's going to nail the move on the inside line. Camplese is doing his best, but Vigano is absolutely determined. He nudges the curb, but there's enough momentum and enough guts and determination on the right foot of Vigano. He gets the move done, parks the kart on the inside apex. No way he's going to lose that position now. So supreme. Vigano so strong in the battle. This is what made him the KZ2 International Super Cup winner at Genk back in 2018. And ever since then, he's been one of the rising stars of KZ. And I'm sure he's got a massive, massive future in this category. If you think of the likes of Marco Ardigo and Paolo De Conto, who are no longer racing in this category, it's almost as if the baton is being handed over to young Matteo Vigano. He could well be the next multiple KZ champion. And certainly this season, he's got a good chance of the European, and he'll have a great chance of the world later on this year. So some great performances then in the 3rd and final qualifying heat. We're getting ourselves ready now for the final qualifying heat for KZ2, and it's a very important one as well. We've got Victor Gustafson, unbeaten thus far, who lines up on the front row of the grid alongside Paavo Tonteri. So he's going to be very exciting to watch indeed in this one. The race will start in a little over 2 minutes' time. So we can talk you through the grid of the KZ2 race. Victor Gustafson and Paavo Tonteri will line up on the front row of the starting grid. Leonardo Marcellia will be on the 2nd row from Davide De Marco. Jean Luyet is going to line up on the 3rd row beside Natalia Balbo, who after a difficult 3rd heat yesterday will really need a decent top 6 finish to continue her charge at the front. Vyacheslav Petyatin and Mattia Lemena will be on the 4th row of the grid from Christian Habulin and Jean Nomblo, rounding out row 5. And then Valentino Fritsch alongside David Trevelov, an all-German row 6. Brandon Nilsson of Sweden will be alongside his countryman Jesper Sjöberg. Leonardo Bisotto and Giorgio Amati will be on the 8th row. Alessio Pacini has one final chance to progress, along with Noam Abramczyk, and then Robert Kindervater, Enrico Bernardotto, Isaac Sjokvist, Arto Ojoranta, Greg Caton, and Lucas Vladic will complete the field. So obviously this is a nice little preview of what we'll get to see from the KZ drivers later on. In about a minute, the KZ2 drivers will head out onto the circuit for their final qualifying heat. And of course, their final will be a long one as well. 24 laps for both classes. That's equivalent of 30 kilometers of racing around this Adria circuit. So the KZ drivers giving us plenty of drama and entertainment in their third qualifying heat. Now we will have some pretty exceptional racing from KZ2. And so far, so good for Victor Gustafson. He could become the only driver this entire weekend to claim a clean sweep. No driver has done it, and certainly in KZ, it will not happen now, because Zimo Pohaka has now been vanquished, after all, by Alessandro Irlando in the qualifying heat just completed. So if anyone is going to be absolutely dominant this weekend, it is going to be Victor Gustafson from the front row of the grid. He has won every heat he started, and in his fourth, he has a chance to complete the task. He comes out onto the starting grid with the Finn Paavo Tonteri on the front row of the grid. So let's talk you through the lineup in full. Victor Gustafson and Paavo Tonteri on the front row of the grid. From Leonardo Marcellia and Davide De Marco, Jean Luyet and Natalia Balbo. From Vyacheslav Potyatin and Mattia Lemena. Christian Habulin and Jean Nomblo. From Valentino Fritsch and David Trevelov. Brandon Nilsson and Jesper Sjöberg. From Leonardo Bisotto and Giorgio Amati. Alessio Pacini and Noam Abramczyk. From Robert Kindervater and Enrico Bernardotto. Isaac Sjokvist, Arto Ojoranta, Greg Caton and Lucas Vladic. 24 drivers, 12 laps, 15.624 kilometers of racing, and with the air temperature climbing up into the high 20s, it's going to be a very tough final race. And of course, so many drivers in this field are going to have to walk away from Adria with very little to show for it. So this is going to be a very tough battle. They all know what's at stake here. They all know it's going to be a very difficult run, but this could be exactly what they've been hoping for. The drivers will be trying to get the tyres and brakes up to temperature. So it's going to be a really exciting run. Gustafson on the inside line, the Swedish driver for Leclerc by Lennox, hoping to give them just as good a run as Mattia Vigano gave in the previous KZ heat, but obviously with an even better result in the offing, because Gustafson has won 3 from 3. You do have to say, though, that Danilo Albanese could have won 4 from 4 had he not had the engine seizure yesterday. And it looks to me as though Greg Caton is the only driver from this heat who is not going to be able to take up his position on the starting grid. Mechanical problems, I'm gathering, might be the reason for that. So the drivers will get themselves into their position. On the left-hand side, it's the Leclerc by Lennox and Victor Gustafson. On the right-hand side, it's Paavo Tonteri in the Tony car. And this one's going to be an interesting one. The last qualifying heat of the weekend for KZ2, with only 2 Academy Trophy races to come that will set the final grid for them. The lights come on and they go out. Let's race. Who's going to get there first? Tonteri getting a good start. Gustafson getting one as well. He holds the inside line and that decides it through turn 1. But there's still a good battle to come as they sweep through the hairpin. Tonteri managing to pull out in front of Davide De Marco, who's made a good start. Whoops, looks like a little bit of a moment for Mattia Lemena as he runs wide at the second corner. But Gustafson and Tonteri absolutely glued to the inside line as they go through turn 5. And Gustafson under some pressure already. There is the 312 of Marcellia. Leonardo Marcellia trying to come past Davide De Marco early doors. So let's see if that one continues as Tonteri's got the move on Gustafson. Tonteri has got through into the lead. Bold lunge from Paavo Tonteri, and that again could be a bit of a game changer here, because if Gustafson, having already lost the lead earlier on in his heat, manages to finish only second, then not only will he not have the clean sweep, but he will certainly have a tough ask of it to hold the pace heading into the final later. But it certainly does give a beacon of hope to the other drivers that, again, the guy out in front could potentially be able to get through. So Paavo Tonteri in front of Victor Gustafson for the moment. But again, Gustafson is not getting phased by losing the lead. He's just getting back on with the task at hand. And he's controlling his pace, not pushing too hard, not making mistakes. Up on the inside of Balbo, and that's a big mistake from Jean Nomblo. Nomblo tries to get the move on the inside of Balbo. Balbo didn't even know he was coming. And that's game over shortly for Jean Nomblo. Kart is too damaged. Big mistake from the Frenchman. And he knows it. Wow. I'm afraid Jean Nomblo just got a little bit too hungry. Tried to make the dive on the inside of Natalia Balbo. Has that compromised the Italian? Yes, it has. She's now down to 6 as Gustafson retakes the lead on Paavo Tonteri. So a nice bold lunge again from Gustafson as DeMarco defends from Marcellia. But Paavo Tonteri, just as before, can't quite hold off Victor Gustafson, who on the third lap again regains the lead. It's now up to the Swede to start to pull away from the Finn. Jean Nomblo really has compromised his weekend with that bold lunge on Natalia Balbo. The problem is he did it very late in the day on that particular corner. And Natalia Balbo didn't even know that he was there on the inside line. Tried to leave him enough space at the last minute, but when you've come from that far back, it's only going to end in disaster. So Marcellia, again, on terms with Davide DeMarco, trying to make his bid to come up into third position and then close up onto the back of Paavo Tonteri. But he may think that it's actually better to sit behind DeMarco, close up on Tonteri, and then try and get after Gustafson, because he wants to win the final as well. And he wants to get under the skin, as they all do, of the man up in front. Victor Gustafson has been absolutely dominant so far this weekend. Second fastest driver in time qualifying, only beaten by a fraction by Danilo Albanese, the man who could have got a clean sweep had he not had an engine seizure in his second heat from the lead. But Gustafson has already set a fabulous fastest lap and looks like he's going to set another one. He does. That opens the gap up to 0.4 of a second. With 4 done and 8 to go, Gustafson looks absolutely unbeatable. And when last year the European Championship went to the Swede Emil Skallas, it looks as though his countryman Victor Gustafson is immediately coming out of the blocks to try and get the job done again. But it's obviously going to be his first European title if he gets it. Marcellia has a look at DeMarco, but the Kart Republic driver is far too wise for that one. Looked like a last-minute decision there from Marcellia to try and make an overtaking move. Didn't really turn into anything. And that's actually compromised him because he's made a lunge, second-guessed himself, backed out of it, and now DeMarco has a decent gap over him. So Gustafson, Tonteri, DeMarco, Marcellia, Luyet and Habulin is the top 6 at the moment as Natalia Balbo tries to get herself back into the top 6 again. Vyacheslav Puchatin is in 8th place and Paavo Tonteri is under investigation. That's interesting. Second position at the moment. I wonder what that one's for. As up the inside, that's a bold lunge from Puchatin as he makes the move on Natalia Balbo. There's not a lot she can do about it. Further back, that's the move from Bisotto to get past Fritsch. And also Piccini trying to come through. And Piccini's done so. This is a bold lunge from Alessio Piccini, but he needs to make it work. Bisotto is causing a real hold-up for him. Piccini needs to get by because he's trying desperately to get himself into the hunt for victory in the final. Having had a difficult qualifying and having to make as much progress as humanly possible in the heats. This is a tough road to drive for Alessio Piccini. Just getting into the final will seem like a victory the way this weekend's panned out for him. So a very difficult race, but this is continuing on as up the inside, a big lunge, and it's all gone slightly pear-shaped as that was Fritsch and Trevelov, I think, getting very close together. So David Trevelov getting through at the expense, oh no, sorry, that was Giorgio Amati getting through on the inside of Valentino Fritsch, but they both drifted wide. Piccini to 10th, Trevelov up to 11th, Nilsson up to 13th, splitting the two of them, and Jesper Sjoberg and Kindervarter have come forward. I think Fritsch has had an incident and has dropped back down the field. So Valentino Fritsch has had a problem. Sjoberg and Kindervarter have both managed to get past Brandon Nilsson on the last tour as well. So Fritsch finds himself down the order. And I'm not sure what has happened actually to Valentino Fritsch. He seems to have stopped. Oh, he's come off the circuit. He's stopped out on the circuit at the same place that Jean Nomblo did. And Valentino Fritsch is now absolutely livid at Marshall Post 5. He sat down helmet off. So big disaster. And Giorgio Amati has a warning flag for his efforts. There is Fritzsch's kart. And unfortunately, Giorgio Amati picks up the warning flag for Valentino Fritzsch's demise, essentially, or at least the incident that started the cause of it. So Gustafson leads with 4 laps to go. Tonterri in second. Davide De Marco is third. Marcellia fourth from Luyet and Habulin. And then it's Vyacheslav Putyartin, Natalia Balbo, Leonardo Bisotto and Alessio Pacini in the top 10. This is Habulin in behind Jean Luyet. Looks like it could be a good run from Habulin. He tried to think about it there, but Jean Luyet just in the middle of the circuit. So Habulin will have to try again, the Croatian, as David Trevelov has got back past Alessio Pacini, and it looks as though we've lost 2 more. Lemena and Sjokvist have had a moment by the look of it. Now, I'm not entirely sure where they've dropped down the order, but they certainly have dropped a long way out of contention, Lemena and Sjokvist. So problems there for them. And I think that's certainly another retirement to add to the rankings. I'm not sure where on the circuit the car has stopped, but certainly has stopped out on track. As Christian Habulin again comes under pressure. Now he's going to make his move on the inside of Jean Luyet. Nicely done from Christian Habulin. And now he's waving his fist at Jean Luyet. Come on, you've been holding me up for days. And look, everybody else has disappeared out in front. You've just ruined my race. That is what that was code for. So Habulin has worked his way up into 5th position, but he's a little frustrated with Jean Luyet because he's held him up for long enough now that the top 4 are long gone. There's Leonardo Marcellia. You can see that there's a good second or 3 between Marcellia and Habulin now. There's not a lot Christian Habulin can do about it either, because there's 2 laps to go, and the Croatian, having finally worked his way past Jean Luyet, now they're a long way back. So Gustafson leads, Paavo Tonterri in second from Davide De Marco and Leonardo Marcellia, then Habulin, Luyet, Putyartin, Balbo, Bisotto and Trevelov in the top 10 from Alessio Pacini. Is Marcellia going to pull off one final big manoeuvre on Davide De Marco? He's certainly close enough if he wants the banzai. He's not out of the woods to go for it. He can just try and make the move stick. But he's got to do it sensibly and wisely, and he's also got to hope that there's going to be enough grip on the exit of it to make it all finish up. So this is going to be a very exciting battle, and Jill down the straight. Can Marcellia go there into the second corner? He's certainly lining it up as we go into the final lap. Marcellia's got one last chance on Davide De Marco, and a 3rd position finish would definitely help out in proceedings. But Victor Gustafson is about to seal pole position for the KZ2 final in the first round of the European Championship by going out in front and dominating. Another fastest lap from Gustafson out in the lead, but Marcellia, look, he just can't quite stay close enough to Davide De Marco. De Marco's got back on with this, and he's started to stretch away in the nick of time. He's not going to have any threat from him now, as the checkered flag will come out in fine style for Victor Gustafson, who will take the clean sweep of victories. Victor Gustafson makes it 4 out of 4, and that puts the Swedish driver in pole position for the KZ2 European Championship first final in 2020 here at Adria. What a display from the Swedish ace. Superb, absolutely magnificent. And so it is Victor Gustafson who runs from the front end of the field. In each of his heats, he had a little bit of pressure to get there. Lost the lead early in that one to Paavo Tonterri, who is under investigation, we are told. But we'll have to see what the result of that is going to be later. Gustafson wins from Paavo Tonterri and Davide De Marco. Leonardo Marcellia and Christian Habulin in the top 5. From Jean Luyet and Vyacheslav Putyartin, Natalia Balbo, David Trevelov and Leonardo Bisotto in the top 10. From Alessio Pacini up to 11th, Jesper Sjöberg is 12th. Giorgio Amati is 13th from Robert Kindervarter. Then Brandon Nilsson and Enrico Badotto. Noam Abramczyk, Arto Ojoranta, Lucas Vladic, Mattia Lemena and Isaac Sjokvist. With the retirements, Valentino Fritsch, Jean Nomblo, and the non-starter is Greg Caton. Very tough racing from KZ2, but that was the last race for KZ2 before the final, so they needed to make it happen then. If it wasn't going to happen then, it wasn't going to happen at all. So a very important race to get right. And they obviously had to be very close and very tight all the way through. It was never going to be easy, that much is for sure. But now we've certainly had some absolutely exceptional performances from the drivers in KZ2 this weekend. Those that have got through to the final, very fortunate to do so, but also very impressive performances through the weekend. Those that have managed to remain in position when it was always going to be very tricky. And those that have not quite been able to make it into position, you'll have to wait till next time, 3 weeks from now, the second and final round of the European Championship. That is when we will find our ultimate European champion in the KZ2 category. It won't be long before that occurs. So let's take a look back at some of the moments from that last heat. Certainly the more dramatic ones. Right from the start, it all got very heated. So we can have a look back.
The lights come on and they go out. Let's race. Who's going to get there first? Tom Terry getting a good start. Gustafson getting one as well. He holds the inside line. And that decides it through turn one. But there's still a good battle to come as they sweep through the hairpins on Terry managing to pull out in front of Dominic and Marco, who's made a good start. Whoops, looks like a little moment for Mattia Lemena as he runs wide at the second corner. But Gustafson and Tom Terry absolutely glued to the inside line as they go through turn 5. And Gustafson under some pressure already. There is the 312 of Marcellia. Leonardo Marcellia trying to come past Davide De Marco early doors. So let's see if that one continues as Tom Terry's got the move on Gustafson. Tom Terry has got through into the lead. Bold lunge from Bravo Tom Terry, and that again could be a bit of a game changer here. Because of Gustafson having already lost the lead earlier on in his heat hand. And he's controlling his pace, not pushing too hard, not making mistakes. Up on the inside of Balbo, and that's a big mistake from Jean Nomblo. Nomblo tries to get the move on the inside and make as much progress as humanly possible in the heats. This is a tough road to drive for Alessio Pacini. Just getting into the final will seem like a victory the way this weekend's panned out for him. So a very difficult race, but this is continuing on as up the inside a big lunge, and it's all gone slightly pear-shaped as that be a very exciting battle. And Jill down the straight, can Marcellia go there into the second corner? He's certainly lining it up as we go into the final lap. Marcellia's got one last chance on Davide De Marco, and a third position finish would definitely help out in proceedings. But Victor Gustafson is about to seal pole position for the KZ.
Fast indeed, and won 3 of his 4 races. Would have won the 4th had he not had the engine seizure. But Davide De Marco very fast as well. Look at that, he's just able to drive away from Leonardo Marcellia. Marcellier is pushing very hard indeed here. DeMarco doesn't even look like he's barely trying that much to get away. The package just looks so much stronger. Certainly in the slower corners, he's able to get much better traction off the turns. But then I think that's also because he's trying to flirt with the white lines and the curbs as little as humanly possible, Davide DeMarco, so he's able to get a little bit better balance off the turn and a little bit of a faster run in terms of traction off the corner. Key stuff, and these little tiny details all make for a very exciting race weekend, that is for sure. But it's that man, Victor Gustafson, unbeatable so far. Can he do it in the final? We'll have to find out. So that's the KZ2. The FIA Karting Academy is coming up next, of course, and it is the Jamaican Alex Powell that lines up at the front end of the field. Maxime Ferron-Castellane lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid. But the interim leader coming into this pair of races, a very talented racing driver, the Danish star Jonathan Weiwot. We caught up with him after some fantastic races on Saturday.
Well, it started when we come down here, of course, due to coronavirus. It's been quite hard. You have to wear the mask everywhere and have to be very careful. But when we have come down here, we're focused. We've built up the new chassis. We've tried everything out, and then we went out for the first practice. And then we've just kept on for the whole time, keep improving on the chassis, on me doing everything we could to make it better and to get the victory we got today. So it's been very nice. I think my advantage is to be very consistent on the times, don't make any mistakes, and hopefully you can get out of the slipstream gap that they have for you, because that's a big advantage. So if they make mistake and you don't, and then you can get out of the slipstream gap, then it would be very nice, and then I could hopefully get the victory tomorrow. Yeah, for sure it gives me confidence. Like now we've started on pole, we've tried that. And after the first heat, when we got the victory, we felt very confident. And then in the last heat, it was quite hard. But we keep our head up, and we hope we can get the victory tomorrow. But then we look forward for the last 2 rounds. And then hopefully we can do great there as well.
Great performance yesterday from Jonathan Weiwot, but it is so close in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. 4 races and 4 different winners yesterday, namely Jonathan Weiwot, Maxime Ferron-Castellane, Keanu Alajari, and Connor Zillich. Very close yesterday, and it will be continuing to do so today. We could even get 6 different winners from 6 heats. It's genuinely possible. With a man in pole position, we certainly could have a 5th. The Jamaican star Alex Powell on pole position on the inside line of the front row, with Luxembourg's Maxime Ferron-Castellane in second position on the grid. Aaron Reshepi lines up in position in 3rd place alongside Tom Breiken, the Belgian. On the 3rd row of the grid, it is Sweden's Alban Storesen, who lines up alongside the Estonian talent Juuso Planken. And then on the 4th row of the starting grid from the Czech Republic, it is Adam Kowalski. He lines up beside the Greek star Georgios Kafantaris. And then on the 5th row of the grid, it is the Israeli star Ariel Elkin, who lines up 9th on the grid. And in 10th place, it is the Spanish talent Santiago Valve, who is there in the number 523. Alexei Yaleva on row 6, the Finnish driver, lines up alongside the Brit Theo Makuris, who spent the entirety of yesterday gaining places, made up more than anybody else over the course of the weekend. Maisadar, 13th on the starting grid, the Slovenian, on row 7, alongside the Romanian driver Darius Babiawana. And then on the 8th row of the starting grid, we have the Danish driver Freya Norman, and she will line up alongside Matti Koenig, who lines up on 16th on the grid. Now, it's a tough race for everybody at home to follow. It's certainly a tough one for me to follow, because all of the karts are absolutely identical. Exprit chassis in the yellow and white livery of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, Vortex engines and Vega tyres. They're all exactly identical. There are no teams. It's all about the drivers. And they have been handpicked by their national motorsport governing bodies to represent their countries based on their character, their ability, and their sportsmanship. Fantastic to see all of the drivers that have been representing their countries around the world coming together here on the international stage. There are 3 weekends in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and this is the 11th running of the competition, which first launched in 2010 and has launched some amazing motor racing careers over that time. Juho Valtonen, Martin Kramers, Ross Hayes, Tom Bale, Paolo Bezencenis, Martin van Leuven, Stan Pex, just to name the drivers who have made a successful karting career from the Academy Trophy, including to that the champion Callum Bradshaw, who is still one of the stars of the senior karting scene worldwide. But then you've also got amazing names that have gone on to cars and other forms of motorsport who have been incredibly successful from their time in the Karting Academy Trophy. Antoine Hubert, the late great superstar, was the vice champion in the first running of the competition back in 2010. Mikael Askuner, Dorian Bacalacci, Johan Darawala have all come through the category and ended up in the Formula One paddock at various times in their career. Pedro Piquet, Arjun Mayani, and Ralph Aron likewise. And then there are several drivers that have come through to Formula One from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy over the years, namely the likes of Esteban Ocon, George Russell, and the 2011 champion, Charles Leclerc. A fantastic bunch of drivers. This really does showcase the top talent from around the world and a chance to represent your country. It's the Karting Olympics, to coin a phrase, and it really is a fantastic competition. And it's a brilliant blueprint for the way that karting should be done on an international stage in such an incredible fashion, where drivers can walk out onto the grid later, waving their nation's flag with pride and a very distinguished manner of achievement and accomplishment. Just being here is a victory in and of itself. And now they will negotiate 8 laps and 10.416 kilometers of racing around this Adria circuit for the final time before the final, with 2 heats for the Academy to come. This is qualifying heat C versus D, and the pole sitter is the Jamaican Alex Powell. They head out onto the circuit now, and it's time to see who will grab pole position for the later final. And this is going to be close. Alex Powell and Maxime Ferrand Castellan line up on the front row of the grid. Aaron Reshepi and Tom Braken are on row 2 from Albin Sturluson and Jussa Planken. Then Adam Kowalski and Georges Kapantaris, Ariel Elkin and Santiago Valve, Alexei Yeleva and Theo Makuris from Maisadar, Darius Babiowana, Freya Norman and Matti Koenig. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed once again, warming up the tyres and brakes to get them to the optimum temperature. All of the drivers are in various degrees of stages of experience in their careers. Some of them are competing in international competition for the very first time this weekend with their first run of the season. Some of them have done the Academy before. Maxime Ferrand Castellan raced here last year, and this is his second year representing his country. You are allowed to compete for 2 years, and several drivers are doing so. But this is going to be an interesting one for Alex Powell. The Jamaican had a 2nd and a 3rd yesterday. Very impressive. Now he starts from pole position. What can he do in this last heat of the weekend for him? Powell, Ferrand Castellan, Reshepi, Braken, Sturluson, Planken, Kowalski, Kafantaris, Elkin and Valve. Is it going to be a clean start straight away? It looks it. No, false start. False start. There's not going to be a getaway then from the drivers. They are going to go around for an additional formation lap, as the lights did not go out on the starting gantry. So it is an additional formation lap then for our 16 drivers in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Some of them think they're racing, but the lights didn't go out. So they've got to get themselves back into position once again, which they will do. And so the drivers are now obviously aware that the yellow flags are out, and they will form up in their grid positions once again. Identical machines, Xspirit chassis, Vortex engines, Vega tyres, and all these youngsters are taking their first steps in the world of international competition by racing in this FIA Karting Academy Trophy. So the pride of Jamaica, Alex Powell, all the way from Kingston, is leading the field around with Luxembourg's Maxime Ferrand Castellan alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then Reshepi, Braken, Sturluson, Planken, Kowalski, Kafantaris, Elkin, Valve, Yeleva, Makuris, Sadar, Babiowana, Norman and Koenig. Is it going to be a clean start this time? Yes, it is! And we're away racing. Perfect start from Alex Powell, and into second immediately comes out on Reshepi, the Swiss ace. So through into second comes Reshepi, and he's already trying to take on the charges, but Ferrand Castellan gets straight back on with it, as does Tom Braken, and they are through into second and third. Reshepi back on the inside of the Belgian to get into third position. Great racing. So Ferrand Castellan is broken clear in second place as the field knits their way into the 5th corner. Theo Makur is still there in 12th position, trying to gain a place or two. He's going to get on with it nice and easy. Matteo De Palo has made a good start. by the look of it. Oh, sorry, no, that is Josep Planken. He is also one of the drivers with a red helmet in this category. As through past Ricciardi comes first Planken, and then in fourth position, that looked to me like Alban Studderson. So Alban Studderson comes through and up a position as well. Fascinating battle for the drivers as they come through, but now this is all about two men up front, Powell and Fernand Castellan. Fernand Castellan's going to come through and take the lead into the first corner. Alex Powell is not phased. He knows it's a long race. 8 laps of this Adria circuit. So Fernand Castellan leads the Jamaican. Third place is Tom Breiken now, the Belgian, from Studderson, Planken, Valve, Ricciardi, Elkin, Yaleva and Kafantaris, with Kowalski, Makuris, Babiawana, Sadar, Koenig and Norman. And that's a big lunge from Planken. He gets through on the inside of Alban Studderson, I believe, to get through into the position. Oh, no, sorry. Studderson is still on the back. Oh, this is a very tough battle now for 7th place because we've got Ricciardi dueling away with Elkin and Yaleva. And that is Elkin getting through past Ricciardi. Ricciardi comes back up the inside, trying to take the move, but Yaleva is now getting stuck in as round the outside. Elkin holds the place. Yaleva comes through, and so too. That looked to me like a bold lunge there from Kafantaris as Ricciardi is really struggling to hold station. So Breiken sets the new fastest lap in 3rd position. The Belgian trying to close up on the 2 leaders out front. The gap between them is already 0.8 of a second. So Fernand Castellan and Powell have made a decent position up in the front end. Breiken and Studderson are still running in 3rd and 4th as the duel continues in the middle of the pack. Down to turn 5. Ricciardi, Yaleva and Makuris having a great scrap over 9th place. This is Breiken versus Studderson. So Breiken and Studderson having a good little duel for 3rd position. The Swede really wanting to come past the Belgian. But Breiken is doing his best to maintain 3rd position. Alban Studderson had all sorts of bad luck yesterday. Now he needs a chance to get something out of this weekend that can put him into a decent grid position for the final later. But Fernand Castellan and Alex Powell, whoops, a mistake there from Santiago Valve, I think that was, running wide. As Josep Planken is now going to try his best to close up. But it's easy to get that wrong out of the final turn. You've got to really nail it. And there is Breiken, still in front of Alban Studderson. The 2 pairs of drivers out in front, not really breaking much of a sweat at the moment. But Maxime Fernand Castellan has a decent advantage over Alex Powell. Darius Babiawana has made the move on Alexei Yaleva, the Finnish driver. So a good run from the Romanian to move up into 11th place, Darius Babiawana. And still Breiken and Studderson duel away for position. Is Alban Studderson going to get his mark? Up into 3rd position. Tom Breiken, he's there in 3rd. The Belgian, very fast around this circuit, very fast in this heat. But Alex Powell is doing his best to run with Maxime Fernand Castellan, struggling to keep pace. 4 laps done and 4 to go. Maybe Alex Powell has got a trick up his sleeve for the final 4 laps. Georgios Kafantaris doing a good job as well, the young Greek star, fastest in the speed trap and slowly gaining ground on Ariel Elkin, the Israeli. So a good little battle between Breiken in 3rd position and Alban Studderson in 4th. Santiago Valve, the Spaniard, is still in 5th place in front of Estonia's Josep Planken. And then we have Ariel Elkin, Georgios Kafantaris, and on Ricciardi and Theo Makuris, the Englishman, in 10th place. So the battle resumes between these 2. Studderson looks like he's going to wait for his moment to go past Tom Breiken. He could do with being the man in 3rd position if the leading 2 are going to start dueling away. He must be wondering if that's going to be the case, although Alex Powell is still 0.6 of a second back from Fernand Castellan, who sets the new fastest lap of the race. So Maxime Fernand Castellan extends his lead to 0.6 of a second over Alex Powell with 3 laps to go. It's looking a little tough now for anybody to take the win away from the young man from Luxembourg. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Tom Breiken. He's got to be careful about that one. As under investigation, we have Matti Koenig. So Matti Koenig is under some scrutiny now from the officials. Here is the battle further back. This is Ricciardi in 9th place in front of Theo Makuris. And then we've got an absolute rout as Yaleva, Babiawana, Sadar, Koenig, Kowalski and Norman are in the mix. So a very tough race as the drivers continue their battle. Tom Breiken in front of Alban Studderson as they come onto the home straight once again. The Belgian and the Swede. And a big moment out of the final turn for Santiago Valves. He continues to be closed on by Josep Planken and Ariel Elkin. But the race continues on in earnest further back. This is that battle. This is Valve in front of Planken. And here's the move on the inside for 6th position from Ariel Elkin. And Elkin gets through. So Ariel Elkin comes up into 6th position now past Yusuf Plankin, with Georgios Kafantaris, the Greek star, in 8th position. But still, this battle resumes for 3rd place between Tom Braken and Alban Sturluson. Here's the battle once again for 5th between Valve, Elkin, Platten and Kafantaris. But the race lead is unchanged, and Maxime Ferrand-Castellin has been steadily pulling away. A bit of a gap now from the young man from Luxembourg as he... Oh! There's an incident on the final lap, and that has brought 2 of them out. That's Alexei Yeleva and Darius Babiawana. Yeleva trying to get going again. He wants a better finish, but it doesn't look as though the youngster's going to get going. So Alexei Yeleva and Darius Babiawana appear to be out of the race. Now, whether they ended up tangling with each other or not, I don't know, but certainly both of them... Oh, goodness me, that's not the right place to leave the stranded cart. That could have been driven into by anybody there. So that's going to be a slightly ticked off Alexei Yeleva twice, actually, because not only has a cart been left on the circuit, but he's also out of the race. But Maxime Ferrand-Castellin has driven beautifully, the young man from Luxembourg, and he is going to make it a 2nd win this weekend. The first man to do so in 2020, Maxime Ferrand-Castellin gets the victory for the 2nd time this weekend. Alex Powell in 2nd, Tom Braken in 3rd, and Alban Sturluson in 4th, ahead of Ariel Elkin and Santiago Valve. The Israeli getting past the Spaniard on the final lap. What a performance from Maxime Ferrand-Castellin so far this weekend. It really is a strong effort, and he takes 2 victories, something that only one other driver can do in the next qualifying heat. 3 of the other winners are in one race. Is Maxime Ferrand-Castellin about to start his first final of the 2020 season from pole position in the Karting Academy Trophy. Maxime Ferrand-Castellin takes the win from Alex Powell and Tom Braken. Alban Sturluson is 4th from Ariel Elkin and Santiago Valve. Then Yusuf Plankin and Georgios Kafantaris. Theo Makuris is 9th in front of Edon Reshepi. Matti Koenig is 11th in front of Mai Sadar. Then it is Adam Kowalski and Freya Norman. The retirements on the last lap, or the penultimate lap, I should say, are Alexei Yeleva and Darius Babiawana. Very dramatic racing at the front of the field initially, but once Maxime Ferrand-Castellin had got his move done on the 2nd lap of Alex Powell, it was fairly plain sailing from there. Some good moves in the field, though. And Ariel Elkin certainly making up some good overtakes on Santiago Valve. But that incident, obviously, with Alexei Yeleva and Darius Babiawana might need further investigation. We're going to look back over the highlights from that 8 laps of racing. So let's have a look and see how things played out. Certainly at the start, it was all about Maxime Ferrand-Castellin sticking.
Yes, it is. And we're away racing. Perfect.
Ferrand-Castellin knows he's coming and just sweeps straight back across for the inside line. He's not going to wait around. He dives for the move on the inside line. And Reshepi is kind of taken aback there. The door's still wide open, so Braken can come through. Reshepi drops into 4th position. And he suddenly realizes he's lost a little bit of momentum as well. So he's going to try back on the inside of Braken. He gets through initially. But it's all about to go pear-shaped for Reshepi as Braken comes back at him. This battle means that the leading 2 are able to get away. But Braken isn't prepared to settle behind Aaron Reshepi and starts to make his own ideas of moving forward. Poor Aaron Reshepi only able to come home 10th in the end of it all. But Alex Powell and Ferrand-Castellin are already stretching away. Here's Reshepi with Braken and Sturluson. But the battle is raging all the way through this field. It's what I like about the Academy Trophy. That's Yusuf Plankin trying to maintain the position. Braken coming from around the outside to get past Reshepi. And Sturluson has enough space to come through on the inside line as well. And Plankin thinks, well, hang on, if they can get there, I might have enough momentum to get the job done as well. So that pretty much opened the floodgates. Maxime Ferrand-Castellin working hard on the opening lap just to get on terms again with Alex Powell. And the overtaking move that got him the victory happened into turn 1 on the 2nd lap. He's already got him well nailed down the final corner and along the main straight. Tucks out on the way through into the first corner. Powell knows he's coming. He slots in behind because discretion the better part of valor, but he thinks he's going to have enough power and pace to come back at him. He eventually ends up not being able to. Elkin getting a good move here on Rexepi with some support from Kafantaris, and also in the mix there is the 535, I think it is, 525 in the mix there initially, actually, Adam Kowalski. But there were some properly good battles between these 3 or 4 drivers as they all run close proximity. Alexei Yeleva it is that's trying to get himself up the order. There he is, diving on the inside of Rexepi and takes the place. Makuris is kind of caught out in the momentum there, isn't quite able to get a nice move on the inside to counter-attack. Now, this was stalemate all the way through the race, these two, Tom Braken and Alban Sturluson. Sturluson had an initial opportunity, but I think he just couldn't quite end up getting close enough to Braken to make the ultimate bid out of the final turn. And you can see Santiago Valve still trying to maintain his advantage over the likes of Jusuf Plenken and Ariel Elkin, with Georgios Kafantaris running in 8th place for the majority of the encounter. But it was always going to be a very tough race once the leading 2 drivers got away. Tom Braken and Alban Sturluson essentially feeling the need to work together in order to try and close up on the leading pair. But they were long gone by that point. The opening lap battle really did give them the gap they needed to check out in front. So not really a particularly easy race for the drivers from 3rd position downwards, but certainly a decisive one. And so the drivers will be obviously very aware of the fact that they need to be very circumspect about how fast they push early on in the final later. That's the move on Plenken, attempted by Ariel Elkin. Plenken doing a very good job to try and maintain the position, but Elkin obviously up the inside line and fairly forceful but not unfair with the move. Obviously you want the inside line, you want to keep it. So it's a very interesting battle. So a very exciting battle for the competitors as they continue on their way. This is the problem for Alexei Yeleva. He got into the battle with Darius Babiawana, but the biggest problem there was the fact that he abandoned the kart and left it out on the circuit. Not a very sensible maneuver, to be fair. But Maxime Ferron-Castellen doing a grand job and taking his 2nd win of the weekend. And he's the first driver in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy to do so. A very significant moment for the Luxembourger. Alex Powell, though, 2nd, still a factor. So now we have another FIA Karting Academy Trophy race to come. But before that, we were able to catch up with one of the members of the community who has returned to the world of karting in late. He made a big name for himself back in his younger days as a racing driver in this community. And now he is back courtesy of his 2 sons, Charlie and Oscar, who are racing in the FIA Karting these days. But he is a 2-time Le Mans 24-hour winner, and he raced in Formula 1 wheel-to-wheel with the likes of Michael Schumacher from 1997 through to 2007. We caught up with him on his aspects about the karting paddock as a whole and how safety is evolving in the world of karting. Alexander Wirtz.
I love karting. You know, you see the young kids in the mini category. They're living the dream, which obviously we were lucky. I was lucky enough to fulfill a professional career. And you come back to the roots and your heart is happy and your mind is excited. And to see the FIA Academy unfolding so successful over so many years. I had Charlie last year in the Academy. I have Oscar this year in the Academy. And the organization is fantastic. The fights are great to bring the national champions together. I'm very excited for my kids and my family to be here. Yeah, safety is paramount. We are in a period of time where we need to be safe, to be socially accepted. It's not like in the post-World War where heroes were, it was okay and justified that someone dies. So society has moved on and racing moved on. We had, of course, the very decisive moments of Ayrton Senna and Roland Ratzenberger. And this safety emotion has also continued into the karting. And karting is quite different to racing safety because obviously you're in a small chassis without seatbelt and roll bar. And I'm lucky enough to be involved in some of the research commissions of the FIA and the CIK. And it's very reassuring to know that they really put a large effort into safety for the karting, for the kids, for the seniors, for the shifters, for all of the categories. And I have to say now as a parent, I'm nervous. You know, it's by nature so. But knowing that in the entire industry the amount of things happening is so little, that we have really a good step, but no one stops. You know, everyone keeps pushing to make the sport safer and more sustainable. Well, karting is the breeding ground for young talent. You know, you need to start young, you need to have the competition, so your mindset is getting used to the routine as a professional race driver. And karting is on an extremely high level, so if you are waking up, you're a bit tired, you don't do your warm-up exercises, the first session out there, bang, 2 tenths down to the best guys, that is a lesson for you. To take every day serious, every session serious, you know, to listen what the race director says, what your team boss says. And this is karting. You learn it in a young age, similar to a language or any other game. The younger you start, the more you drive, the better you will be.
Always good to hear from the drivers who have been there and lived the experience that these youngsters are hoping to emulate. Let's talk about the drivers on the front row of the starting grid in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Final heat of the weekend, of course, not just in the class, but also in the entire event as well, because after this race, it will be finals time. Keanu Al-Ajari, the United Arab Emirates superstar, was the man who got pole position in timed qualifying, and he has a heat win to his name, but he also has a pole position for this final heat of the weekend. Alongside him is the man who led the standings at the interim going into today, Jonathan Waywat, the Danish driver, who lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid. The Austrian talent, Oscar Wurz, lines up on the second row of the grid in P3, and alongside him, the highly rated Frenchman, Maceo Capieto, will be there on the second row of the grid. Row 3, we'll see in 5th position on the grid the United States of American superstar Connor Zillich, who picked up a heat win yesterday and will want to be doing as good a job again today. Then there is Bart Pikatowski, the Polish driver, in his second year representing his country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He is there on the third row of the grid. The new Japanese face in the world of the Karting Academy Trophy, Shuda Zono, lines up in 7th position on the grid. And alongside him on row 4, in 8th position, is the Italian star Matteo De Palo, who is there on the outside of the 4th row. Then it is in 5th row of the grid, the Peruvian Rafael Modenese, working very hard all weekend and hoping to get up the order. Was very fast in practice, has struggled a little since then, but he and his mechanic Rob have been working very hard to push his way back up the order. Jaden Tian on the 5th row of the starting grid. The Dutchman lines up on 10th position on the starting grid. One of the youngest drivers in the field, actually, for this 2020 season, and definitely putting on a fabulous show with it. Christian Pastrian, the Chilean, lines up in the 11th position spot on the grid and the inside of row 6. Alongside him, one of the most impressive drivers of the weekend from the Philippines, it is Zachary David, who has really come straight in out of the blocks and been very confident and competitive, making up places from his 12th position slot on the grid. From Germany, it is Gianni Andrazani, and he lines up 13th on the starting grid alongside the Norwegian talent Emil Gjerdrum. And then on the 8th and final row of the grid, it is the Bulgarian and the Lithuanian who join forces. Kalyan Vabatsaliev on the inside line and Thomas Valentas on the outside line. Approximately 3 minutes until the drivers are sent out onto the circuit. It really is a fabulous crop of drivers this year. Unfortunate, of course, that the current world situation and the political and economic climate has meant that it's very difficult for drivers to leave their countries even, never mind attend races. So it's a very difficult situation, but we still have a very solid group of drivers here this weekend, and we hope that in time for the next round of the championship, there will be more competitors from the Academy Trophy that are able to compete at this level. So obviously the Karting Academy Trophy has 32 representatives here this weekend for the first weekend of the season. And we're really excited about seeing what will happen when they return 3 weeks from now. But we still have a final to go, of course. And it's worth reminding everybody, of course, as well, that the heats procedure within the FIA Karting Championship paddock actually does also count to championship points. The first 10 drivers in the rankings for the Karting Academy Trophy and the KZ classes in the qualifying heats, the first 10 drivers in the rankings do actually score championship points for their qualifying positions for the final. The pole position man and the leader of the interim through the qualifying heats scores 10 championship points. 9 points go to second, 8 points go to third, and so on for 1 point down to 10th position. So it is obviously a very critical point to get a decent starting position on the grid, but also if you're starting top 10, you do actually score a decent crop of points in the standings. So it's important to be as fast and as smooth as possible, but it is also very important to stay strong and consistent throughout to try and make up as much ground as humanly possible. And then, of course, it's the 15 drivers that come through in the final reckoning and the final that score the championship points. So as the remaining drivers in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will take up positions for their final heat of the weekend, we will get to see how these youngsters are able to prepare for the ultimate challenge. For many of these young men and women in this category field, it is their first time out of their native land to compete at the front end of the karting brigade. And they have put in such an amazing show. In this 2020 season, obviously things are a little bit harder for everybody, but they are still able to conduct a lot of their training and sporting program regimes through the art of digital media. And so they learn all about safety, about health, about sporting conduct, about athleticism, about the spirit of competition. It is wonderful to see. And ever since 2010, we have seen some truly brilliant racing drivers come through the category and grow up and go on to massive things, both in karting and in the wider world of motorsport. So it's great to see that these talents definitely are putting on a bit of a showcase, not just for their families and for their nations back home, but also for the sport as a whole. They are a great representative bunch of very impressive young drivers. Here they come, the final heat of the weekend and the final race before the final of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy here in Adria. Chiara Malajari lines up in pole position from Jonathan Waywat from Denmark, Oscar Wirtz of Austria and Matteo Capieto of France. Then Connor Zillich from the USA and Bart Pikatowski from Poland, Shudazono of Japan and Matteo De Palo of Italy. Rafael Madanese of Peru and Jaden Tien of the Netherlands. Christian Pastrian of Chile and Zachary David of the Philippines. From Gianni Andrazani of Germany, Norway's Emil Gjerdrum. Then Kalion Vabitsaliev of Bulgaria and Thomas Velentas of Lithuania. A couple of drivers seem to have had a problem coming out onto the circuit. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was, but certainly there appear to be a couple of delays for drivers getting out onto the circuit. So I get the impression that this first start is going to be delayed somewhat, as drivers are only just now venturing forth out onto the circuit. So Chiara Malajari and Jonathan Waywat from the front of the field will obviously have to slow up the field quite dramatically. It's not going to be the most bunched of starts, this one, so it's almost certainly going to be another formation lap for the drivers as they will get themselves formed up into their positions. You can see the field is trying to catch up to the back of the pack, but they're not going to manage it in good time. And the problem is the leaders can't really see any of this. They can only judge as they come across the line, so the drivers will come through. But it is going to be a false start. They know that very early on. So obviously they need to slow up and allow the drivers that struggle to get out of the pit lane. For whatever reason it was, I'm not entirely sure what it is that ensured the drivers really struggled to get out of pit lane, but certainly everybody from about Oscar Wirtz down, I think, were essentially impeded in getting out of the pit lane the first time around. 27 degrees plus a temperature. That's Celsius, of course, which means that it is high 40s for the track surface temperature. I was walking the circuit again one last time late o'clock at night, and it was interesting to see that even with the air temperature at about 25 degrees Celsius yesterday, the track temperature was still very high indeed, even for late at night. So it really does hold the rubber on the surface of the road here at Adria. And it's a real challenge for all of the competitors in terms of setup, in terms of composure, and in terms of wisdom and maturity. They obviously have an awful lot of hard work to come, but they need to be pacing themselves, and they need to be very, very close quarters as they come off the grid this time, and surely this time it's going to be much better. So this is going to be a fascinating battle for all of the competitors. but we're going to see a really exciting run off the final turn. Alajari, Wayward, Wirtz, Capieto, Zillich, Pikatowski, Dozono, De Palo, Modenese, Tien, Pastrian and David, and it is a clean start this time. Away we go. Perfect start from Alajari, trying to hang it around the outside of Wirtz is Jonathan Wayward. The Dane is going to hopefully try and keep the position, but he's going to get squeezed out around the outside if he's not careful. They tuck in through the first turn. Everybody's got through relatively smartly as the drivers continue on their way around. Well, this is an absolutely astonishing situation for all of the competitors, but a really exciting run up at the front for Keanu Alajari. He wants to run from the field at the front end and does not want to lose ground. So far, so good as he runs in the lead. In second place, that is now, I think that's Connor Zillich, isn't it? And he's going for the lead early doors. Connor Zillich has come up from 5th position and the American immediately hits the front. What a comeback from Connor Zillich in this race already. From 5th to 1st in 1 lap. Absolutely amazing from the American. So Alajari is 2nd now from Wirtz. 3rd place, 4th is Jonathan Wayward. Keanu Alajari is under investigation. What on earth is that for? Not the perfect start potentially for the Emirati. But certainly Connor Zillich has struck forward and hit gold as he charges forward. Capieto has made the move on the Japanese driver Shudazono, who is now under pressure from Chile's Christian Pastrian. So Christian Pastrian is running as well as can be expected in 7th position. But Connor Zillich has stormed his way from 5th on the grid to 1st. What a drive thus far as Alajari is trying to keep Wirtz and Wayward at bay. Capieto is there in 5th from Dozono. And then Christian Pastrian in 7th place from Tien, Pikatowski, David and Gierdrum. Matteo De Palo has not had the best of starts. He's currently 15th behind Andrezani, Modenese and Vobotsaliev. But on lap 3, it's going to be a tough old race. Up the inside, this is going to be the lunge from Dozono to get past Capieto. And Dozono gets through. The young Japanese star really making a name for himself here in Adria. He's been turning things around in the second half of the weekend, and Shudazono is definitely one to watch out for now. He protects his line in front of Matteo Capieto very smartly indeed. But now at the inside, Capieto comes back. Dozono drifts back across the apex. Nicely held there by the Japanese. So a good bit of racecraft there from Shudazono. And now Christian Pastrian has a chance to come past Capieto, and the Frenchman knows it. He defends into turn 9. But the Chilean is still right there trying to make his bid to come past as he runs there in P7. So across the line, Zillich from Alajari, Wayward and Wirtz, then Dozono, Capieto and Pastrian. From Jaden Tien in 8th place, Pikatowski is 9th from Zachary David, Gianni Andrezani, Rafael Modenese and Emil Gierdrum. And then Matteo De Palo back up into 14th place from Kalion Vobotsaliev and Thomas Velentas. Lap 4 of 8. De Palo sets the fastest lap of the race. Desperation trying to get him back into the position once more. Only Connor Zillich and Jonathan Wayward have lapped the circuit in under 51 seconds thus far. So a very strong run at the moment from De Palo to try and get back up to the front end of the field. And he's got up to 13th place now past Emil Gierdrum. And Modenese's made some moves, as has David. Zach David up to 9th, Modenese up into 11th past Andrezani. So as they complete the half-distance mark, Zillich is trying to get away from Keanu Alajari, and it looks like the American could be about to win his 2nd race of the weekend as well, to put himself in contention for the front row of the grid, along with Maxime Ferrand Castellan. So this is going to be a fascinating duel, as Connor Zillich tries to get away from Keanu Alajari, the first time they've met on circuit this weekend. Shudazono now sets the fastest lap of the race. The Japanese star really is coming alive this weekend. He's had a bit of a slow burn to get his way up the order, but now he is really starting to make wind of it. And he is there in 5th position behind Oscar Wirtz. There he is in the 511. So Oscar Wirtz running in P4, the Austrian, tucked in behind Jonathan Wayward, who was the interim leader. But now Pikatowski and Modenese have managed to get past Zach David, the Philippine star, who is down to 11th position. Connor Zillich still runs in the lead from Alajari and Wayward. Wirtz is 4th from Dozono, Capieto, Pastrian, Tien, Pikatowski and Modenese. Zach David is 11th. Gianni Andrezani is 12th. Then it's De Palo, Vobotsaliev, Gierdrum and Velentas. Connor Zillich keeping a nice and steady gap at the moment as Matteo Capieto gets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to close up on the back of the Japanese driver Shudazono. Looks as though Christian Pastrian has dropped off the back of Matteo Capieto a little as well, as the battle really starts to kick off for 8th position downwards. Drivers really starting to make some bold lunges in the mid-pack. As up the inside, Capieto gets his lunge on De Zono and gets past the Japanese. So a nice move there from the Frenchman. And with 2 laps to go, Conor Zillich just needs to keep it honest as he leads the field around. Chiara Valajari doing a great job in 2nd place still, the young Emirati. Then Jonathan Waywat, and there's a warning flag gone out to Bart Pikatowski, who is down in 9th place behind Jaden Tien. So not a great performance then in the end from the pole if he's going to get a warning flag. That's unfortunate. They may have a differing opinion on it, but once it's been given, it cannot be appealed. Christian Pastrian running in 7th position behind Shudazono. So Conor Zillich is still out in front of Chiara Valajari. He's trying his best to stay as close to as humanly possible, but Conor Zillich essentially has managed to pull out the gap at the right moment and is still lapping consistently quicker in the 2nd sector, certainly than the rest of the chasing pack behind him. So Conor Zillich making an amazing first lap to go up from 5th position to 1st. And since then, the American has not looked back. Last lap, and Conor Zillich going a great gun at the front end of the field. So for the battle further back, this is for John Waywat downwards. Wirtz, Capieto and De Zono. Looks like Andrezzani has lost a whole host of places now, down to the back of the field. He's still going, the German, but he has now fallen off the back end of the pace. But the 2 leaders have a decent enough advantage over the rest. Is 3rd place going to be enough for Jonathan Waywat, or is Oscar Wirtz going to get an opportunity to come past him? Wirtz is trying his best, and he's getting some hurry up from Matteo Capieto, who wants to make up a place or 2 as well. This could get interesting in the final 3 corners as Capieto holds firm on the inside line. Wirtz is going to get the inside line, though. Wirtz comes through, and so too does Capieto. It's going to be a close one up at the end of the rankings. De Zono manages to get past them both, though. Zillich is 1st, Alajari is 2nd from Wirtz and De Zono. Waywat ends up 5th, Capieto ends up 6th. Very bold racing there on the final lap, but Shudazono and Oscar Wirtz pick up a place or 2 in the final reckoning. But Conor Zillich, the American, has been absolutely extraordinary. From 5th on the grid to 1st in 1 lap. That is truly extraordinary. And the American really has put on a sensational effort. So now he is a proper contender for the victory here in the first round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2020 at Adria. Conor Zillich gets the victory in front of Chiara Valajari. Oscar Wirtz is 3rd from Shudazono. Jonathan Waywat is 5th from Matteo Capieto. Christian Pastrian and Bart Pikatowski. Then Zach David and Rafael Modenese in the top 10. Jaden Tien is 11th in front of Kalian Vabatseliev. Then Emil Gjerdrum and Thomas Veilentas from Matteo De Palo and Gianni Andrezzani. They all finished and 14 seconds apart, but it sets us up for a cracking final later on today. Epic racing as always in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Some drivers, as you can see, not particularly in agreement with each other about some of the moves out there on the circuit. But try and ask 2 racing drivers to have the same opinion about the same incident, and you're never likely to get 2 drivers who agree. But that is the signal for our lunch break now, as the drivers will finish off in fine style. What that also means, of course, is that now we are about to get underway for the finals. The first of those, with the drivers coming out for their presentation, will be the KZ2 race. They will come onto the starting grid at 1:15, so an hour and a half from now. And that is when we are going to be racing once again. Fantastic stuff from our drivers in KZ2, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and KZ, the first finals of the first European Championship weekend for Gearbox and Academy in 2020 will be underway in an hour and a half when the KZ2 drivers leave onto the pre-grid. But we are going to have some amazing racing over the course of the next 3 finals. I'm Jake Sanson. Don't disappear too far. In an hour and a half, the battle will resume.
hanging by a thread, hung upon all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. And what's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down. Gonna turn it all upside down. And don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked. And I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down.
changes.
Life. Life.
hanging by a thread, hung up on all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down. Gonna turn it all upside down. Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked. And I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around.
changes.
Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
I'm very proud that my dad all organized this. It's a lot of money he spent in me, a lot of time, but I don't know how to say it. I'm just thankful that my dad makes this for me. I'm happy that everyone is watching the live stream and supports me. I know it's sometimes a little bit strange to watch me on the iPad or something like this, but I'm very happy that you do this, and I will do my best.
The wait is almost over as we have been preparing for 11 months for racing to resume in the FIA Karting Championships as we continue the European conquest in the gearbox and academy disciplines. It is time, first of all, for the KZ2 finale after a very exciting race weekend here at Adria. And it has been full of drama and intrigue right from the start. There has been plenty of excitement and lots of intriguing racing. And now we have the drivers, the 36 competitors that will progress through to the final, and they will be the ones bidding to get themselves up to the sharp end of the dais. And it's been a very tough road to get here. Jake Sanson here with you as we get ourselves ready for action in this European Championship weekend. We've had some absolutely incredible races from KZ2 over the course of the last few days, and it's definitely been very exciting to build us up to this final race of the weekend in this first meeting of the FIA European Karting Championships. Obviously, in KZ2, there have been many great races that have come through over the past few years. And before we start this race today, we are going to pay tribute to one of those drivers who would have certainly been amongst them and certainly showed incredible potential and amazing turn of speed. and his spirit of competition and his amazing dexterity behind the wheel, as demonstrated last year at Sarno in particular in the competition. In the European Championships last year, when he made his debut, the German talent Konstantin Kapitanidis never finished outside the top 20 in the heats in his first campaign. And he was a truly fantastic individual who sadly left us 10 days ago. And we have been racing in his honor over the course of the last 48 hours, with many carts paying tribute to him with a fabulous sticker that just simply reads, "Konstantin lives." He's been a wonderful member of our community over the course of 2019. He was due to race here this weekend with Novalux on the Lenzo kart chassis, and we will pay tribute to him at the start of our race day here in Adria. When the drivers come forward to take up their positions on the starting grid, we will obviously have a medal for each of them that they will collect, ready for the start of action. And I'm just looking up and down the length and breadth of the grid, and I noticed that there are actually some empty spaces on the starting grid, because there are a few karts there that are not in position, namely Danilo Albanese, Christian Habulin. Neither of those karts have come out onto the circuit, nor, by the look of it, has Francesco Comenducci. So we'll have to figure out if those drivers will be able to take up their positions on the final grid. We certainly don't have any official word that they might not be. But obviously the drivers will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly, and once they have taken their positions on the starting grid by collecting their competitors' medals for having reached the KZ2 final here at Adria in Italy, then we will be able to progress through to our opening procedure, ready for this great race. 24 laps of the Adria Karting Raceway are to follow, and the very brightest and best talent in KZ2 gearbox racing will be on the starting grid. It's set to be quite an exciting challenge for the competitors as they now head their way out onto the circuit one by one as they venture forth from the pit lane. So the drivers are making their way out onto the circuit. They have collected their medals, and they will come out under the FIA Karting parasols as they will make their way to the starting grid. In pole position, unbeaten thus far this weekend, the Swedish star Victor Gustafson will take up his position in pole on the front end of the starting grid on the inside line, having been unbeaten across the first 4 heats. In second, it'll be Simone Cunati, the Italian, who lines up on the front row of the grid beside him. On the second row, it will be Giuseppe Palomba for the Birolart factory team. Alongside will be Paavo Tonteri for SC Performance in his Tony kart. Leonardo Marsiglia on the third row of the grid. Alongside him will be his countryman in the Formula K, Giacomo Polini. On the fourth row will be Davide De Marco alongside Arthur Carbonell on row 4. Senna van Waalstein will line up 9th on the grid on the inside of row 5. Beside him will be Praga's France sensation Tom Lullet. Then Jean Luyet will be on the 6th row of the grid on the inside line beside the Austrian Marcus Funda. And on row 7, it should be Danilo Albanese alongside the 319 of Filippo Berto. Croatia's Christian Habulin should be in position on the 8th row of the grid alongside Vyacheslav Putyatin. On the 9th row, Andrea Dale will be beside Jean Nomblo on the 9th row. On row 10, it will be Natalia Balbo, who lines up 19th on the starting grid. And in 20th position, it will be Hubert Petit. Samuel Luyet will be on row 11 alongside Daniel Stel. And then on row 12, it will be Daniel Vasil, the Romanian, alongside Luigi De Lorenzo. Jasper Sjoberg and Alexander Dahlberg, the 2 Swedish drivers, will be on the 13th row of the grid. On row 14, it will be Fabrizio Rosati and David Trevelov. Then on row 15, Brandon Nielsen will be beside Leonardo Bizotto. Row 16 will see Alessio Pacini alongside Jan Pocos. Row 17 will have Francesco Comenducci alongside Enrico Bernardotto. And then on the back row of the grid, it will be the wild card, Mattia Limena, who lines up alongside Michele Fontana. So the drivers are together in position as they have now joined their karts and their helmets on the starting straight. And obviously they know what awaits them. 24 grueling laps of this Adria karting raceway. A very tough discipline indeed, this particular category of KZ2, and of course the circuit as well, a very tough one. 125cc engines, and they are pushed to the absolute limit of adhesion in this particular environment. So the competitors know what is at stake for them, but they also know that it's going to be a very tough battle ahead. A lot of drivers have come a long way to get to this point, and they will obviously have an amazing race in front of them. Several drivers who could take the victory, all starting up at the front end, and many drivers fighting further back who will be wanting to make up some gains as they get an opportunity to. It looks as though we will be racing without 3 drivers on the grid. It looks as though we have absences from Danilo Albanese, Christian Habulin and Francesco Comenducci, which is rather unfortunate considering how strong Danilo Albanese was over the course of the weekend, but it looks as though he's unable to take up the start. Our attention turns, though, to the focus on the front end of the grid, as we have laid a rather fitting tribute to our fallen comrade, who is now no longer with us. He was due to be racing here this weekend in KZ2, and he has been a very beloved member of the karting community here in the FIA Karting Championship since his debut back in 2019. A wonderful young man with incredible amounts of skill and ability, and a very fast exponent of his sport, who was almost certainly destined for an incredible journey in the world of motorsport. Unfortunately, that time has been cut rather tragically short. The 19-year-old German and Greek youngster, Konstantin Kapatinidis, and he was due to be racing, as I mentioned, with the Novolux squad here this weekend. So as a community, we will gather together on the start-finish straight, and of course all of the members of the paddock and community who are here, and we will join together in unison as we remember our fabulous colleague, Konstantin Kapatinidis. Please join us, if you will, in a minute of remembrance for this fabulous young man who was taken from us far too soon. If you can, stand where you are, and we will pay tribute to our fallen friend, Konstantin Kapatinidis. Efcharisto. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Dankeschön. And we wish you all the very best. Love and condolences go out to our good friends at Novolux, and obviously to the friends and family of Konstantin Kapatinidis. But as a lover of the sport and a very cherished member of the community, we will race in his honor, and we will do exactly as he would have wished. We will fight for glory, and we will battle for supremacy, as we always do in the FIA Karting Championship paddock. Efcharisto, Konstantin, for everything that you gave us. Dankeschön. The 5-minute board goes up at the front of the starting grid, and it is business as usual, at last, in the FIA Karting Championship paddock. It's been 11 months since the World Championship weekend, when the KZ2 drivers last competed in the International Super Cup race. which took place, of course, at Lonato back in September. It's been a long wait for some of the drivers. This has literally been their only source of race program, and this will be the first time some of them will compete in a final since September last year. But what a battle it is set to be, with some absolutely phenomenal competitors coming out onto the circuit. And as the championship currently stands, of course, in the European competition, there are championship points scored from the qualifying heats, but only for the top 10 aggregate drivers, who obviously are the drivers who start also in the top 10 positions on the starting grid. So Victor Gustafson on pole position currently leads the title race with 10 points. Second is Simone Cunati with 9 points. Third at the moment is Giuseppe Palomba on 8. Paavo Tonteri has 7. Leonardo Marsiglia has 6. Giacomo Pellini has 5. Davide De Marco has 4. Arthur Carbonell has 3. Senna van Waalstein has 2. And Tom Lulet has 1. So the top 10 drivers from the aggregates across the 4 races that the drivers have done so far in their qualifying heats have championship points. The rest of the competitors behind them are obviously chasing points, and they will score them if they manage to cross the finish line in the top 15 places from this final race. 25 points available for our race winner. If that is Victor Gustafson, he leaves Adria with the maximum points available, 35 from any one meeting. But after last year's KZ2 battle, and certainly after last year's KZ battle, anything can happen in these European Championships, and is almost certain to. The 3-minute board goes up, and it is rather unfortunate that we have the 3 absentees on the grid. Otherwise, we would have the full capacity of drivers. But we certainly have 33 competitors that will make their way out onto the circuit, and it's going to be a fascinating battle. We've had so many drivers run up at the front end of the field, and already it's going to prove to be quite the dramatic feat for all of the racers out there. Victor Gustafson has won 4 out of 4 races thus far. Simone Cunati has picked up a pair of race wins himself, though, so he knows how to get the job done here around Adria. But this is going to be the real test. And behind them, you have a race winner as well in Paavo Tonteri, the other race winner from the KZ2 heats. Obviously, Danilo Albanese unable to take up his position on the starting grid, where he would have been in 13th position on the grid. But the drivers are battling away, ready for supremacy here. It's going to be quite an exciting duel for drivers from all 4 corners of the globe who have come here to battle. And now only 33 drivers remain, and they will start and race for the victory. Now, 24 laps of this Adria circuit is approximately 31.24 kilometers. And in very intense heat, it's going to be tougher than ever before. The air temperature is a whisker over 32 degrees Celsius, which means the track temperature of the circuit itself is going to be in the low 50s. So this is going to be the toughest race any of the drivers have experienced, certainly over the course of the last 11 months. And of course, there are 2 rounds in this European Championship, so a DNF is not acceptable. You have got to put on the best possible race you can, and this is only one of 2 chances that the KZ2 drivers will get to become European champion. Following in the footsteps of some of the most incredible racers ever to compete at this level. Some amazing champions have come through at KZ2 level and have been European champion over the years. The likes of Thomas Knopper, Tony Lavanon, Angelo Lombardo, Paolo De Conto himself, Fabian Federer has done it twice at this level, Andrea Dalle, Joel Johansson, Simas Jodversis, Emil Antoninsen, Leon Köhler, Adrien Renaudin won this title in the European category 2 years ago, and last year, of course, it was won by the Swede Emil Skaras. There could be another Swede to get the job done this season, but only if the man on pole position, Victor Gustafson, can keep a clear head and make it all work to perfection. And that's a easier said than done task in KZ2 in the FIA Karting European Championships. Here we go. The drivers are pushed away and the formation lap begins. Victor Gustafson and Simone Cunati, Giuseppe Palomba and Paavo Tonteri on the 2nd row, Leonardo Marsiglia and Giacomo Pellini on the 3rd row from Davide De Marco and Arthur Carbonell, Senna van Waalstein and Tom Lulet in the top 10, with Jean Luyet and Marcus Funda Danilo Albanese absent, so Filippo Berto is alone on row 7. Christian Habulin is absent, so Vyacheslav Putyartin is alone on row 8. Andrea Dale and Jean Nomblo, Natalia Balbo and Hubert Petit, Sam Luyet and Daniel Stel, Daniel Vazil and Luigi De Lorenzo, Jesper Sjoberg and Alexander Dahlberg. From Fabrizio Rosati, David Trevelov, Brandon Nilsson, Leonardo Bisotto, Alessio Pacini, Jan Pokos. No Francesco Comanducci, he's not on the grid. So Enrico Bernardotto is alone on row 17. And then it's Mattia Limena and Michele Fontana. So the drivers now battle themselves into a position where they can dial in the tyres and brakes. They obviously have one formation lap, and then the karts will come back onto the start-finish line where there will be a standing start. The rocket ships of the sport are about to get underway. 0 to 60 miles an hour is about the same sort of time it takes a Bugatti Veyron sports car. These things are a couple of millimeters off the ground, and it is lightning fast. You need reflexes and nerves of pure steel to be a champion in this category. It is, without a doubt, pound for pound, the toughest and most physical discipline of motorsport any human can undertake. If you win at this, you really are world class. Gustafson on the left-hand side in the Leclerc by Lennox. Simone Cunati on the right in the Modena Run Birolart. And the rest of the field lining up in their positions to take on the toughest challenge of the weekend. If you're a KZ2 driver, this is what you came to do. Gustafson, Cunati, Palomba, Tonteri, Marcellia, Pellini, DeMarco, Carbonell, Van Walstein, Lilliet, Luye and Funda. The 33rd driver in the field, Michele Fontana, takes up residence on the back of the grid. The green flag flies and we're ready for racing. Is it going to be a clean start straight away? Who's going to get to the first corner? All the questions will be answered. Let's race at Adria! Fantastic start from Gustafson. He gets into the first corner with no problems at all as they banzai down towards turn 2. A couple of drivers in the back of the field just jockeying for position, but Gustafson and Cunati make a perfectly clean start. And as the field works its way through into turn 3, into the left-hander, it is no problem at all. And Gustafson has hit the front and has already started to pull away. So Cunati running there in second position as drivers trying to make up a place or two through the hairpin. Not everybody's going to get through this race in one piece if they are going to be highly motivated and purely determined to make those overtaking moves. A lot of drivers will want the space and a lot of their opponents are not going to want to give it to them. Gustafson, Cunati, Palomba, Tonteri, the top 4 remain as they started, but it is going to get closer as the race plays out. Gustafson, oh, and that's a retirement, that's Bisotto. What a disaster, but Leonardo Bisotto, I'm afraid, has been spat out of the queue at turn 8. So he is out of the race. It's a regular point on the circuit where drivers lose their cool or end up getting taken off. So now we have lost several drivers in the fray, and I think we've also lost Luigi De Lorenzo, actually. The Italian does not appear to have come through either. Oh no, he has done, but in 30 seconds, so we have the 3 non-starters that we mentioned, Albanese, Habulin and Comanducci, and now we have Leonardo Bisotto out of the race, parking up at turn 8. But the field continues to come through. Cunati still all over the back of Gustafson as Tonteri tries to get on the inside line of Marcellia, who backs out of it, slides sideways. That's Palomba, sorry, not Marcellia. He's in 5th place. But so Palomba almost losing out to Paavo Tonteri. But it was always going to be a very tight run between these guys as they now come back onto the home straight. And Victor Gustafson runs in front from Simone Cunati. Palomba in 3rd, Tonteri still 4th, then Marcellia, Pellini. A very close battle indeed as the drivers continue to push forward. And these guys are still giving it everything they've got. That is a parked kart. I'm afraid that is Alessio Pacini. He's had a nightmare weekend anyway. But the Tony Kart factory driver is now out of it. Disaster for Pacini. Was trying to make up as many places as humanly possible, and it's not gone his way at all. Well, so far so good for Gustafson and Cunati. They started 1st and 2nd, and they are looking like they're going to remain there. The gap between them at the end of this race looking like it's going to be 6 points. The maximum for Gustafson of 35, and Cunati on 29. Oh, and that's a spin. That is Nomblo. Not good news for Jean Nomblo, as the battle down the straight really begins to intensify. Drivers picking off moves as much as they can, and we've got somebody running wide at the first corner. That's one of the Sony karts coming back onto the circuit, having gone wide. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but we're about to lose somebody down the order. Several places lost. And that's Davide DeMarco trying to get his way back into position in behind Otto Carbonell. Look at the cavalry as they charge through in the middle section of the course out of turn 5. As up the inside, Paavo Tonteri continues to defend from Leonardo Marsiglia. Now that through to third place has come Palomba. So Palomba in third place still. Tonteri is there in fourth position, unable to do anything about the three men in front. Fastest lap of the race has come from Giuseppe Palomba on lap 3. But as they complete lap 4, Gustafson is still out in front. Paavo Tonteri fastest of all in the third sector. Gustafson fastest of all in the first sector. And Simone Cunati fastest of all in the second. So the drivers continue to duke it out, but it's not a dominant run thus far from Gustafson. Cunati's keeping him fairly honest. As over the top of the curbs, this midfield battle is really raging as Senna van Waalstein tries to get on the inside of Andrea Dale and has not quite been able to get through past the former European champion. He's the only man on this grid who has won the European title in KZ2 before. So the battle continues to be very strong and incredibly close in KZ2 as the drivers hop and skip over the curbs. But as they lead out, Victor Gustafson is pulling away. Simone Cunati is falling into the clutches of Giuseppe Palomba. This is not what he had in mind. And Mattia Limena has been given a technical flag. That's a real shame for the wild card, the Cosmic, the only Cosmic in the field. And the reason why is blatantly obvious as you watch him go around. The back bumper is trailing on the back of the kart. So it's not gone well at all. But back at the front for second place, Cunati is under severe pressure here from the works Birolart of Giuseppe Palomba. So Palomba trying to come through past Cunati. And Cunati is keeping it very honest at the front end of this little train. But it is turning into a bit of a cork stopper at the moment, because Cunati is hanging on to second place. Palomba trying to come through. Tonteri and Marsiglia queuing up to come through as well. And in sixth place, closing up, is the Praga of Tom Lulet. So there could be some very interesting battles in the mid part of this race. There's a long way still to go here in the KZ2 European Championship final for the first of 2 weekends here at Adria. But can Palomba get through in a second place? Cunati's going to need to make that kart as wide as a Buick if he wants to hang on to it. They come through turn 5. Back on the power once again. Through 6. Quick flick of the brake into 7. Trying to carry as much speed through the turn as possible. Very tight tight left-hander into 8. Then through to 9. And up to the hairpin for turn 10. A very tough race this, and this is so physically demanding. You come into the final corner, turn 12, and back onto the home straight. Gustafson is not even breaking a sweat out front. He's pulled away with a decent gap, and on lap 7, he has set a very decent pace yet again. So essentially, he just needs to keep this pace up. He doesn't really need to stress. As into the pits comes the 318. It's all over for Daniel Vazil. What a disappointment for the Romanian. He was so fast yesterday, but it's all come to nothing. And now he and Alessio Pacini are out of the race. What a disaster, along with Mattia Limena, who's come into the pits. I think actually Alessio Pacini has gone back out. Having said he's out of the race, I think Pacini's actually gone back out on circuit. Yes, he has. The Tony Kart has continued, despite being a good half a minute behind the rest of the field. He clearly feels, well, I came here to go karting, so I'm going to go karting. Thank you very much. Gustafson leads. Cunati still under pressure from Palomba, Tonteri, Marsiglia and Lulet. Then it's Carbonell in 7th from DeMarco, Pellini. Hubert Petit is 10th, making up 10 places in the process. Filippo Alberto is 11th from Luyet. Van Waalstein, Dale, Stel, Petiatin, Dalberg, Funder, Sjoberg, Luyet, Trevelov and Rosati. Natalia Balbo in 23rd and Michele Fontana all the way up to 24th. So 30 drivers are still circulating around the circuit. We've lost Vazil, Limena and Bizotto. And retirements from Danilo Albanese, Christian Habulin and Francesco Comanducci before the race even started, as Luliat makes his move on Marsiglia, and he does eventually get the job done. But it's a late lunge from the Frenchman that sees him surge forward to take up that 5th position spot. He really had to work at it, and not only did he have to work at it, he had to be tooth and nail, elbows out to make sure that the move was finished off. As we go into lap 10, and now that looks like a bid from Palomba to get closer again to Cunati. Surely Palomba can't be waiting around behind Simone Cunati for too much longer. He's going to take a wide berth to get a faster line out of turn 3 and 4. And then up to the hairpin. He's going to try and sweep around and then get the switch back for the next corner. Can he dive in on the inside of Cunati? Palomba making all the right gestures, that he is getting impatient sat behind Cunati, especially now that Gustafson is disappearing into the distance and getting away. He's in the 48 ones already, Victor Gustafson. He's pushing well away, and on lap 10, it looks as though he's pretty much got this race sewn up. So the rest of the field are now battling for second position, which could be crucial by the time we get to the second and final round of the European Championship. There goes Gustafson. Cunati, Palomba, Tonterri, Lulet, Marsiglia, Carbonell, DeMarco and Polini. But Palomba wants to get through into second place. Cunati is still resisting. If Cunati can remain in second place, he's in a very good position. Remember that Skadas didn't win both rounds of the European Championship to become champion. He was consistent in the second and glorious in the first at Wackersdorf last year. But that doesn't mean he's going to get the job done again. It will be very tight, it will be very tough, and consistency is the name of the game at this point. So the competitors continue to come through. It's now or never, essentially. So Cunati needs to stay firmly in position there in second. Gustafson comes through at the end of the lap into lap 12. This is about the last lap if it was a qualifying heat, but that shows you we've still got half of the race still to go. It is very physical and incredibly tough in KZ2 at Adria. And nobody really quite understands truly the nature of just how physical it is. You are taking all sorts of blisters on your hands and bruises on your body. You're dealing with a couple of G's of force at various points on the course as well. And you're not in a kart that has seat belts to protect you. If you have an accident, you get flown out, essentially. It's a very tough sport, and only the real kings and queens of racing can handle it at this level. So, through they come once again. And that is Palomba now falling into the clutches of Paavo Tonterri. Cunati's getting into a decent rhythm once more in second place. And now Paavo Tonterri, the Finn for SC Performance, is stepping up his attack on Giuseppe Palomba. As they come through, it's going to be a fascinating duel between these two if they do quest over third place. And winning these titles is about staying out of trouble. You don't want to get yourself into the war zone. So Paavo Tonterri again gets a good run off the corner. Palomba still there, still fairly static in the lead of this tussle. But Simone Cunati is now opening up a gap to about 0.4 of a second between the two drivers at the end of the last lap. It could be more than that by the time they come through. But Gustafson is going to take the perfect score from Adria, the way things currently stack up. Pole position in the race itself, and therefore the 10 points that come with it in the championship. And now another 25 points looks likely to come his way, with 20 points for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, and then 10 for sixth, all the way down to 1 point for 15th. So only the drivers in the top 15 score championship points, so it's important to make sure you're one of them. An interesting battle for Giuseppe Palomba, trying to close up on Cunati whilst also hanging on from Paavo Tonterri. Imagine how physical karting is at this level. Then take into account that these guys are changing gear as they go as well. This is absolutely monumental. You have to be a completely different kind of racing animal to take on this category and win. Gustafson has just gone up front. 2.8 seconds he's now pulled out on Simone Cunati with 10 laps to go. All he needs to do essentially is just keep that thing in the island, and he is doing an absolutely superb job of walking away from Adria with the victory. But there's still 10 laps to go. It's not done yet. Simone Cunati in second place now. Third is Palomba from Tonterri, Luliet, Marsiglia, Carbonell, DeMarco, Polini and Petit. And then the final point scorers are set to be Filippo Berto, Jean Luyet, Senna van Waalstein, Andrea Dalle and Daniel Stel. Now this is the cork in the bottle situation we were talking about, but this time it's not Cunati who's holding up the field, it's Palomba. And we were talking about this over the weekend several times with drivers. They say you've got to get past the driver you're chasing fairly quickly around here, or else you basically just get stuck in a bottleneck and you can't make the move through. Palomba has found that with Cunati. He needed to get past him fairly quickly, and it's not going to happen. The gap between Simone Cunati and Victor Gustafson has opened up to 3 seconds now, because Gustafson gets another new fastest lap, 47.958 for the Swede. Truly extraordinary pace. And he continues to show it in fantastic fashion. Just look at the gap. There it is. And there is Palomba in third, trying to keep close to Cunati. That's opening up as a big gap just on its own. And here comes the move. Impatience is getting the better of Arturo Carbonell. And a big lunge up the inside from Davide DeMarco. He's not going to ask for a second opportunity. And DeMarco makes a sweet slingshot up the inside and gets the overtaking move. So now he tucks in behind Leonardo Marsiglia. And watch out for the man behind them, because that's Giacomo Pellini on the Formula K. He wants a piece of this as well. And with 16 laps completed and 8 to go, drivers are not going to be waiting around for second chances now. They're going to be pushing for an overtaking move. Any point you can gain, any opportunity and advantage you can strike up could be beneficial towards the end of the European season. This is going to be tight and tough, that we know for sure. But the drivers continue on their incredible run through the circuit. The 312 continuing on his march. Leonardo Marsiglia in front of Davide De Marco. Then in behind it is Victor Carbonell, who has not quite been able to hold the pace of earlier. There's the race leader. A perfect run so far for Victor Carbonell, and he's pulling away to the tune of at least a tenth of a second per lap. The Swede is just absolutely marching to victory. No problems at all for the Leclerc by Lennox driver. They are very fast and rapid in direct drive, and they are just as fast and rapid, if not more, than in gearbox. And certainly in the hands of Victor Gustafson, this race is fairly child's play at the moment. He is pulling out the 35-point advantage over his nearest rival this weekend, Danilo Albanese, unable to start the final. And that means that it's going to be almost impossible for the Italian to take on the European title. But who's going to be able to snatch it away from Victor Gustafson if he hangs on to this first place? Look back, that's the gap, back to Simone Cunati. But despite this giant crushing performance, if it stays like this, Gustafson's only going to have 6 points advantage over Simone Cunati, and that is more than doable for the Italian to overhaul at the second round of the championship, which of course is the deciding race of the 2020 season. All details at FIAKarting.com. You can follow all of the social media channels for FIA Karting as well, on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And of course follow the YouTube channel, which you may well be watching the stream from, by hitting like, subscribe and the notification bell. You'll never miss a race. Victor Gustafson sets another new fastest lap on the last tour around, 47.852. Now Palomba has suddenly dropped Tonterri and is now chasing back up on terms with Simone Cunati. Is he about to catch the Modena driver unawares? He comes out of the final turn, and this might be a move into turn 2 from Palomba. He's getting close to Cunati. Is he going to get close enough? No, but he might get a slingshot into turn 5. He comes through 2, down to the left-hander. It closes on the exit. There we go, tightens up. Off turn 4, now up to 5. Is he going to make the move? No, because Cunati knows he's there. He doesn't need to look over his shoulder. He can hear how loud the TM Racing engine is in the kart behind him. So down into 7 and into the very square left-hander at turn 8. A very tight corner, that one. A lot of drivers gunning for an overtaking move or two there, and it's not always worked out. But Palomba getting very racy in behind Simone Cunati, as yet another fastest lap came in from Victor Gustafson the last time round. And has he made it 3 in a row? Yes, he has. 47.783 now for Victor Gustafson out in front. With 4 laps to go, the Swede has almost got the job done. But for second place, it's still very much up for grabs as Cunati is starting to struggle. You can see that the kart is now starting to list from one way to the other as blistering and tyre wear becomes the real watchword. And now they're going to go side by side as Cunati protects the inside line. Can Palomba get the switch back? Cunati places the kart exactly where he needs to keep Palomba at bay, and now Paolo Tonterri is getting close to both of them. This could be anybody's fight for second place now, especially if these 3 tighten up and nothing happens. The guys in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th have a chance to creep back into this. Anything could still change. For the lead, it looks done and dusted. For second, the game is still very much open with 3 laps to go at the end of this corner. Giuseppe Palomba looking much smoother out of the final turn. Right on the gearbox of Simone Cunati, wants to make the move as soon as possible, otherwise Tonterri will get his chance. Cunati defending valiantly to the inside line at turn 2. This is a game of wits, the fastest game of chess you're ever going to see in Italy today. And here's Tonterri trying his move. He can't get by though, because Palomba's too busy worrying about Cunati. He's got to defend and attack at the same time, and Cunati's going to be given a free pass here essentially to run away in second. So Palomba is having to be both attack and defense in the same breath, but that might be enough to give Cunati some breathing space. Still no change for the lead pack behind. Gustafson leads the way and comes across the line for yet another brilliant lap. And then it's Cunati, Palomba, Tonterri, Lulette, Marsiglia, De Marco, Carbonell and Pellini all in a line. as Hubert Petit runs in 10th from Berto, Luyet, Van Waalstein, Dale and Stel. Those are the point scorers as it currently stands. But is there going to be more to it? Oh, Palomba attacking the curb with a lot of guts and determination, perhaps a little bit too much. And now Tonteri and Luyet have closed right up. So this could be a real struggle for Palomba to hold on to on the penultimate lap. He's in third, but he's defending beautifully. Tonteri's right there in fourth place. Here comes Luyet. He tries to get through on the inside. A little hesitation, and that's going to bring Marcellia right into play. He's going to charge up the inside. DeMarco's going to come for it, but he can't get through either. And as Victor Gustafson goes into the final lap, the gap between him and Cunati is now a whopping 5.9 seconds. This race is for second now. It's definitely not for the win because Gustafson's nearly claimed it. But is Palomba going to have one final crack at Simone Cunati? Cunati twitches on the curb, and this is going to be the last chance Palomba's going to get. Cunati defends valiantly, hangs on to the inside line. There's a squabble kicking on behind them as Marcellia is starting to lose places. But Palomba's got one final effort on Cunati. He's not going to have a chance, surely. Cunati's going to hold on to it. But up front, Victor Gustafson is going to claim victory for Leclerc by Lennox. It's been an amazing drive for the Swede. He takes the checkered flag, and Gustafson is dominant at Adria. Brilliant result for the Swede as Simone Cunati hangs on to second in front of Palomba, Tonteri, Luyet and DeMarco. There may not have been overtaking moves every split second, but I tell you what, Gustafson has been a warrior today, and the Swede has driven majestically all weekend long. I don't think he's made a single mistake. Even losing the lead, he was able to fight back and get it when he needed to retain his lead. He never lost the heat. Second in qualifying. Now he is the championship leader with the maximum 35 points. And look at that, the fist bump from Simone Cunati, acknowledging Gustafson as the ultimate winner. Victor Gustafson takes victory here at Adria. Simone Cunati in second from Giuseppe Palomba, Paavo Tonteri and Tom Luyet. Then David DeMarco in sixth place from Leonardo Marcellia and Arthur Carbonell. Giacomo Pellini is ninth from Hubert Petit and Filippo Berto in 11th from Jean Luyet, Sera Van Waalstein, Andrea Dale, and the last point scored by Daniel Stel. Behind them, Vyacheslav Putyatin is 16th along with Alexander Dahlberg, Markus Funder, Jesper Sjoberg and Samuel Luyet. David Trevelov is next in the lineup. And then it is Natalia Balbo, 22nd. So much more could have been for her. Michele Fontana and Fabrizio Rosati from Jan Pocos and Brandon Nilsson. Enrico Benedotto and Jean Nomblo from Luigi Di Lorenzo and Alessio Piccini. The retirements, Daniel Vazil, Mattia Lemena and Leonardo Bisotto. The non-starters, Danilo Albanese, Christian Habulin and Francesco Comanducci. A sensational start to the European Championship season as Victor Gustafson takes a monumental victory. It couldn't have gone better, essentially, for the team. And despite all of the challenges from Simone Cunati, he couldn't quite keep up with the Swede today, but he does get the perfect score for a man in second place. 9 points from qualifying and 20 points from the final itself. So now Gustafson is only 6 points ahead of Simone Cunati. That's damage limitation for the Italian. And that keeps his championship very much alive as they head to the second round in 3 weeks' time. But this is a very interesting title fight now. Gustafson and Cunati are separated by only 6 points. Giuseppe Palomba, third in the race and third in the title fight. And of course, he took the 8 points from the qualifying heats, as well as taking the 16 points from the race itself. So he winds up with 24. And that means he's only he's only 11 behind Victor Gustafson. Paavo Tonteri does likewise, 13 points for finishing fourth in the final and 7 points for finishing fourth over the qualifying heats. So certainly in the top 5 places, in the top 4 places, I should say, in the title fight, it's the maximum they could have achieved. Fourth in qualifying, fourth in the race, or third, second, or first upwards. Fifth in the standings now is Leonardo Marcellia on 15 points. Davide DeMarco has 14. Tom Luyet and Giacomo Pellini both have 12. Arthur Carbonell has 11. And in 10th place in the race and the standings, Hubert Petit has 6. Sensational racing from Adria. We knew it was going to give us a bit of a drama, but I don't think any of us realised just how tough it was going to be to beat Victor Gustafson. He really did make mincemeat of the opposition from very early on. Once he got into that lead, he was never going to lose it. And the Leclerc by Lennox driver has been absolutely sensational. So now the main question is, can anybody catch him at the second round of the championship? That is the big key. But there are so many drivers in this field that you look at who could have had an amazing race weekend today, particularly Danilo Albanese, Christian Habulin. You've got to look as well to the likes of Jean Nomblot, Senna van Waalstein. His pace sort of faded towards the end of the race as well. Daniel Vazil was so competitive in the early part of the weekend, as too was Natalia Balbo. So many drivers who could have been on the podium this weekend. But they'll race another day. So let's have a look at some of the highlights of the KZ2 final here at Adria. Victor Gustafson leads the Drivers' Championship with 35 points. 6 points ahead of Simone Cunati, who finishes second in the final. Giuseppe Palomba and Paavo Tonteri from Leonardo Marsiglia. Davide De Marco in the top 6 as well. I now have word about the reason why the 3 drivers were unable to take the start is because they were actually late to the pre-grid. You obviously have to make sure that you are there on time. And if you miss the cutoff, then you miss the start. So rather unfortunate for Danilo Albanese, Christian Habulin and Francesco Comanducci. All 3 drivers were late to the pre-grid. So that is rather unfortunate. And it means that obviously they will now have to wait to get into a final 3 weeks' time when the second European Championship final will take place. But it almost certainly counts them out of any chance of competing for the European title this year. But it can certainly be good preparation for the World Final, which of course takes place later this year. It's going to be a really interesting competition over the course of 2020 as a lot of these drivers prepare for the International KZ2 Super Cup, which will be taking place on the weekend of the 2nd to the 4th of October at Lonato, the scene where we ran the championship last year. So it'll be very exciting stuff. What a fantastic weekend it has been here for the KZ2 drivers in the European Championship at Adria. Now we can welcome our 3 drivers to the podium. In 3rd position for Italy, Giuseppe Palomba. And in 2nd position, also for Italy, Simone Cunati. But your KZ2 winner at Adria in the FIA Karting European Championship 2020 for Sweden, Victor Gustafson! And we welcome onto the podium the winning team manager for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, Jordan Lennox Lamb. And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Sweden. Congratulations to our drivers in the FIA Karting European Championship in KZ2. What a fantastic result for our 3 drivers. And they will be presented with their medals and their trophies. And of course, they will also have their fantastic opportunities to celebrate with their teams. But the 3 drivers have their medals, as does the winning team manager. So one by one, we'll invite our drivers to raise their trophies. In 3rd position for Italy, Giuseppe Palomba. And in 2nd position, also for Italy, Simone Cunati. And your race winner here in Adria for Sweden, Victor Gustafson! And of course, the trophy for the winning team manager from Great Britain, Jordan Lennox-Lamb. And so we ask the drivers and team manager to remain in position while the photographers get their winning shot. And we congratulate them on their fantastic achievement here at Adria. And we will, of course, welcome them back into the action once again 3 weeks from now when the FIA Karting European Championship continues. A massive thank you to our drivers and winning team on the podium as they take their flowers with them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3 drivers on the podium here at Adria, Giuseppe Palomba, Simone Cunati, and your race winner, Victor Gustafson. Congratulations, and we will see our drivers back again in the KZ2 paddock when we reconvene in the FIA Karting European Championship 3 weeks from now. All details can be found at fiakarting.com, and we wish you all the very best and safe journey, and we'll see you in 3 weeks' time for the KZ2 conclusion. Next up, though, we have more great racing action to come here from Adria Karting Raceway, and it comes from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So now we come to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Final, the first of the 2020 rounds, and we have some amazing drivers, 32 of them from all four corners of the globe, that will battle it out once again for supremacy. The 11th running of this annual competition that brings drivers selected from their national motorsport governing bodies to represent their country in an international competition. And what an incredible crop of drivers we have this year. Over the years, there have been some truly exceptional competitors, and they have gone on to great things in the worlds of karting and wider motorsport. The 10 winners of the competition so far are Nicholas Tehunen, Jonas Lapalainen, Maxime Poti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Xavier Hansheim, Marty Boyer, the reigning winner Kaius Sixnellis, and back in 2011, somebody called Charles Leclerc. He's not done bad for himself, has he? And there's been plenty of other drivers that have come through the Karting Academy Trophy since 2010. Mikael Azkuna, Ben Barnicoat, Dorian Boccolacci, Jahan Darawala, George Russell, Arjun Mayani, Pedro Piquet, Ralph Aron, and Artem Petrov, all of whom have had very successful single-seater careers or touring car careers as they have moved on to greatness in motorsport. But then there are many who have gone on to the upper echelons of karting in various different degrees of competition. The likes of Tom Bale, Paolo Bezencenes, Martin van Leuven, Stan Pex, Amner Al-Kubaisi, Ross Hayes, Juha Valtonen, and then, of course, there's Marin Kramers, the reigning world champion in KZ, who will come out in the race after this one. And back in 2010, we had a vice champion who we all know, love, and miss. The late, great Antoine Hubert was the vice champion in 2010. Some amazing talent has come through the Karting Academy Trophy in the first 10 years of its inception. We are now in year 11, and boy, oh boy, have we got a great race for you now. 20 laps around this Adria circuit. It's brutal, it's tough, and it's long. 26 kilometers of race action, and the drivers have got to go beyond what they have done so far this weekend. The heats were 8 laps in length. Well, this is more than double that. And in 32 degrees Celsius air temperature, they really are being pushed to their absolute limits. And the 32 drivers have been hand-selected, as I mentioned, from their national motorsport governing bodies, and they come out in fine style, and they will be ready for the action and ready to go to battle. From the qualifying sessions, we obviously have the qualifying heats points tallies, and the virtual championship standings sees Connor Zillich at the top on 10 points. Maxime Ferron Castellin is second on 9. Jonathan Waywat is third on 8. Alex Powell is currently fourth on 7. Maceo Capieto is fifth on 6. Tom Bryken is sixth on 5. Keanu Alajari is 7th on 4. Shudazono is 8th on 3. Oscar Wirtz is 9th on 2. And Enon Rashepi is in 10th on 1. Those are the championship points currently scored. But now the drivers head out onto the grid in their correct grid positions. The American star from the United States of America, Connor Zillich, will take up position in the front of the grid after his performance in the qualifying procedure. For second place from Luxembourg, it will be Maxime Ferron Castellin, and he will be there on the front row of the starting grid. Jonathan Waywat from Denmark lining up in third position. In fourth place from Kingston in Jamaica, it is Alex Powell on the outside of the second row. Maceo Capieto flying the flag for France in P5. For Belgium, it is Tom Bryken in 6th position. For the United Arab Emirates, it is Keanu Alajari in 7th place. All the way from Japan, it is Shudazono in 8th place. 9th for Austria, it is Oscar Wirtz. And in 10th place for Switzerland, it is Eron Rashepi. In 11th place for Spain, it is Santiago Valve. In 12th for Greece, 12th place for Israel, in fact, it is Ariel Elkin. In 13th place for Great Britain, it is Theo Makuris. In 14th for Peru, it is Rafael Modenese. In 15th place for Sweden, Albin Sturluson. In 16th for Poland, it is Bart Pikatowski. Then for the Netherlands, it is Jaden Tien in 17th, in front of Christian Pastrian, the Chilean, in 18th. Gianni Andresani for Germany is in 19th place. For Italy, it is Matteo De Palo in 20th. 21st for the Czech Republic is Adam Kowalski. 22nd for Greece is Georgios Kafantaris. 23rd for the Philippines is Zachary David. 24th for Norway is Emil Girdrum. 25th for Bulgaria is Kalayan Vabitsaliev. 26th place for Estonia is Yusuf Planken. 27th for Slovenia is Mai Sadar. 28th for Romania, it is Darius Babayawana. In 29th for Finland, it is Alexei Yeleva. In 30th for Slovakia, it is Mate Kunik. In 31st for Denmark, it is Freya Norman. And in 32nd for Lithuania, it is Tomas Veilantas. So the 32 drivers are ready to go to battle. And boy, what a battle it's going to be once they get started. A couple of drivers obviously know the form of this already, having been selected for their country last year, most notably Maxime Ferrand-Castellane and Mai Sadar, who continue to represent their nations in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Fantastic to see the procedure that the organisers have put together to ensure that the drivers obviously adhere to the social distancing and COVID-19 protocols and regulations, whilst also being able to compete and have their drivers parade in the normal fashion. But the drivers are now getting themselves ready to go as they battle for supremacy. And this is going to be a fascinating race. 20 laps of the Adria Karting Raceway. And these boys and girls have been absolutely fantastic all weekend long. They didn't even see these karts until Thursday and didn't get to drive them until the afternoon. Now they are going to battle and race on the circuit with them. All identical machinery, Exprit chassis, Vortex engines and Vega tyres. And it's up to the driver and their one mechanic to get it all into position and ready for action. And I have to say, it's always really encouraging and really refreshing to meet some of these youngsters who have come from far and wide, and most of them have not even been outside their native country's motorsport competition prior to this weekend in international competition. But it's wonderful to see such incredible stars. Connor Zillich, Maxime Ferrand-Castellane, Jonathan Waywat, Alex Powell, Masseo Capieto, Tom Braken, Keanu Alajari, Shu Dazono, Oscar Wirtz, Eron Reshepi, Santiago Valve, Ariel Elkin, Theo Makuris, Rafael Modanese, Albin Storesan, Bart Pikatovsky, Jaden Tien, Christian Pastrian, Gianni Andrezani, Matteo De Palo, Adam Kowalski, Georgios Kafantaris, Zachary David, Emil Gyödrom, Kalian Vavitsaliev, Giuseppe Planken, Mai Sadar, Daniel Babiawana, Alexei Yeleva, Matti Kunik, Freya Norman, and Thomas Veilantas. And as you can see, the mechanics are now joining their drivers on the grid just to ensure that they can get started. Obviously, the kart very similar in spec to the OK Junior machine, so they are direct drive, but they will need a push start, as they always do. But it's very important to remember that the mechanics are not in particular teams. It's only just one kart, one driver, and one mechanic. They're all in the same mornings next to each other. They are in their own little social bubble within the paddock. And obviously, these youngsters are learning their trade as they go. A lot of the different strategies that we are needing to adopt ahead of this motorsport season, of course, thanks to the outbreak of COVID-19, a lot of the educational opportunities these youngsters have been given for this race essentially have changed in order to facilitate digital media as a higher priority. But it still means that these youngsters are able to compete at the front end of the field, and they can battle away together. So a lot of the learning that goes in behind the scenes that we don't really get to see, it is quite astonishing. These youngsters obviously still learning English, some of them, but they are here on the international world stage, some of them for the very first time leaving their countries to come motor racing. And here in Adria, they have already been given an amazing task ahead of them, but thanks to the challenges of COVID-19, we have also had to embrace social and digital media with these youngsters in order to give them their education and their new program, which includes the education of health, of athleticism, of sportsmanship, of safety, and of PR and social media practices. They learn everything they need to know about being a young racing driver on the world stage when they are here. And their program is absolutely fantastic. And I have to say, if I had ever been given an opportunity to go racing aged 11 or 12 and then been selected by my nation to come here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, I'd have bitten my hand off for the opportunity to do so. And these youngsters really are incredibly fortunate. This is really their first major victory of their careers to even get to this point in the first place. There are so many drivers all over the world who would absolutely adore the opportunity to represent their country in what I like to call the mini Olympics of karting, This really is a very special competition, and you only have to look at the list of names, the alumni from the championship in years gone by that I've already mentioned, 3 of whom are currently on the Formula One grid, namely Esteban Ocon, George Russell and Charles Leclerc, to know that racing in this competition really can be the start of something very special indeed. We even have a karting world champion in the alumni of this particular category, Marin Kramers, who won the title in KZ last year at Lonato. He competed for his country in 2011. It took him 8 years to get to the top of the sport. So if these guys fast forward to 2028, who knows? We could well see one of them at the top of the sport of karting, or even at the top of motorsport itself. There are some amazing youngsters who have been here over the course of the weekend, and they have all traveled far and wide. All of their fans and their friends and families back home will be watching with a massive, immense sense of pride. In 7 minutes' time, they will take to the circuit and they will race for 20 laps. It's a grueling length of race here in Adria on a circuit that is absolutely perfect for these junior competitors. They obviously need to get to know the circuit very well. They obviously need to get to know their karts very well, and they've only had since Thursday afternoon to really become familiar with them, and not all of them are still yet up to the speed they want to be, but they do have 3 weekends over the course of the season behind the wheel. They will have this one in 3 weeks' time. They will return again to the wheel of the circuit before October, when they will take their final race weekend of the season at Lonato in Italy, where almost 12 months ago, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy concluded, and it saw victory for one KZ2 Nellis after the victory in the final for Singapore's Christian Ho, in which we also saw KZ2 Nellis and Maxwell Dodds getting onto the podium at Lonato. But obviously 2020 is a new era, a new decade, the second decade for this category, and I have to say it really is going from strength to strength. Even with the current outbreak, we haven't quite been able to manage a full capacity of the drivers we were hoping to get from far and wide, and we will hopefully welcome those drivers to the category when the time is right. But we do send our messages of support and commiserations in being able to race, and we hope that in 3 weeks' time we'll be able to see the likes of Akshay Bora from Singapore, from South Africa, Josh LaRue, from Indonesia, Kanaka Guzazi, from New Zealand, Louis Sharp, from Russia, Alexander Gubenko, from Brazil, Carlos Franco, from Korea, Kyuho Lee, from Argentina, Felipe Bernasconi, from Colombia, Geronimo Berrio, from Mexico, Donovan Bonilla, from Paraguay, Thiago Samaniego, from China, Shuncheng Kei, from Portugal, Ivan Dominguez, from Thailand, Nandavud Beram from Australia, Caleb Sumich, from Mozambique, Laolag Sonawami, from Bahrain, Shantosh Kumar, from Costa Rica, Frederick Lund, and from Vietnam, Huang Nam Pham. We're rather hoping that by the time we get to the next round of the championship 3 weeks from now, they will also be able to join us as the world situation obviously develops and hopefully eases over the course of the next 3 weeks or so. But it's still a massive achievement, even if they are unable to compete, to have been selected in the first place. And no doubt we will keep their names very much on our minds as we move forward in the motorsport season. Unprecedented circumstances that these drivers have been given to race at such a level. It's never easy when you're obviously trying to negotiate the everyday life as it changes day in, day out. Your parents are stressed, your school life is affected and hampered by the situation, and then you are asked to represent your country and travel around the world to race. These young men and women have taken it with incredible grace and stature, immense quantities of maturity, especially when you consider the fact into the bargain as well that they are aged between 11 and 14. That is absolutely astonishing, and some of these guys have already taken to this category like a duck to water. Some of them sound like they've been racing in it for several years already. They really are embracing the challenge and getting themselves into the flow of motorsport at the Premier level incredibly quickly. A run through the 32-kart driver lineup once again. The United States of America is represented on pole position by Connor Zillich, as he lines up on the inside of the front row after 2 brilliant victories over the course of the weekend. The same amount as the man on the front row of the grid with him, Maxime Ferron-Castellan, the young man from Luxembourg, who is doing an absolutely terrific job over the course of his second season representing Luxembourg, and he will be there on the outside of the front row. On the second row, two men with an amazing future ahead of them. From Denmark, it is Jonathan Weiwatt, who has been one of the stars of the 2020 season in junior category of racing already. And here in the Academy Trophy, it is no different. Beside him, all the way from Kingston in Jamaica, flying the flag not just for his country, but for an entire Caribbean region as well. Alex Powell from the second row of the grid. The 3-minute board goes up in front of the drivers. Maceo Capieto of France on the third row of the starting grid. Alongside him, it is Tom Braken of Belgium. From the United Arab Emirates on the fourth row of the grid, it is Keanu Alajari, the man who was fastest of all in qualifying and has remained in the top end of the field throughout the weekend. On the fourth row of the grid with him, from Japan, it is Shu Dozono, and he is going to be a very strong competitor from the outside of the fourth row. On row 5, in ninth position, it is the Austrian star Oscar Wirtz, and alongside him on the grid, it is Aaron Reshepi of Switzerland. On row 6, for Spain, it's Santiago Valve, and for Israel, it is Ariel Elkin. On row 7, for Great Britain on the inside line, Theo Mercouris, and on the outside line, Rafael Modenese of Peru. On the 8th row, it is Alban Sturluson of Sweden, and for Poland, it is Bart Pikotowski. On row 9, it is Jaden Tien for the Netherlands, and for Chile, Christian Pastrian. On the 10th row, for Germany, it is Gianni Andresani, and on the outside, for Italy, on home soil, it is Matteo Da Palo. On the 11th row, for the Czech Republic, it is Adam Kowalski, and for Greece, Georgios Kafantaris. On row 12, for the Philippines, Zachary David, and for Norway, Emil Gjerdrum. On row 13, for Bulgaria, Kalion Vabitsaliev, and Estonia, Juza Planken. Row 14, for Slovenia, it is Mai Sadar, and for Romania, it is Darius Babiowana. On row 15, for Finland, it is Alexei Yeleva, and for Slovakia, Matic Koenig. And on row 16, for Denmark, it is Freya Norman, and for Lithuania, it is Tomas Veilentas. So the drivers are in position. The 1-minute board will go up shortly, and then these youngsters are on their own. They will battle away around the circuit for 20 laps of racing around the Adria Karting Raceway. The 1-minute board goes up, and for these young men and women who've been waiting for this moment ever since they got the call back in January and February that they were going to be representing their country. It's been a long 6 months of wait, but now the moment of truth is here. They are all winners wherever they finish in this final. To represent their country on the world stage is victory enough for many a youngster, and they can wear their nation's colours on their karts and suits with pride. They have done everything they possibly can to get to this point. Now it's their driving that will do the talking. The 30-second board goes up, and for Conor Zillich on the outside line, and for Maxime van Kastelen on the outside line, it's going to be a fascinating battle for the drivers as they go to battle one last time here at Adria. We get the signal for the drivers to head off onto the circuit. The mechanics will push them off. Conor Zillich and Maxime van Kastelen go to battle at Adria. So here's the grid one more time. Conor Zillich and Maxime van Kastelen, Jonathan Weiwatt and Alex Powell, Maceo Capieto and Tom Braken, Keanu Alajari and Shu Dozono, Oscar Wirtz and Aaron Reshepi, Santiago Valve and Ariel Elkin, Theo Mercouris and Rafael Modenese, Alban Sturluson and Bart Pikotowski, Jaden Tien and Christian Pastrian, Gianni Andresani and Matteo Da Palo, Adam Kowalski and Georgios Kafantaris, Zachary David and Emil Gjerdrum, Kalian Vabitsaliev, Juza Planken, Mai Sadar, Darius Babiowana, Alexei Yeleva, Matic Koenig, Freya Norman, and Tomas Veilentas. So let's see how the competitors deal with the situation and the drama around them. It's going to be a very close battle as the competitor is really, the competition is really going to spice things up. Many people sending messages of support for the young drivers out there. Max Dodds, come on Jonathan and Alex, we are rooting for you. Harry Friel says, good luck in the final, Theo. Go and show them what the champ can do. And, of course, a massive shout-out to Theo Mercouris from Nick, Carolina, and Alexander. Their friends in Poland are watching. All of them will want to be at the front end of the field. Zillich, Bruno Castellan, Waywat, Powell, Capieto, Braken, Alajari, DeZono. Is this going to be a clean start straight away? Yes, it is! We're racing in Adria, straight into the first corner, and it's a cracking start from the inside line from Zillich and Waywat. They're going to try and come through for the first corner. Waywat is going to hold into second position as they come through in behind Connor Zillich, and the field is going to be a little bit spat out as they come through, and there's contact up towards the third corner, and several drivers get spat out of the queue. There's about 6 of them involved, I'm afraid. So let's try and count them through. Tom Braken and Keanu Alajari are involved in it. So too is Pastrian, Zachary David, and Kalian Vabatsiliev. And there's more drama involved in it as well. There is Vabatsiliev. Oh, the Bulgarian absolutely furious with his lot. So many drivers involved. And I think with so many carts off at the side of the circuit, we may even get, well, we've certainly got yellow flags at that point on the course. But everybody appears to be okay, so they are going to be able to clear the circuit relatively straightforward. The race continues on. It's Connor Zillich who leads. Alex Powell is now in second place as the drivers are removed from the scene. Braken, Alajari, Pastrian, David, Vabatsiliev, and Thomas Velentas all out of the race on the first lap. Big drama here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, but the race goes on without them. As Zillich leads, Powell is second, and Santiago Valve now finds himself in third. The Spaniard doing a fine job, as up to fourth place comes John Waywat. The Dane has got through past Vernon Castellan, and it looks as though he's under some pressure as well now from the 512 of Maceo Capieto. In the mix there as well, that is Bart Pikatowski lining up behind them. So as the rest of the remaining drivers skate their way through, it's been a very dramatic start to proceedings for the competitors in the mix. I'm not sure. We've got Ariel Elkin still running. Oh, somebody kicking up dust on the final corner. I think Ariel Elkin may have come off up at turn 7. Yes, he's tried to start the kart again, but the Israeli is out of the race as well, so a separate incident. But Ariel Elkin is now out. That's a real shame for the Israeli. He's had a very strong weekend, actually. But it's all come to naught, and he joins the list of drivers on the sidelines. But the drivers are furiously battling away now as we are on lap 3. And Connor Zillich of America leads the way from the Jamaican Alex Powell. And then in third place for Spain, it is Santiago Valve. What a battle this is in the midfield. That's Theo Makuris getting a nice move on the inside line. I don't think he was the only one moving forward either. I think he and Aaron Reshepi managed to get a move or two done. And that's a big mistake there on the exit from Bart Pikatowski. He almost loses several places as a result of that one. And it was a big dive on the inside line out of the final corner from Shu Dezono of Japan. He tried to get through on the inside line, and we got somebody pulling off. It looks like Albin Studderson. Albin Studderson, the Swede, is coming to the pits to retire. So that is devastating for him, as up the inside, Jonathan Waywat gets the move on Santiago Valve for third position. So the Dane has come through, and that's Maxime Ferron Castellan managing to defend from Capieto and Modenese. So the field continues to sweep through the hairpin. Some great driving from the competitors in the fray here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, but out in front, the top two remain unchanged. Connor Zillich and Alex Powell. First and second, they were in the first couple of rows. But Connor Zillich remains in charge. There's Maxime Ferron Castellan battling away with Capieto. And out of the final turn and onto the main straight come the competitors at the sharp end. Jonathan Waywat now up to third, past Santiago Valve, who is now falling into the clutches of Maxime Ferron Castellan. Looks as though Pikatowski and Alexei Yeleva have lost some ground on that lap. A few places negated. But now we have just 24 of the 32 drivers remaining. Look at the flotsam and jetsam on the exit of turn 2. That's where it all really, on the run to turn 3, sorry, that's where it all clustered together, and we lost 6 drivers in one fell swoop. Braken, Alajari, Pastrian, David, Vabatsiliev and Valentas. Always going to be a bit of a fisticuffs maneuver when one or two drivers collect each other, and that's Ferron Castellan up the inside, makes the move on Santiago Valve, and that puts him up into 4th place, and I don't think that's the only place he's lost, because Capieto's got through, and so has Modenese. So the Peruvian gets by as well. So Santiago Valve plummets from 4th to 7th as Ferron Castellan gets 4th, Capieto gets 5th, and Modenese gets 6th. Still a long way to go in this encounter. We're on lap 6 of 20, 5 down and 15 to go. So still a big battle awaits us for the drivers, the remaining 24. Marshall's just still making sure that the karts are in a safe place on the far side of the circuit. They're not in any harm's way there, so it doesn't cause any major problems for the competitors in the field. Connor Zillich is pulling out 0.5 of a second per lap on the rest of the field, but he can't afford to push too hard too soon. If those tyres start to wear, Alex Powell is still going to be a factor. So he needs to keep it nice and tidy. This is the battle further back for 5th position as Capieto loses out to Modenese. Rafael Modenese, the Peruvians, makes a beautiful lunge on the inside at turn 10 and gets the move on the inside line in the right-hander. So Modenese is now closing up on Maxime Ferron-Castellan. A good move from the Peruvian. I'm sure Rob's going to be absolutely elated with his young man's return to Valiance. He was very strong in practice on Thursday and Friday morning, but he's really struggled to make up the numbers since then. But Modenese has waited till the final to bring out the big guns, so this is good news from his point of view. And now he has Capieto and Valve breathing down his neck in the hope that they can make progress. Now here is the battle further up. This is Alex Powell being caught by Jonathan Waywat. So Alex Powell, the Jamaican, still running well in second, but Jonathan Waywat is catching up. If these two can get a podium to start their season, it would certainly be a good rhythm for their particular mode of the season. But Waywat has a chance to close up on Alex Powell, so he is going to try every trick in the book to make it happen. Maxime Ferron-Castellan is trying to close up on these two as well. Waywat has got back on terms with Alex Powell. So Waywat and Powell, who have raced each other before, as Waywat makes the lunge on the inside of Powell, and that's the Dane through in a second place. Good bit of driving from both drivers. Powell to relinquish and give enough space to make the challenge. And John Waywat, decisive and clinical to make the overtake. Ferron-Castellan's getting away from these three drivers in the battle for 5th place as well. Modenese, Capieto and Valve. In 8th position, you've got to give a shout out to Georges Kavantaris. He's up to 8th place from 22nd on the grid. Really good effort from him. He's dodged the traffic very well. Shudazono is in 9th, Bart Pikatowski is in 10th place. Theo Makuris is in 11th from Adam Kowalski and Jaden Tian. And then Aaron Reshepi and Oscar Wirtz, two drivers who really did end up getting a bad luck of the draw from that first lap incident. Alexei Yeleva is in 16th in front of Matteo De Palo and Darius Bariowana. Gianni Andrezzani is in 19th ahead of Emil Gerdrum, and then Matti Koenig from Josep Planken, Meister Dar and Freya Norman. And those are the only 24 drivers left out of the 32 that started. 6 karts there on the exit of turn 3. Or certainly on the outside of turn 3, I should say, because they didn't even make the corner. So there is Jonathan Waywat, the Danish driver, starting to chip away now at Conor Zillich's advantage. This is what I said. Yes, he's got a lead of 3.2 seconds, but Waywat is actually lapping faster at the moment in the first sector than Conor Zillich. The American can't afford to push too hard too soon. If those tyres start to wear and he reaches the edge of the cliff, as it were, then this is going to be a tough race for the American to win. He leads the way into lap 10 of 20. 3.2 is a big gap, but how long can he keep it that way? His last lap was a 50.9, fractionally quicker than Jonathan Waywat and Alex Powell, who sets his personal best, trying to get away from Maxime Ferron-Castellan, who's now right in the hunt. So the battle for second place has 3 drivers in it. Waywat, Powell and Ferron-Castellan. If they work together, the 3 of them might be able to catch up to Conor Zillich before the end of the race. 3 seconds is a lot to make up, but if they unite, it could work out. Ferron-Castellan, though, isn't going to wait around. He makes the move on Alex Powell. So he comes through and gets the move, and that is further back. That's a lovely dive on the inside from Shudazono, who gets past Georges Kavantaris. So the Japanese driver gets past the Greek. And there is Conor Zillich, still running a great race, the American out in front, with Jonathan Waywat in second and Maxime Ferron-Castellan now third in front of Alex Powell. Rafael Modenese in 5th from Maceo Capieto and Santiago Valve, then Shudazono and Georgios Kavantaris. Theo Makuris is up to 10th, so he's making up places now. Bart Pikatowski in 11th from Adam Kowalski and Aaron Reshepi. Oscar Wirtz doing a good job in 14th from Jaden Tian and Matteo De Palo. 10 laps done, 10 to go. Conor Zillich currently leading the race and the championship if it stays like this on 35 points. Jonathan Waywat will move up to second in the standings. Oh, a mistake there. Now, I didn't quite make out who that was, but that's a spin, and that is the 528. That's Georges Kavantaris. So Kavantaris has spun it, and that's a big disaster for the Greek ace. He was going so well up until that point as well. He's been one of the star drivers of the weekend for me, but it's not to be in the final. He gave it his best, but Georges Kavantaris walks away rather dejectedly from his kart, having climbed as high as 8th place and made up 14 places to do so. It's rather unfortunate that he now has to retire from the race, and it looks as though he's not the only one involved in it. I think Theo Makuris has ended up out of the race as well, or certainly down the order. He's now down at the back of the field, Theo Mercouris, so I don't know if he was the man involved in the incident or whether he lost that time taking avoiding action. But certainly the end result is the same, and Mercouris is now down at the back end of the field. But he will not give up. He is going to continue round in 23rd. So Conor Zillich is still leading. This is the battle for second. Jonathan Waywat, Maxime Castellin and Alex Powell. Then in 5th place is Rafael Modenese of Peru. Modenese is closing up on Alex Powell. So it's going to be an interesting one if Powell can hang on to this from Modenese. Still 2 new drivers at this level, let's not forget that. But out in front, look at the gap that Zillich has over Waywat and Ferran Castellin, with Powell and Modenese getting closer all the time on lap 13. 8 laps to go, including this one. But Ferran Castellin really has a chance in 2020, and he can sense it. If he can get past Jonathan Waywat for second place, he's going to get into second in the point standings, especially considering he started the race from second. So he will only be 6 points behind Conor Zillich if he can get past Jonathan Waywat. Up the inside comes Modenese. Modenese makes the move on Alex Powell. So that puts him into 4th place. The Peruvian really is having an amazing comeback in this one. And it's a great surge forward for the Peruvian. He didn't score any points in the qualifying heats, unfortunately, but he is definitely making up for that in the final as he storms back from 14th on the grid. He's now in 4th place. Great comeback from Modenese. So Conor Zillich running a great race in the lead. He's still 3.7 seconds clear of these two, so he has been able to look after the tyres and brakes adequately enough to keep this advantage and even extend it slightly. Jonathan Waywat and Maxime Castellin are now questing over second place, with Rafael Modenese in 4th and Alex Powell in 5th from Capieto, Valve, De Zono, Pikatowski, Wirtz, Reshepi, De Palo, Kowalski, Andrzani and Jaleva. And those are the point scorers if it remains the way things currently stand. So the battle continues. For second place, it's Waywat versus Ferran Castellin. For 4th place, it is Modenese versus Powell, with Capieto trying to catch them. And the gap between Conor Zillich and Jonathan Waywat is 3.8 seconds. That is maximum attack from the American out front. How has he been able to get this far ahead of the rest of the field? It's just astonishing. So the battle continues. Conor Zillich leads Waywat and Maxime Castellin. Then it is Modenese, Powell, Capieto and Valve. De Zono is about 2.3 seconds back. And then a further 2.5 seconds back from him is Bart Pikatowski. Oscar Wirtz is now at the battle for 10th place in front of Reshepi and De Palo. But this is getting pretty spicy as John Waywat holds on in front of Ferran Castellin. And this is the battle further back in the pack. This is Matteo De Palo trying to hang on in front of Aaron Reshepi, who gets on the inside of Kowalski and passing both of them. A cheeky move on the inside line there from Alexei Jaleva. From Gianni Andrzani, the German. So Andrzani makes a move or two as Ferran Castellin gets past Jonathan Waywat. That's for second position. And Maxime Castellin now comes up into P2, but he's not done yet, John Waywat. He wants to get back into second place, and the Dane is going each way he can to try and make the move stick. Modenese is catching up with them as well. So Modenese, the Peruvian, might get a chance to steal a position or two from them. But Maxime Castellin is maximum attack at the moment as he tries to get away from John Waywat. Waywat struggling now as here comes Modenese for a chance to get into 3rd position. The Peruvian wants a piece of it. And waiting in the wings is Alex Powell of Jamaica, and for France, Maceo Capieto in P6. So across the line again, 4 laps remain. Conor Zillich going well. Looks like a black and white flag is coming out, and that is for the 5.25. So that is unfortunate, but it's going to be Adam Kowalski who receives it. There was also a warning flag earlier in the race, I noticed, for the 5.42. Now, the 5.42 is, let me just try and double check, that's Aaron Reshepi. So it looks as though both Aaron Reshepi and Adam Kowalski have been pushing a little too eagerly for the steward's liking. But Maxime Castellin is breaking away from the pack in second place now. Can Jonathan Waywat hold on to 3rd, or are Modenese and Powell going to get a chance at a podium? It's going to be very tight to see who's going to get the opportunity, but Conor Zillich out in front is battling away, and that's the move on the inside from the 520 of Jusuf Plankin. He gets past Jaden Tian with Adam Kowalski tight in behind. So Jusuf Plankin, the Estonian, makes a nice move in the pack. And that was a good run on Jaden Tian. But the gap now between Zillich and Fernand Castellan is 4.7 seconds as Connor Zillich sets a new fastest lap, 50.572. Quite extraordinary to open the gap up to 5 seconds. I've seen this before in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, but not often. Connor Zillich really making a real stink of this race out in front. He's just waltzing away in the lead. Not a single driver can hold a candle to him in this one, and this really does go to show the strength and ability and capability of this young American star. Could he be the next big thing in the world of motorsport? Connor Zillich, remember where you heard the name, because you're going to hear it a lot over 2020, especially now that he's pulled to over 4.8 seconds on Maxime Fernand Castellan. Now watch this for third. Modenase's got there. Modenase's into third past Waywat. So the Peruvian is now in third. Waywat's trying to get it back again. Alex Powell is there in fifth position. Here comes Waywat up the inside of Modenase. Retakes the place. Modenase's coming back at him. Waywat nearly goes off the circuit, and Powell's getting some support from Capieta to come through. Powell gets through into P4. And now that's Modenase back on the inside of both Capieta and Powell. Powell gets squeezed out. Capieta comes through past both of them into fourth position. And not a lot that Modenase can do to tuck in there behind Capieta. And that's given a massive advantage to Jonathan Waywat. He is now solidly in third place as Modenase now has to defend from the Jamaican Alex Powell as they come into the final lap. Connor Zillich is going to dominate out front from the United States, and Maxime Fernand Castellan has pulled away from Luxembourg, but the third place battle could go into the final lap here. Jonathan Waywat trying to extend his advantage over Capieta, Modenase and Powell. And there is the man in second. What a performance it's been from Maxime Fernand Castellan today to get up the order once more. But there are still some battles to come as Modenase tries his best to close up on Capieta. But what a performance from this man. Connor Zillich has just been extraordinary. An amazing performance all weekend. He really has bit the bullet and gone for it. And he's going to emerge as the first winner in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2020. Out of the final turn, Connor Zillich wins an Adria! Superb! Absolutely magnificent from Connor Zillich. Maxime Fernand Castellan is second, from Waywat, Capieta, Modenase and Powell in the top six. Awesome, awesome from Connor Zillich. Fan Davidozi from the young man from the United States of America. He waves to his supporters on the stands. And I'm sure everybody back home in the USA, all his supporters, will be absolutely ecstatic on his behalf. So Connor Zillich with the perfect score of 35 points today. Maxime Fernand Castellan with his possible best of 29. And they fist bump around the circuit. Brilliant. Connor Zillich wins from Maxime Fernand Castellan and Jonathan Waywat on the podium for Denmark. Maceo Capieta is fourth ahead of Rafael Modenase and Alex Powell. Santiago Valvez seventh from Shuda Zono and Bart Piketowski, Oscar Wurz and Matteo De Palo. And then it's Aaron Reshepi and Gianni Andrizani from Darius Babiowana and Alexei Yaleva. Then it is Josep Planken outside the points from Jaden Tien and Theo Makuris, Matti Koenig and Adam Kowalski, Maisadar and Emil Gerdrum from Freya Norman in 23rd. The retirements, there were a lot of them. Georgios Kafantaris, Albin Studesen and Ariel Elkin. And then on the first lap, we lost Tom Braken, Keanu Alajari, Christian Pastrian, Zachary David, Kalyan Vodsaliev and Thomas Vilentas in a big incident that wiped out 6 drivers from the field. What a race from the drivers in the top 6, though. There were so many stars, and all of them deserved to be on the podium. What a shame that only 3 of the 6 of them could get there. An absolutely astonishing performance from our drivers. But it's going to be a truly sensational display from the competitors over the course of this FIA Karting Academy Trophy season. Connor Zillich, though, has the maximum 35 points. Pole position from the qualifying heats, 10 points for that, and 25 points for his run in the final. What a race day. So we'll be preparing the flags of the United States of America, Luxembourg and Denmark on the podium, provided that things remain as they are. But what a race. Great season start for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy drivers. They've all put on a brilliant spectacle, and it's great to see just how excellent the racing and the driving standards are in this category. Not every move is going to work, and the pileup that took up 6 drivers, essentially just a chain reaction. I didn't really see anybody doing anything particularly uncouth out there on the circuit. It's just the way that things sometimes roll in the world of karting. All it takes is one or two drivers to get tangled up, spin in front of the pack, and then it's a case of dodge the carnage or join it. So the drivers are now obviously doing their procedure at the end of races. They are heading to the weighbridge to make sure that they are perfectly legal and above board. And then we can head to the podium after an exceptional day at the office. It's been really exciting, fantastic and phenomenal race battles all the way through to the end of proceedings. And the FIA Karting Academy Trophy really has been yet another exceptional display of the karting talent that we have from all over the world. But there's going to be a long clean-up job for the recovery crew up at turn 3, with all 6 of the karts involved in that one, obviously needing a recovery job. But it opens the season in fantastic fashion in terms of the entertainment value. And in 3 weeks' time, when the FIA Karting Academy Trophy re-emerges on the motorsport season, they will be back and they will be fighting for glory once more.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
A fantastic first weekend of the championship in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. It really has been exceptional. So let's welcome the three drivers from the final onto the podium. In third position for Denmark, Jonathan Waywatts. And in second position for Luxembourg, Maxime Furon-Castellane. And your race winner from the United States of America, Connor Zillich. And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, we will now hear the national anthem for the United States of America. A massive congratulations to our three drivers on the podium after a fantastic race. They will don their medals on the podium, having had a fantastic performance over the course of the weekend. And then once the drivers are wearing their competition medals, we will then invite them to collect their trophies one at a time. What a fantastic performance it has been from the competitors in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. They really have been exceptional, and our podium winners really do deserve their place. So one by one, they will accept their trophies and raise them aloft. In third position for Denmark, Jonathan Waywatts. And in second position for Luxembourg, Maxime Furon-Castellane. But your race winner here at Adria for the United States of America, Connor Zillich. We invite our three drivers from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy to stay in position for their photographs. They will raise their bouquets aloft as well. And a fantastic performance from our three drivers. They really have been exceptional today. We see them again in action 3 weeks from now. But please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up once more for Jonathan Waywatts, Maxime Furon-Castellane, and your race winner, Connor Zillich. Thank you very much to our drivers. We will see them in action once again 3 weeks from now when the FIA Karting Academy Trophy continues and moves on to the next round 3 weeks from now. All the details, of course, you can find at fiakarting.com. And we will continue in the action here today as we get the main event underway very shortly indeed, when the drivers head out onto the circuit and take the Adria Karting Raceway grid. And at 14:30, we will continue with our procession as the drivers and teams will head out onto the circuit. Approximately 15:35, the drivers will head out. So in about 12 and a half minutes from now, we will continue with our proceedings as the action will continue in the KZ final.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
This is the big moment that all of the racers and the fans have been waiting for as the competitors make their way onto the starting grid here at the Adria Karting Raceway. If you've only just joined us or you've rejoined us, we are at the heart of Veneto, and this is a beautiful circuit and location for the first race in the 2020 FIA Karting European Championship for the KZ Brigade. So many great racers have come through these gates, and now it is time for a great event for the KZ drivers. So many champions at gearbox level have been crowned in the European Championships over the years. Since the year 2000, when we have come from Formula C, Super Intercontinental, KZ1, and now the current KZ regulations, there have been many famous names to be crowned European champion over the course of a season. 4 times for Francesco Laudato, one of the legends of the Italian karting circuit. Alessandro Pacini back in 2001, twice a winner, Alessandro Manetti. Roberto Toninelli got the job done in 2006, the last era for the Super Intercontinentals. Jonathan Tonon added to his massive bank of titles in 2008 in KZ1. And the legendary Dutchman Bas Lammers got it done twice in 2009 and 2010. Twice a champion in the European scene, Paolo De Conto, another of the home favourites. Flavio Campaneschi got the job done in 2015. Rick Driesen won it in 2014. And there have been only 2 other European champions in the 21st century. Jorrit Pex has won it 3 times, 2012, 18 and 19. He is, of course, the reigning European champion. And the only other man to have done the feat in 2013 is Max Verstappen. He won the European Championship all the way back at the start of his fledgling career. But he crowned off his karting success with the European title in KZ. You've got to be world class to win at this level, and it takes class to know when it has been defeated by class. The drivers in this category are up for an amazing battle, and we're definitely going to be entertained here today, as the drivers are sure to give us just that. Simo Puhaka will line up in pole position with Alessandro Irlando alongside him. And the last time these two came to battle in a racing situation and scenario in the European Championships, well, they came to a very interesting conclusion at Sarno last season when they battled on the first and second lap of the European final in the second round of the title fight. And on the second lap, just seconds after we had already lost the rivals Anthony Abbas and Matteo Vigano in the first corner of that first race, just seconds later into Vesuvio 2 on the second lap, the two of them clashed together and both of their title dreams were over. 4 title men were extinguished and eliminated from the competition within about 90 seconds of racing. Now it's a complete reset and a complete refresh. Although we now have championship points scored at least, so that is how things are slightly different. The virtual championship as it stands at the moment, 10 points for Simo Puhaka, based on the fact that he now starts from pole position for the final. Here at Adria, Alessandro Irlando has 9 points, and he will start second. Martin Kramers has 8, he will start third. Matteo Vigano has 7, he will start fourth. Lorenzo Complese has 6, he will start fifth. Stan Pex has 5, he will start from 6th place. Noah Milel has 4, he'll start from 7th. Jeremy Iglesias has 3, he'll start from 8th. Adrien Renaudin has 2, he'll start from 9th. And Fabian Federer has the 1 point, and he will start from P10. So the competitors are now getting themselves into position as they come out of the final corner from the holding area and the pre-grid, and they will make their way down the start-finish straight, ready to join us on the main event. 32 degrees air temperature. Expect the track surface to be around 52 to 53 degrees centigrade at this present moment in time. That's going to make for a hot race, and certainly a very tough one. 24 laps around this circuit. That's the equivalent of 31.248 kilometers of racing when you're only a couple of millimeters off the ground in a kart that is the power to weight ratio of a Formula 3 machine, and certainly as fast off the blocks as a Bugatti Veyron is on the public highway. A very fast machine, these KZs, and it really is the pinnacle of the sport. The only difference between these and the KZ2s is the minimum weight is 5 kilograms less in KZ, and the chassis and brakes are open homologation in KZ. That's the only difference between these and the KZ2 Brigade, but these really are where the legends of the sport are born, bred and crowned. Simo Puhakka lining up in pole position for Finland and for the Tony Kart Racing team on the inside line. 2 out of 3 so far this weekend for the very highly rated Finnish superstar. And this is the year, potentially, where he will step out of the shadows of his compatriots and the former men who have come here to battle before him and will take his own place in the history books. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, it is the Italian star Alessandro Irlando, who has, over the last couple of seasons, very much built a home at Birolart in the KZ squad. Now it's time for him to emerge as a European title contender once more. On third position on the starting grid is the reigning world champion. In the Ricardo kart, the Dutchman Marin Kremers is ready for battle. And boy, oh boy, has he got himself a great task ahead of him. But he also has the advantage from the inside of the second row. Fourth position on the grid, what a comeback story this weekend. Matteo Vigano of the Leclerc by Lennox teams really struggled in qualifying, had to fight his way back in each of the qualifying heats, but what a fight back. He's now on the outside of the second row, and he can definitely win from there. On the third row of the starting grid, it is the number 15, Lorenzo Camplese for the SC Performance team. He lines up in P5, and after the giant crushing effort he gave at Sarno last year, all bets are off. He could be a race winner today in Adria. Alongside him on the grid, the nearly man of the World Championships last year, the vice champion of the world, Riccardo Longhi, is still very much the man of Birolart, and he has got a big future with the squad ahead. This is an opportunity for him to really step up to the plate once more and go for the European title glory. In seventh on the grid is number 7, Stan Pex for the Kart Republic team. And he is still making that rise up the ladder, still doing a fantastic job in Kart Republic and in KZ. This could be a year when he emerges as a European contender himself. Alongside him on the grid on row 4, it is Noah Millell for the Tony Kart Factory team. He's going to have a really exciting battle in front of him, and he will duel for supremacy from the 4th row of the starting grid. On row 5, on the inside row, it is going to be the 17 from France, Jérémy Iglesias will line up in position there. And also in position, we will have a fantastic charge forward from the man alongside him on the grid, and that is the Sodi Kart superstar Adrien Renaudin, who will be there in 10th on the grid. Fabian Federer will be next up in position, and he will be there in 11th position on the starting grid. Davide Fore is going to be next in line. The two of them together, the two Italians, will line up on row 6. Fabian Federer with plenty of experience, and Davide Fore, a former multiple title winner in various different categories of karting. Francesco Salenta will line up 13th on the grid, and the Praga driver will line up alongside the Kart Republic ace, also from Italy, Mirko Tozzolini. And then next up, after an epic fight back this weekend, it is the Dutchman and the reigning European champion for the last 2 years, Jorrit Pex. He is there in position as he runs alongside the Italian star for CRG, and that is Paolo Ippolito. So Ippolito is going to be one to keep an eye on as he battles for supremacy. Then it is Mauro Simoni, the Italian. He will line up in position there alongside the Dutchman for CRG Netherlands, that is Gust Specken. And then we have the youngest man in the field, just 15 years of age, the German star Louis Speck, who is really starting to make a name for himself in KZ and certainly could be a monumental star of the future. Alongside him for Sweden and the Novalux squad, it is Douglas Lundberg, who is always up for a good battle and should give us one over the course of this final. The 77 is next up, that is Mario Lubick, and he is the number 2 driver at SC Performance, but the way he is currently making improvements and big steps forward, it won't be long before he is challenging the reputation of his successful teammate Lorenzo Camplese. Alongside Mario Lubick on the grid, it is the Italian Matteo Massatani for CRG, and he will be fighting his way forward. And then on the back row of the grid, it is Jan Bednar from the Czech Republic. He will be fighting his way from the back row. Alongside him will be the popular Finnish privateer Jan Kuovi. So as the competitors make their way onto the starting grid, this is going to be a very exciting battle. And in about 9.5 minutes' time, the KZ contenders will be fighting for the off. A really exciting battle for all of the drivers. and we will see some truly exceptional wars out there on the circuit. They've been sensational so far, but when you look at the fact that Puhaka and Orlando have been the stars of the field up at the front end of the field, Marin Kramer's on the second row with Matteo Vagano, this could be very exciting stuff. This is what all of the preparation work and all of the intensity that goes on behind the scene is all about. These guys really working tooth and nail in the off-season to try and build up their strength and their stamina. And then, of course, we had the completely unexpected and totally apoplectic incident around the world, which has really given us plenty of drama and shocks through the last few weeks. But what an opportunity and an achievement from everybody here in the FIA Karting paddock to get the race underway. It's a tribute to everybody from the FIA, from RGMMC's crew, from the marshals here at Adria, and all of the staff at Adria International Karting Raceway to have put on such an exceptional event. And we are ready for the European final here at Adria. So obviously we have a very long race in front of us, 24 laps, and in about 8 minutes or so's time, the races will get underway. As we're waiting for the drivers to finish their preparations, the man on pole position is obviously going to be a very exciting competitor to watch out for through this race. We caught up with him at the end of the battle yesterday, where he was looking set to be on pole position for the final, and certainly is confirmed as that now, and he feels he's got a great opportunity to take victory here at Adria.
So far it's been okay. We have still one heat more to go tomorrow, so we try to keep the pace what we have now and start on the front row for tomorrow for the final. Difficult of course, but I think we have a good package now, and for me it became more easy like this. For the final we start with 4 new tires, and just it's like two heats. One each behind other, and I didn't see any problem with the second heat, so I think it's okay. Still a long way to go. This is the first round and we didn't make it in one final, so we will see after Sunday how is the situation.
That certainly sounds to me like a very competitive and very confident man as he gets himself ready for the action. But of course, he will not want history to even come close to repeating itself here in 2020. There were some tough times in the European Championship competition last year for Simo Puhaka, but he seems to have completely turned a corner, not just in terms of the team and the kart's development or his own personal speed, but certainly in his composure and stature as a racer as well. He seems to have become a much wiser and a very much more authoritarian figure in KZ. It's almost as if he is ready to step out of the shadows of his legendary former teammate Marco Ardigo, who is now the he's now essentially the deputy team manager at Tony Kart Racing these days. He's taken on a great authoritarian role within the squad. But Simo Puhaka and Noah Millel have been left to carry the torch of the Tony Kart Racing team into 2020. Both men are capable of doing so, and it's a very Scandinavian flavour within the Tony Kart factory outfit in KZ, and in KZ2 actually as well, because there's a lot of Scandinavian talent in that particular awning these days. But the man who starts from third position on the grid comes into this season very much as a great opportunist with a great chance to win the World Championship again. But he's here first and foremost to win the European Championship, and he's doing so in the Ricardo kart this season, still in the Birolart awning, but it's a chance to give this brand its first major title success in 2020. A few weeks ago, he wasn't even sure he'd be doing any karting in this season, but he's definitely managed to come up with the goods and be as competitive as ever before. Is he still motivated? Well, let's find out what he had to say on Friday.
It's good to be back. It's been a long time for me, and yeah, it's not been easy getting back into it. It's been physically very hard for me. But yeah, everything's been going well. We've been practicing a lot. 5 practice sessions yesterday, another 3 sessions coming up today, and I'm sure we'll be up there come qualifying. I've got good connections with Daniel Ricciardo himself. My manager in Australia is the owner of Ricciardo Kart, co-owner of Ricciardo Kart, and yeah, they've been helping me out throughout my career, so it's good to be able to pay them back a little bit. It's been very difficult, especially with quarantine. We haven't been able to drive. I was not supposed to do any karting this year, so I haven't been really focusing on it earlier in the season when everyone started racing again. And yeah, it's not been easy getting back into it, but the Birra team's been very supportive with me. They're giving me time to get prepared and everything, and yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to get some good results. Yeah, definitely the distance will be the most challenging thing for me. 25 laps on this track is not easy. With this weather, it's only going to be harder, and yeah, hopefully we'll be able to go the distance. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was possible. It'll definitely be hard, but yeah, definitely possible.
What an amazing coup it would be if he could storm everybody in his return to the KZ scene for 2020 and come up with the goods in both the European and the World Championship. It would certainly be the most international success that the Ricciardo Kart brand has ever enjoyed if Marin Kramers can get the job done in the 2020 season. But obviously, the Birra team come into 2020 with the monkey off their back, so to speak. They were waiting for their first international title success, and they clinched it in the world title at Lonato last September. 2020, there's no pressure on them now. They know they can win the title. So now all they've got to do is the best they can do and deliver the goods again. But Tony Kart want to get back onto the top step of the podium once more. And Leclerc by Lennox are right in there for the hunt as well. The new brand within the Birra awning. So it could be a very interesting start to proceedings. There are still plenty of men to try and take up the mantle. From Kart Republic, Stan Pex, from Formula K, Jeremy Iglesias, and of course from CRG, the likes of Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Massatani, and from Sodikart, Adrien Renardin, from Praga, Francesco Salenta, and from the Maranello chassis for SRP, Fabian Federer. But it's going to be a tough battle for them all. They know what's at stake, and it's obviously going to be a rough ride. But that's what the KZ European Championship final was always meant to be. The toughest, the best, and the most exciting category of gearbox karting in the world. Simo Pohaka, pole position on the front row. Alongside him, Alessandro Orlando, the Italian, for the Birra squad. On the second row, Marin Kramers returning to the team on the Ricciardo brand. And alongside him, in the Leclerc by Lennox team, Matteo Vigano, hoping to shake off all of the cobwebs from 2019. Third row of the grid, Lorenzo Camplese and Riccardo Longhi, Stan Pex and Noah Millel, and then Jeremy Iglesias and Adrien Renardin rounding out the top 10. Can the European champion from last year and the year before, Jorrit Pex, do anything from the middle of the pack as he tries to charge his way forward? Knowing Jorrit, never say never. He's got a great chance to fight his way back, and if anyone's going to spring a surprise on the rest of the field, it's going to be him. Plenty of drivers in the field as well. Davide Fore starting 12th alongside Fabian Federer. He has plenty of experience to take into this 2020 campaign, and he and the Render Motorsport team seem to have got a good package together. So now it's all about putting all of that hard work, all of that testing, all of that experience, all of that data, all of that training from Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to good use. Who is going to emerge out of Adria as the championship leader of the European crown as they head to their second and final round 2 weeks from now? And who's going to join the elite list of European champions? We only have 2 weekends to find out. The final 24 laps of this Adria circuit, 31.248 grueling kilometers of racing in over 32 degrees Celsius heat, with the track temperature 20 degrees more than that. They know how tough it's going to be. So let's find out who is going to make it in 2020 here at Adria. Time to go racing for the last time today, and it's the biggest race of the weekend, the KZ final in the FIA Karting European Championships. Simo Pohaka and Alessandro Orlando on the front row of the grid from Marin Kramers and Matteo Vigano. Lorenzo Camplese and Riccardo Longhi from Stan Pex and Noah Millel. Jeremy Iglesias and Adrien Renardin from Fabian Federer and Davide Fore. Francesco Salenta and Mirko Tozzolini. Then Jorrit Pex and Paolo Ippolito. Mauro Simoni and Gust Specken. Louis Speck and Douglas Lundberg. Mario Lubick and Matteo Massatani from Jan Bednar, Jan Kuovi. And that is your lot. So 24 laps around this Adria Karting Raceway. It's very intense, it's incredibly close, and there's not really a clear decision either way who's going to be the most competitive here, because anybody in the top 4, for my money, has what it takes to win this one. Puhaka won 2 out of 3 heats. Alessandro Orlando was fastest in qualifying and got one over on him in the earlier heat this morning. Marin Kramers has been solid and consistent throughout and is easily the youngest of the top 4 drivers in the fray, fresh off the back of his world title last year. Matteo Vigano and the Leclerc by Lennox team have been improving every single time they've headed out on circuit, and he might just have the right stuff coming into this final. There's already been one victory today for Leclerc by Lennox. Are they going to get a second one? It would be the first time in a long time that the team in victory in KZ2 is the same one in KZ. I'm trying to remember the last time it's happened in the last 3 years, and I certainly can't recall. Simo Puhaka on the front row of the grid from Alessandro Orlando, Marin Kramers and Matteo Vigano from Complesi, Longhi, Stan Pex, Milel, Iglesias, Renaudin, Federer, Foray, Salenta, Tozzolini, Jorit Pex, Ippolito, Simoni, Specken, Speck, Lundberg, Lubick, Massatani, Bednar and Kuovi. And as the karts head to the grid, the green flag will fly at the back of the field. And it's time to get the European Championship for KZ underway in 2020. The green flag flies to the back. The lights come on the top of the gantry. And when they go out, we're underway. Let's race at Adria. Beautiful start from Orlando. Puhaka's going to get up alongside him, though. And it will be enough to lead into the first corner. Looks like Vigano got the jump. And he comes through. Orlando gets up the inside of Puhaka. And so does Vigano. Orlando and Vigano both make the jump on Puhaka. And they lead into the first few corners of the race. So it's Birillard from Leclerc, and then we've got the Tony Kart in 3rd position of Simo Puhaka. Kramer's trying to get the grip around the outside. He's still got grip and power. He comes through. Absolutely amazing. Puhaka trying to get straight back in there, though, on Kramer's, and he gets back into 3rd position. Noah Milel now trying to come through. Sorry, that's Complesi. Complesi trying to get back on Kramer's, but he can't make it stick. So Kramer's is going to have to try again on Puhaka. But Orlando has come through to the lead, and Vigano has come through to 2nd from Puhaka, Kramers and Complesi. What an opening lap! That's one of the best first laps to a KZ final I have seen for a long, long time. It didn't quite go everybody's way. Stan Pex appears to be in some trouble. He's come across the line down at the back, and I think the Kart Republic driver's in some trouble. Jorit Pex, meanwhile, has already rocketed up to 11th place. He's carving his way through the field one by one, as that is Riccardo Longhi trying to come around the outside of Lorenzo Complesi to get into 5th position if he can get there. And then it's Mirko Tozzolini. What a start from the Italian. He's come up from 14th to 7th in just the first lap. Federer's had a flyer too. He's up into 8th place. So Stan Pex having an absolute nightmare. He's down at the back, but his brother Jorit is charging his way forward. He's up into 11th place now. But Alessandro Orlando and Matteo Vigano have completely pulled the fast one over the Tony Kart youngster. Simo Puhaka in 3rd position. In 4th place is Marin Kramers. Then it's Complesi, Longhi, Tozzolini, Federer, Milel, Renaudin, Jorit Pex from Simoni, Lundberg and Ippolito, with the final point looking to go to Gustafson as Stan Pex comes in to retire. That's a real shame. I kind of assumed that was the way it was going to go once he dropped to the back of the field. But it's now a close run thing. Orlando, Vigano and Puhaka. This could have so many twists in the tail. Puhaka has consistently been the 2nd fastest driver over 1 lap over the weekend to Alessandro Orlando, but he did win 2 heats over the Birillard driver over the course of Saturday. He's going to need to work hard to get back into position, but Puhaka has the right mentality to get it done. Vigano, though, is charging after the 44 of Alessandro Orlando. It would be quite the achievement, as I mentioned before, if the Leclerc by Lennox team could pick up the victory in both KZ and KZ2. It would certainly be an amazing achievement for their first weekend in the FIA Karting paddock as a new brand and union. 42, Simo Puhaka, tight in behind Vigano. Kramers is there in 4th position, still very much in the hunt. What if they could get 3 of the Birillard brands on the podium? That really would be something quite historic for the books, and I'm sure that Ronnie Sala is just a little bit eager for Marin Kramers to get that move into 3rd position done. But Vigano in front of Puhaka. Puhaka's trying his best to get back into contention, but the Finn has his work cut out. In the midfield, that's Torzolini trying to shake off Milel and Renaudin, and behind him is Jorit Pex in 11th. There is Fabian Federer trying to shake off Mirko Torzolini. This is a good start to the proceedings from Fabian Federer, having managed to get his way through. So a fascinating battle thus far, but it's only just getting started here. So lap 5, and Alessandro Orlando leads Vigano, Puhaka, Kramers, Longhi, Camplesi, Federer, Torzolini, Milel, Renaudin and Jorit Pex. From Simoni, Lundberg, Ippolito, and now Jeremy Iglesias breaking into 15th place. And don't forget that with that comes the final point. So Alessandro Orlando doing a grand job, leading the pack, but Vigano is right there in second. Puhaka is there in third from Kramers. It'll be fascinating if it ends like this. The gap between the top 4 drivers in the title fight will be just 13 points. But Vigano has his sights set on victory. He doesn't want second place. He's gunning after Orlando, and he's looking very solid and smooth. Purple first sector for Riccardo Longhi, purple second sector for Lorenzo Camplesi, purple third sector for Mirko Torzolini, so it's still very even and close as Puhaka has a first look at Vigano, isn't able to throw that up the inside. And Marian Kramers is still trying to get as close to the Finn as possible. But the Dutchman is getting very frustrated, sat there in 4th position. He really needs a couple of corners to come his way. He could also do with Simo Puhaka making a bold lunge on Matteo Vigano and not quite managing to make it stick, because the loss of momentum from the Finn could be exactly what the Dutchman is asking for, though he is very quick out of the final turn. Orlando continues on his way. 0.8 of a second covering the top 4 drivers. This is much better from the KZ boys. A lot of people were wondering and worrying about the possibility of perhaps a slightly tame or timid final. Nothing like it here at Adria. Orlando leads, Vigano second, Puhaka third and Kramers 4th. 5th place is Riccardo Longhi from Lorenzo Camplesi and Fabian Federer. Torzolini, Milel, Renaudin, Pex, Simoni, Ippolito, Lundberg and Iglesias, Gustafson potentially looking at 16th place, but that will be worth a point because Riccardo Longhi is technically a wild card and therefore ineligible for points for some reason unbeknownst to me. So an absolutely fascinating battle for Matteo Vigano to try and close up on Alessandro Orlando. But this is 2019 replay to a certain extent. The 4 drivers at the front end of the field are still battling for European title success. There is the battle between Paolo Ippolito chasing Mauro Simoni. Mauro Simoni in the OK1 machine trying to hold off from Paolo Ippolito in the CRG. And that's the move on the inside from Noah Milel. There's nothing Mirko Torzolini can do about that. Renaudin's got through as well. And watch out for Jorit Pex. Jorit Pex trying to get through into the top 10. If he can make that move stick as well. But it is going to be very tight between them, that is for sure. So Paolo Ippolito, having made the deadlock to get through on the inside line, still battling away there and has got past the OK1 of Mauro Simoni. So they continue on their way round. This is a fascinating battle as the karts now come onto the home straight once more. Orlando, Vigano, Puhaka, Kramers. Still less than a second between the top 4 as Fabian Federer sets the new fastest lap in 7th place in the SRP Maranello. This is such a close run thing. I genuinely wasn't sure if we were going to get one driver dominating out in front and disappearing or not, and we certainly aren't in the KZ final. This is much more like it. This is going to be a battle of wits now. 16 laps remaining after 8 completed. We're on lap 9, and Orlando only has about 0.4 of a second at most over Vigano. 3rd is Puhaka, 4th is Kramers, 5th is Longhi, and then 6th place Lorenzo Camplesi in the SC Performance Tony car. Out of the final turns, onto the main straight once again, into lap 10 of 24. Still a long race to play out here, and a lot of drama coming our way for sure. The gap tightens between the top 4, down to 0.8 of a second. Vigano's got Puhaka breathing down his neck as Orlando tries to pull out a bit of a gap. Riccardo Longhi now sets the fastest lap of the race in 5th position, trying to close up on Kramers. There's your leader, Orlando, then Vigano, Puhaka, Kramers and Longhi. And there is just a whisker over a second between these 5 karts now. But Puhaka really wants a piece of Vigano up in front for 2nd place. He knows he can't afford to sit behind him for too long. So this is going to be quite the challenge for the drivers up at the front end of the field. But can Vigano close down on Alessandro Orlando? A victory would be amazing for Orlando here. And it's going to be quite a sensational opportunity if he can make it work. With the first corner. Is there going to be a charge through from Puhaka? He's getting closer to Vigano in the braking zone, but crucially, the Leclerc by Lennox driver is able to get on the throttle just fractionally quicker than Simo Puhaka. And that is how he's able to hold on to his position. Kramer's still hanging on in front of Longhi, and then Lorenzo Camplese in 6th from Federer, Milel, Renaudin, Tozzolini, Pex, Ippolito, Simoni, Lundberg and Iglesias from Davide Fore now in 16th place, ahead of Specken, Salenta, Massatani, Speck, Kuovi, Lubick and Bednar, with just the one retirement, namely Stan Pex, who retired on the 2nd lap. So Vigano continues on his way. Puhaka now slowly starting to drift into the path of Kramer's and Longhi. But Longhi is actually giving a bit of a threat to the Dutchman and the reigning world champion Marin Kramer's in 4th position. So let's see if the battle and the momentum can still stay with Marin Kramer's as Longhi tries his move on the inside line. He has a look at it, but Kramer's is not going to let him come by. Gestures to him, come on, let's work together, let's get after these guys. Puhaka already starting to have a think about Vigano, and there comes Longhi on the inside. Kramer's trying to hold it round the outside and then tuck in for the switch, but there's Camplese trying to come through at the same time. So Kramer's has to let Longhi go, but does not give the same amount of space to Camplese, and here comes Fabian Federer. Great to see the SRP Maranello driver really starting to get competitive again now. Last year was a bit of a horror story from his point of view. Now he is getting back on terms with the KZ front runners, and he is right up in the mix. So Fabian Federer now competitive, closing up on that top 6. Puhaka still having a crack at Matteo Vigano. But Vigano is still keeping it honest in 2nd place. Irlando has managed to pull out 0.6 of a second on his Italian colleague. And that's Federer again trying to get one over on Camplese. He needs a better run out of turn 5. He's not quite going to be able to banzai that one up the inside with a clean move, and so he doesn't try. Now he does though. Beautiful from Federer. Fabian Federer makes the move on the inside of Camplese. A bolt out of the blue there. He really makes that one stick. Superb. They come onto the home straight once more. Lap 13 out of 24 completed. 11 to go. And Orlando has a crucial 0.6 of a second on Vigano. But Matteo Vigano in the Leclerc by Lennox sets the fastest lap of the race. 47.898. It's a new fastest lap, and he is trying his best to close up on Alessandro Orlando. What if he can catch him? This is going to be such an interesting battle as they continue on their charge. But there is Adrian Renaudin trying to close up on Noah Milel, who in turn is trying to gain ground on Lorenzo Camplese. And behind them, you've got Jorit Pex, who is... that's Mirko Tozzolini first and foremost. Then it is Jorit Pex in front of the CRG of Paolo Ippolito. So this is all about trying to read the situation and hope that an overtaking opportunity presents itself. It's not going to be easy from this point further on. But the drivers are still giving it everything they have. Orlando leads the way. Vigano's second for Puhaka, Longhi, Kramer's, Federer and Camplese. Riccardo Longhi now sets the fastest lap of the race, and that is the move from Milel. He gets through on Lorenzo Camplese, so Noah Milel moves up another place. The Swede has got it done, and now Adrian Renaudin is going to try and sneak up the inside of Camplese, and the door's going to be left over for Mirko Tozzolini. So Mirko Tozzolini gets there as well. That's all it takes, just one whiff of the gap, and you're not going to lose one place, you're going to lose 2 or maybe even 3. So Mirko Tozzolini snatches the initiative and gets back through. Alessandro Orlando is losing ground rapidly to Matteo Vigano. He's just done a 48.0, and Matteo Vigano's done a 47.8. So Orlando is losing his lead here. And with Puhaka now starting to get back on terms, Orlando's not going to have a dominant race win, that's for sure. He's going to have to work very hard indeed. So as they continue to come through, Jorit Pex is there in front of Paolo Ippolito. And behind them now, that is Lorenzo Camplese. He's really struggled in the last couple of laps. So even Pex and Ippolito have now managed to get through. So that's Pex into 10th and Ippolito into 11th. But the battle is still raging as Vigano tries to get away from Simo Puhaka. Fastest of all in the first sector is Riccardo Longhi. And he's there in 4th position. He still wants to have the Birolart squad on the podium, eclipsing the top 3 in some way, shape or form. The Leclerc by Lennox kart of Matteo Vigano remains in 2nd place. But with 8 laps to go, anything can still happen. Half a second between Orlando and Vigano at the front end of the field, and Vigano was fractionally quicker than the Italian up in front. Simo Pohaka still running as well as he can in third position. A tough situation for the Tony Kart driver. Started from pole, thought it was going to be his day. Did not expect Orlando or Vigano to squeeze up the inside at turn 2, let alone both of them. So this is going to be a tough ask for Pohaka now to get himself back into a winning position. If he manages it, it will be pretty extraordinary. But Orlando has that crucial half a second advantage. It doesn't need to be much more than that, because it doesn't look like much in karting terms, and it certainly isn't mathematically. But it's enough for Orlando to have a little bit of comfort. He can rely upon his own initiative. Purple in the second sector on that lap is Noah Millel. So Millel comes through on 7th position at the moment, having worked his way forward. He's trying to close up that 1.1 second deficit to Fabian Federer. There they are. So Federer, Millel, then it's Renaudin, Torzolini, Pex, Ippolito and Complese. Behind them is Maurice Simoni from Douglas Lundberg and Jeremy Iglesias, who has Davide Forde and Francesco Salenta waiting in the wings. But Orlando can't get away from these two. He just can't extend the gap enough to check out and save his bacon. Matteo Vigano is still there in second place. A great start from him, and that really has characterised his race. But you do get the sense that in the final 4 or 5 laps there may be a bit of a battle up at the front end of the field. Orlando, Vigano, Pohaka. And then Riccardo Longhi in 4th place from Marin Kramers and Fabian Federer, who's way up to 6th position. Great drive from the SLP Maranello driver. Then it's Millel, Renaudin, Torzolini, Pex. Orlando looking a little bit shaky there as Vigano gets the new fastest lap, 47.7 compared to Orlando on a 47.8. And in fact, Orlando was the slowest driver of the top 5 on that last tour round, despite the fact that it was his personal best. So they are really starting to ramp up the charge here to Alessandro Orlando. And Vigano can sense that a victory might be possible now here at Adria. Simo Pohaka is just trying to keep himself in the hunt as Vigano is slowly dropping him. I do mean slowly, it's not easy, but Vigano sets another new fastest lap, 47.748, as Orlando does a 47.837, nearly a tenth quicker than the Berolart. And this is exactly what Matteo Vigano wanted, a chance to win. He's closing in with 5 laps to go, but everything's got to be perfect. He can't afford a missed shift, he can't afford a deep braking zone, he can't afford to clip a curb, because it will cost him massive momentum. Everything's got to be perfection for the rest of this race for Matteo Vigano. He needs to close up on Alessandro Orlando. He's got to make it count. Out of turn 10. The left flick over the curb. Into 12. Back on the power. Over the line once more. Lap 20 completed. 4 laps to go. Now or never for Vigano to close up on Orlando and possibly take Pohaka with him for the ride. There's going to be a new European champion amongst these 3 if they are the ones to fight for the title. But which driver is it going to be? Certainly this first final could give us a bit of a clue for that. But it won't be confirmed until 3 weeks from now. So they've got to start their season with a good result. They're all looking at a good result, but none of them will be satisfied with it. They want to either extend the gap or rein in another position. So Orlando just under a quarter of a second behind is Matteo Vigano now. He is catching rapidly. Pohaka is still right there as well. Half a second covering the top 3 with 3 laps to go here at Adria. It could still all change. A very tight battle indeed as Vigano goes fastest of all in the 3rd sector. He really wants to get close enough to Orlando to challenge, and he's running out of laps, so it's now or never for Matteo Vigano. If he gets even a whiff of an opportunity on Orlando, he's going to take it. Down to the braking zone. Orlando is now in defensive mode. He knows that he hasn't got pure enough pace to get away from them. Now he's just got to try and keep the kart on the inside line. Perhaps he's defended a lap too early, because that could give Vigano even more ammunition to try and come past. And that even gives Matteo Vigano a free lap to try and make the move. Pohaka is still right there in 3rd. Can Orlando soak up the pressure? If he wins this, this will easily be his greatest victory in FIA Karting. To hang on to this kind of lead with this kind of pressure and this kind of intensity, with the gap now down to 0.194 and 2 laps to go. This could be anybody's victory amongst the top 4. Orlando still hanging on, pushing hard in the 1st sector, trying to build a bit of a gap between himself and Vigano. He defends to the inside line. Vigano's got a good exit out of 5. Oh, and it looks as though Pohaka's nudged the back of Vigano! And Vigano is out! Unbelievable! Matteo Vigano is out at Adria. Oh my goodness, they came off the turn and it looked like there was a tiny bit of contact, and that's enough for Matteo Vigano to be out of the race. So close to the victory. But it looks like it's going to go to Alessandro Irlando. They come through on the final lap, and Irlando leads Puhaka and Longhi. Disaster, a big dramatic finish. And it looks as though Irlando is just about going to hang on now in front of Simo Puhaka. But if anybody's going to try a late do-or-die maneuver, it's going to be the Flying Finn. Irlando's doing his best, but Puhaka is really reining him in. Ricardo Longhi's there in third position, waiting in the wings. The wild card might be able to claim something from this. Certainly looking good for a podium at the moment. But Alessandro Irlando is going to try and hang on in front of Puhaka. Puhaka's trying his best. He's never going to give up. He's never going to relent. Here comes Irlando out of the final turn. It's going to be close, but Alessandro Irlando wins it at Adria. Oh my goodness. What a drive from Irlando. I have seen some amazing performances from the Italian over the years, but that one defies them all. Alessandro Irlando wins for Birol Art. What a way to start the season for the boys in red and white. And that is what it means to them. The Birol Art brands, the Birol Art group, have claimed both the KZ and KZ2 victories, with Victor Gustafson for Leclerc by Lennox, and now for Alessandro Irlando. Their bandwagon just keeps on rolling. And Alessandro Irlando starts his European title fight the perfect manner. Victory for Irlando from Simo Puhaka and Ricardo Longhi. Kramer's in fourth from Federer. Milel, Renaudin, Tozzolini and Pex. And then Ippolito from Cablesi, Lundberg and Iglesias. From Salenta, Fore and Gustafson. Matteo Massatani and Luis Speck from Mario Lubic and Jan Kuovi from Jan Bednar and Mauro Simoni. But two dramatic retirements, and there's one of them. Matteo Vigano. His chances in the European title have taken a massive hammer blow. Well, that is just about very nearly game over in the European Championship for Matteo Vigano. A DNF is the worst possible case scenario, as the 44, Alessandro Irlando, gets the job done. That is an absolutely incredible victory for the Italian. A win in karting is special. A win in KZ is even more special. A win in the FIA Karting KZ, well, that's the best there is. And that gets Alessandro Irlando's 2020 title attack off to the best possible start. But he is only 4 points ahead of Simo Puhaka in the title fight, with Kramer's 10 points back. This is going to be one heck of a season. An amazing performance from Alessandro Irlando. And I have to say, and he probably will agree with me, that that is his greatest victory yet. That was so tight. That was so close. I'm starting to wonder now if the reason that Vigano retired, he might have even had a problem with the kart leading up to that, and Puhaka had essentially nowhere to go but to nudge the back of his kart as they came through. Because that would not be the first time that a driver had a mechanical problem so close to home. We're definitely going to need to see it again, and I have a feeling there will be a conversation about it. But an absolutely unbelievable race in the KZ and a sensational final. So we'll give you the chance to look at the highlights from an amazing KZ final, and all we can do really is leave you to make your own mind up about it. The podium is not far away.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Well, a fascinating battle from the FIA Karting European Championship. And just to give you a rundown of the Virtual Championship, basically at the way things currently stand, this is all provisional, of course. Alessandro Orlando currently has 34 points to Simu Pohaka on 30 and Marin Kramers on 24. The top three drivers covered by just 10 points after the opening round. Noah Milel is fourth in the title standings on 15 to Fabian Federer on 14. Adria Renaudin and Lorenzo Camplesi will both have 12. Mirko Tozzolini has 9, Jorit Pex has 8, and Paolo Ippolito has 7. That is what that dramatic race has done to the title standings here at Adria. And it only means that it's going to be very, very exciting and competitive as we head to the next round of the championship in 3 weeks' time. You can follow all of the details of that, of course, on FIAKarting.com. And all of the relevant social media channels. There is a page for everything for the FIA Karting. And of course, if you're watching via the YouTube stream, you can hit the like and subscribe buttons as well as the notification bell, and you will never miss a moment of the FIA Karting Championships. So let us get underway with the FIA Karting European Championship podium after a fabulous race here at Adria. The KZ final really has given us plenty of excitement, so it's time to welcome our top three drivers to the rostrum. In third position for Italy, Riccardo Longhi. And in second position for Finland, Simo Puhakka. And your race winner here in Adria from Italy, Alessandro Irlando. And to represent the winning team from Birolart Racing, please welcome Luca Fellini. And now, in deference to our race-winning driver on the top of the podium, the national anthem for Italy. A fantastic success here in Italy for the Italian star on the top of the podium. So as our drivers collect their medals on the podium, and they will wear them with pride on the rostrum. So each of the drivers will obviously continue on their battle in the European Championship fight, and they will move on 3 weeks' time to the next round, which will decide the European Championship. But now, one by one, the drivers will collect their trophies. In third position for Italy, Riccardo Longhi. And in second position for Finland, Simo Puhakka. And your race winner here in Adria for Italy, Alessandro Irlando. And for the winning team as well, for Birolart Racing, to collect the winning trophy, Luca Fellini. So we ask each of the drivers to raise their winning bouquets as well as their winning trophies. And of course, with the flowers aloft, they will get their photographs from our cameras. And what a fantastic way to close up the weekend here at Adria in Italy. It's been a brilliant weekend in KZ. So one more time, please, for Riccardo Longhi, for Simo Puhakka, and your race winner, Alessandro Irlando. Congratulazioni for Birolart Racing, the winning team and driver. And the championship rolls on. 3 weeks' time, we return. You can follow all of the action and all of the news updates on our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And of course, at FIAKarting.com. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend here in Adria. We congratulate all of the competitors across the 3 classes for KZ2, for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and for KZ. But it's the red and white that is victorious here at Adria in Italy. Join us again in a week's time when we head to Sarno for the OK and OK Junior European Championships second chapter. I'm Jake Sanson. We hope you have all enjoyed the racing here at Adria from the FIA Karting European Championship. Ciao, ciao!